The villainous Pan Yu etching from the novel. To save her life, she frantically chatted up the cold, aloof second male lead, who knew the villainous, rumored to commit all sorts of evil deeds, was privately a punching bag, scolded and abused even by the servants. She thought that as long as she didn't persecute the female lead like in the original story, she could live the rest of her life in peace. Clearly possessing a prominent family and loving relatives. Why did Edith have to be a villainess? The moment she saw her father, she got the answer. The virtuous-looking mage's eyes and tone. In an instant, she received the assassin's redwood token. Her small, trembling body knelt before her father and brother, begging for forgiveness, begging them not to hit her again, begging them not to lock her away. Edith was the family's glamorous, bejeweled facade, but also a brutally abused doll. The young woman before her was covered in wounds, barely a patch of unblemished skin. He looked at her just like that. So, can you do it? Edith felt a chill run down her spine. Her father barked at her like a mad dog. You absolutely cannot fail. Seize the Ludwig family's weakness. You must make them agree to let you bring 3 maids when you marry. Only then can we proceed to the next step of the plan. She had transmigrated into a novel called Rejecting Obsession. It was a love story between the Earl's illegitimate daughter, Sinclair, and 2 ducal sons. And she was the foolish villain meant to highlight the heroine's kindness. Duke Ludwig and Earl Redjoff had been sworn enemies since childhood. The 2 families were originally evenly matched, but Ludwig, through military achievements, became a duke. Redjoff believed that if it weren't for him, the dukedom would have eventually been his. So he wanted Edith to marry into the Ludwig family, gather intelligence, and ruin them. Fortunately, the story had just begun. As long as she avoided the original plot, she could definitely find a way to survive. Today was the engagement agreement between the 2 families. A servant came to greet her. Her vicious, snarling dog father instantly transformed into a doting parent. Come quickly, my dear Edith. His face changed faster than the turn of a page. It didn't matter. Just 1 more week, and she could leave this house. She could actually see the protagonists of the novel with her own eyes, Duke and Duchess Ludwig. The male lead from the original story, Cliff, and the breathtakingly beautiful female lead, Lily. And of course, her fiancé, the aloof second male lead, Killian. She seemed to understand a little why Edith was so fixated on him. Handsome, with a sufficiently imposing presence. Unfortunately, the way he looked at her wasn't friendly. She had to stay sharp. Dinner wasn't even over before her dog father started. On the surface, he wanted to send servants to care for her, but it was really just to spy and gather information. Clearly, the other side saw through this. The Duchess politely refused, finding her father's tone offensive. Madam, didn't you bring any maids when you married into this family? The dining table fell instantly silent. She wouldn't let this old man get his way. Father, I really don't mind. Your Grace, please forget my father's request. He's just worried about me. Facing the subsequent reprimand, she already had a countermeasure. Your motive is too obvious. This marriage is to make the other side lower their guard. Sending spies won't be of any use. Let me help you. I will earn their trust. After many days of maneuvering, she successfully walked down the aisle, marrying into the Ludwig family. The husband who, according to the novel, would soon kill her. On their wedding night, her husband barged into the bathroom. He wasn't supposed to be there in the original story, so she was completely unprepared. Her behavior during the day had only reinforced his assumptions. At the end of the wedding ceremony, as soon as they exchanged rings, she would finally be free of her dirty family. A flower girl brought forth the rings. How cute. Killian's deep affection was tinged with impatience. He wasn't entirely unsympathetic. After all, it was a political marriage. Let's just get this over with. He extended his hand. Killian grasped the ring and moved swiftly forward. How childish, he thought, not even brushing against Edith. Before he could even pick it up, Edith had already snatched it. As Killian looked on in confusion, she placed the ring on her own finger. A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd, making him the object of ridicule. His actions wouldn't change anything. Besides, she hadn't intended on anything happening between them anyway. Suppressing his anger, he patted the flower girl's head. The villainess's unusual behavior left him wondering what Edith was thinking. In a flash, he looked away. Edith prayed silently. God, since you've given me this life, please grant me this small wish. I just want to live without being beaten and live a normal life. In her past life, she had been dragged down by her family and pushed down the stairs by her gambling-addicted brother. Even after transmigrating, she still had that kind of family. She refused to be killed by them again, finally able to take off that revealing wedding dress. Edith saw that all her clothes were overly sexy and flamboyant. Just then, Lily arrived. She remembered the scene after the wedding ceremony. Lily came to find Edith, to apologize for Killian's unreasonable behavior at the wedding, but had the opposite effect, deeply hurting Edith. She rebuked Lily for deliberately wearing white to the wedding and leaving, and now for this outrageous act. After all, she was Killian's wife. Honestly, from Edith's perspective, it was truly upsetting, but she wasn't the real Edith. Edith quickly asked her not to blame Killian, saying that he seemed stoic, but was warmer than anyone on the inside. Seeing the female lead up close, she only found her more beautiful. Golden hair, meaningful gray eyes, and a crystalline gaze. A lovely appearance paired with an upright character. The perfect female lead. Since she had become the villainess and faced a survival crisis, it was even more important to get along with her. Please don't worry. I completely understand her. This marriage was meant to solidify family ties. Her displeasure was perfectly normal. Lily was first surprised, then laughed. You're both mature and kind. She was almost blinded by the halo. Well, I can't compare to Miss Lily. Today's dress really suits you. At that moment, a maid knocked on the door. The hot water was ready. Lily said goodbye. Left alone, she could finally relax. As the Duke's daughter-in-law, she had servants for everything. So what if there was no internet? Endless overtime and the debts incurred by her family were gone forever. All she had left to do was decide which faction to join. The thought alone brought happiness. Suddenly, someone barged in. The groom isn't even back yet, and you're already taking a bath? This bride is truly heartless. In the original story, the man had never set foot in Edith's bedroom. Killian had appeared. Take my day. Nothing, yeah. This appears to be unrelated and possibly a mistranscription of a song or background noise. Why bring it up? Why bring it up? Why bring it up? Why bring it up? This also appears to be a mistranscription. Why bring it up? Why bring it up? Mama. Likely another mistranscription, with the final word possibly being a meaningful utterance within the context of the scene. Even for a husband, barging into the bathroom on the wedding night is extremely rude. The man didn't seem to notice the bride's shocked expression. Instead, he questioned, "Why are you so surprised? Besides the groom, who else would come here?" "It's not that. I just thought you wouldn't come." Killian walked towards her. "Fortunately, you still have some decency. You made it so obvious. You didn't even want me to put the wedding ring on you. If I still couldn't tell after that." "So, Killian," Edith drawled, tilting her head as he leaned down towards her. "What's this about? Don't tell me you were expecting some passionate pursuit on my part." She couldn't help but feel a flicker of annoyance. The man could pull off even the most audacious acts with an infuriatingly charming air. It was utterly unfair. Killian, however, just wanted to rest. Exhaustion dulled any potential flare of anger. He conceded with a sigh, "I was merely stating a fact. Seeing your resistance, I assumed you wouldn't come tonight. Were you planning on sleeping here then?" The realization of his own unusual behavior struck Killian. He turned abruptly and left. His retreat was almost a flight. The echoing click of his heels against the polished floor filled the empty corridor. Why had he even gone there? A voice halted him. "Weren't you just in the bride's room?" Killian's expression was complex. "I was," he admitted, "but she's as unenthusiastic about tonight as I am." She was practically asleep in the bath, but she had certainly been awake when talking to him. "Don't always assume the best of people," the other man warned. "You know what Earl Redjoff is like. Think carefully about whether their words are genuine or laced with sarcasm." So considering that, Miss Edith, Killian saw the other man hesitate. "What did she tell you?" he pressed. She complimented my tie. Am I being naive for feeling pleased about it?" Killian's face hardened. "That dress wasn't even your choice. He's stooping so low as to manipulate you with such petty compliments. It's not manipulation. Maybe that's the only way he can express himself. Think how difficult it must be for him." "Difficult? Look at how extravagantly he dresses himself. He has no right to criticize your gown." Killian's mind flashed to the image of Edith in her form-fitting wedding dress. "She's just a shallow woman," he muttered. "Killian, how can you speak about your wife that way?" The other man, clearly agitated, rebuked him sharply. Killian didn't answer, instead turning the question back. "You're being incredibly cruel. Don't you have anything else to say to me? Do you understand how I felt today?" "Please, Killian," another voice interrupted. "Cliff, "What are you two doing up so late?" Lisa's face transformed, a bright smile blooming as she turned and ran towards Cliff. Killian, looking as though his soul had departed, remained rooted to the spot. The next morning, Edith awoke and immediately dismissed her husband from her thoughts. In the original story, Killian remained devoted to the female lead, even remaining celibate for her. He certainly wouldn't be seeking her out. The Duke and Duchess had kindly welcomed Lise into their home. It would be easier to build a rapport with them. No one would dislike a daughter-in-law who paid her respects in the morning. But the clothes, the thought of meeting her in-laws dressed like this was horrifying. These dresses, with necklines plunging practically to her navel, it would be disastrous. The older brother always yielded to the younger, even when it came to the woman he loved. He had even agreed to marry someone he didn't love. Before being taken in by the Duke, Lise had been an abused, illegitimate daughter. Her siblings had tormented her relentlessly. It was only after she saved the Duchess from a riding accident and the Duchess discovered the abuse Lise endured that she was offered refuge and adopted. Lise had finally escaped that nightmare. Growing up surrounded by the Duke's love, she blossomed into a bright and kind young woman, like a spring goddess. In the original story, she eventually married Cliff. But now, things were different. Edith had married Killian first. Rather than contend with two hostile brothers, it would be wiser to cultivate a good relationship with the Duke and Duchess. But these scandalous dresses, wearing them would undoubtedly backfire. She needed to alter every single garment the original Edith had left behind. Last night was supposed to be their consummation. Did she need to create the illusion that it had happened? No, she wouldn't interfere. Killian would probably faint from rage if she did. The thought of the novel portraying Killian as remaining unmarried and chaste his entire life, dying a virgin, no less, filled her with a perverse amusement. But why had he come to her last night? Was it just to see her? Well, he was one of the main characters. They were all undeniably attractive. Her maid's voice startled her, reminding her that her hair was done. She realized she'd been lost in thought, admiring Killian's looks. "Choi Yuna, are you insane?" she muttered to herself. Hadn't she already decided to keep her distance from him? The morning visit started smoothly enough. The Duchess was a gentle woman. The Duke, however, bluntly asked him what skills he possessed. Thanks to Edith's memories, he could manage basic finances. He proposed that if the Ludwig family had their own management methods, they could assign someone to teach him. This answer aroused the Duke's suspicion. It seems Earl Radjoff has specifically taught you these things. Although Edith knew they weren't well disposed towards him, he hadn't expected such open questioning. "I'm here to learn. If you distrust me, you can teach me something else. I will do my best." His candor made the Duke and Duchess slightly uncomfortable. Lee smiled, smoothing things over. They agreed he should return in 2 weeks to assist and told him to let them know if he needed anything. He requested someone to familiarize him with the estate. The Duchess was about to suggest Killian, but recalling her son's temperament, quickly changed her mind, saying she would choose a suitable person. Having finally passed the first test, he felt the pressure begin to ease. "Are you all right?" A beautiful woman with long hair appeared before him. She was Lily, the aide assigned to him by the Duchess. Like Anna, the maid who had helped him wash earlier, Lily was a character who hadn't appeared in the original story. Lily gave him a detailed tour of the Duke's residence and informed him of the areas he could access. As the tour neared its end, Edith expressed his gratitude. Lily complimented his eloquence, saying he had made her afternoon enjoyable. This surprised Edith, as nobles didn't usually thank those of lower standing. She also remarked that he was different from the rumors. This prompted her to offer to show him around a bit longer. He would come to regret this decision. They stumbled upon the young masters having tea with Sinclair. The young lady he served was strange. Seeing her husband having tea with another woman the day after their wedding, she seemed completely unconcerned. Even he felt that the young master, Killian, was being a bit much. Edith was a curious person. He simply performed his duties, and she would thank him with genuine gratitude. In the dull and gloomy armory, while others admired the jewels, he found himself drawn to the ancient artifacts. As the reborn Edith, he felt no affection for his husband, so naturally, he wasn't upset. How did the original Edith react? He wondered. He dismissed the thought. He just wanted to enjoy his life at the Duke's residence. He cared nothing for the rest. The garden, as Lily had described, was beautiful. It must be even more stunning in spring, he mused. Edith's behavior perplexed Lily. "I suppose I'll be coming here often as well." Lily watched him walk away, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Very well, miss. Inside the Duke's study, Lily reported on Edith to the Duke. He's intelligent and quickly grasped the layout of the residence. He showed a particular interest in the art. Nothing else? Nothing at all. No. Unlike the rumors, his demeanor was quite refined. There was only one peculiar thing. On our way back, we saw the young masters having tea with Miss Sinclair. The Duke scowled. I specifically warned him to be careful and not give them anything to use against us. To be seen with another woman the day after his wedding. We entered into this marriage to control Earl Redjoff. Killian promised to at least maintain appearances, but I told him not to force himself. He knows how important this alliance is. Lily suddenly spoke. Your Grace, it seemed as though he didn't care at all. He didn't make a fuss or get angry. He simply left as if he hadn't seen anything. This made the Duke think even less of Edith. Meanwhile, having just finished lunch, Edith, still unaccustomed to being ignored, found himself apologizing profusely and insisted Anna take a break for her own lunch. This surprised Anna. Thank you, young master. He hoped his performance in front of the Duke and Duchess had been adequate. Now, he had to figure out how to face Lise. If he only looked at the outcome, he was absolutely the luckiest character in this world. The complete opposite of his previous life. His past life had been filled with misfortune from beginning to end. After he fell down the stairs and died, what would his brother do? Would his parents grieve for him? Probably not. They only had eyes for his brother. Rather than dwelling on that, he should worry about himself first. Lise was outside, reading under the shade of a tree. Instead of being pessimistic, it would be better to maintain a good relationship with her. Just as he was about to go find her, Killian suddenly appeared, asking what Lise was reading. The girl smiled and replied that it was a history book about the royal family. She hadn't studied it before and was worried about embarrassing the Duke later. Killian said he would support her in doing what she wanted, but if she had any difficulties, she must tell him. He would do his best to help her. Truly the novel's male lead. If it were Cliff, he would definitely tell Lise not to worry about such things, that he only wanted her to be happy, and that he would give her everything. According to the novel's tropes, Killian's personality would never win against the male lead. Although he preferred Killian's lines, this situation wasn't suitable for him. Greeting them and eavesdropping on their conversation wasn't good either. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Lise speak. Why did you leave Edith alone and come out here by yourself? Her husband doesn't love her. Not only does he have another woman in his heart, but he also speaks ill of her. He's nothing more than someone who sponsors this place. It's not surprising that he'll leave Edith sooner or later. After all, that's the setting of the story. How could Killian possibly like her? The villainess? Sinclair, the Duke's younger sister, slammed her teacup on the ground. Who upset you this time? Are you asking knowingly? Edith and Killian are married. Why did he marry her if he doesn't care about her? It seems Ludwig has a hobby of collecting useless women. Brother, do you find this amusing? Should I take my anger out on an innocent teacup like you? Seeing her brother's strange smile, she pressed. Do you know something? Tell me. Why do you think they got married? Earl Redjoff controls the iron mines in the South. What does that have to do with anything, my dear sister? Do you know how many political factions there are right now? Isn't it two? One is led by Grand Duke Langston, who is aiming for the throne, and the other is the Imperial faction. Correct. So, if the Grand Duke were to obtain iron, the raw material for weapons, wouldn't that be dangerous? Therefore, Ludwig, as a member of the Imperial faction, is trying to draw on Redjoff to prevent him from siding with Grand Duke Langston. That's not news. Don't be impatient. Although everyone thinks so, the real show has just begun. From what he overheard by accident, Earl Redjoff instructed his daughter to seduce other noble sons and steal information. He knew it. Edith's villainous image was all fake. She's just a pawn in Earl Regoff's political struggle. If this information were spread, the Redjoff family would be ruined. At that moment, Edith was delighted to receive an invitation from the Duchess. After several days of Lily showing her around the Duke's residence, the tour was finally coming to an end. Thanks to you, I'm completely familiar with the residence now. Lily, staring at Edith's smile, was momentarily stunned. Subconsciously, she turned her head away. When Edith arrived at the Duchess's drawing room, she found Lise was there as well. Are we going to work together from now on? This is my first time doing this kind of work, so please guide me. Lise's face flushed red with humility. I'm just running errands for the Duchess. Seeing the harmonious relationship between the two, the Duchess was relieved. Next, she arranged for them to organize some documents. After the work, the Duchess called a dress shop to arrange for a selection of new clothes. Without exception, the Duchess favored the dresses Lees recommended. His choices, however, were met with disapproval. Though the Duchess ultimately purchased both, it was only after selecting 3 outfits for Lees that they remembered Edith hadn't chosen anything. They offered to buy her a dress, but Edith, keen to shed her villainous image, asked Anna to fetch one of her own gowns. She requested the dress shop to alter it, making it more conservative, and, crucially, to remove the ostentatious jewels. The gems, she reasoned, could serve as funds for her eventual escape. Believing she could finally relax, Edith was surprised to find Killian blocking her path as they returned. He looked as if he'd been waiting for some time. Her husband was undeniably handsome, with a physique to match. A pity his words were so venomous. He stopped her with a curt, "Come with me." "Lees has invited you for afternoon tea," he added, his tone laced with a chilling indifference. Edith couldn't recall this particular event from the original story. Intrigued, she decided to play along. "All right," she replied, "let's go." Trailing behind Killian, Edith mused. Lees had clearly orchestrated this meeting. From behind, Killian's figure was striking, his broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. It was the first time Edith had been captivated by a man's physique. He belonged to Lees, though. She would simply admire from afar. Suddenly, Killian turned, catching her gaze. Edith looked away, flustered, but his next words ignited a furious spark within her. "I'm warning you," he hissed. "Watch your words around Lees. Lees is like family to me. She's 100 times more precious than you." "So that was it. Is this how you hurt people?" Edith retorted, her voice tight with anger. Killian scoffed, his expression haughty. "As if anything could hurt you. You're the venomous one. You have no manners, Killian." Edith spat back. "Then I'll treat Miss Lees the same way the Duke's son treats me. Is that what you want? Are you trying to ruin my mood? Turn me into a villain? Well, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I won't be swayed by such petty tactics, but I will remember how you've treated me." With that, Edith brushed past him. She knew where Lees took her tea. She didn't need his escort. Lees greeted her with a bright smile. It was a 4-person showdown, and only Lees seemed oblivious to the tension. "You seem to be settling in well, Miss Edith." Cliff, the original male protagonist, was the first to speak. He was already hard at work, it seemed. "Newly married. Shouldn't you be off on a honeymoon with Killian?" Edith countered, her voice laced with sarcasm. His intentions were clear. Get her and Killian out of the way so he could monopolize Lees's attention. He demurred, claiming Killian was busy. Then Killian spoke. "You should be inspecting your territory. Winter's over." Cliff feigned contemplation. "You're right," he conceded. "Lees, will you come with me? You mentioned wanting to travel." Lees hesitated. Killian jumped to her defense. "Don't mind him. You don't have to go if you don't want to." Cliff frowned. "But if I'm not here," he protested, "Lees will be burdened with the estate." Edith watched the drama unfold. From her perspective, Cliff was right. The 3 of them interacted like close siblings. But the moment one of the men left, the remaining 2 would revert to a more romantic dynamic. Lees's reputation could suffer as a result. Ever the helpful male lead, Cliff was quick on his feet. Then, his gaze shifted to Edith, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Miss Edith," he began, "what are your thoughts on me being the only one to leave, while Lees, Killian, and you remain here?" Here we go again. He knew her predicament, and yet he still asked. Simply because she was an easy target? "I don't mind," Edith replied coolly. "What?" Cliff looked stunned. "Thinking about my wife gives me a headache," Edith elaborated, her tone nonchalant. "Only when I'm with Lees does the pain subside." But he couldn't deny the pull he felt towards Edith. Yet a nagging voice in his head reminded him Edith was a wicked woman. He had to hate him. So when Cliff was giving Edith a hard time, he simply watched the spectacle unfold. Edith's expression turned cold. Cliff, knowing full well that Killian didn't love him, still asked that kind of question. The brothers really were equally rude. "I don't mind," Edith said, a crack appearing in Cliff's composure. "As the heir, inspecting the territory is your duty. You have to make the decisions. It's not like I can control you." In short, it was none of his business. Cliff, with his back turned, was speechless. Edith didn't let him off the hook. "However, you mentioned wanting to take Lady Lees with you. With all due respect, that's a bit much to ask. Firstly, the inspection tour is quite arduous. Secondly, she's not your wife. Wouldn't a suggestion like that be a burden on her?" Edith glanced at Lees from the corner of his eye. Catching an unexpected expression of doubt, Lees shielded the lower half of her face with her hand. From Edith's angle, He could just make out a strange smile playing on her lips. It wasn't her usual bright demeanor at all. In the next instant, the girl's expression returned to its usual innocence. "Cliff, do you really have to go on the inspection tour?" she asked. "What was that just now? Could he have been mistaken?" He decided to let it go. It wasn't Lise he was provoking, but rather the nauseating villain of this novel. Late that night, unable to sleep, Killian went to the rooftop for some air. He recalled Edith's words from earlier in the day, and actually laughed. A voice interrupted him. "What are you doing up here alone at night? Did something happen?" "No, nothing. I heard your formal dress arrived today. Mother was so happy to buy you clothes. Honestly, Mother buys me too many things. I feel quite bad about it." Suddenly, Lisa's tone shifted. For Mother, buying a dress for Edith must have been even more satisfying, right? "What do you mean by that? Edith didn't buy anything that day. He just asked the dress shop to alter the dress he brought with him." Before his marriage, Killian had heard no shortage of rumors about Edith. How could that be? That woman never wears the same dress twice. Maybe he just doesn't think much of it. He let you and Mother choose for you. What kind of nonsense is that? He definitely didn't mean it that way. Lisa's casual words, however, stirred something in Killian. Is he trying to provoke us? He dressed so vulgarly and revealingly at the wedding, and now he only wears conservative, virtuous clothing. No wonder he wasn't so irritating today. He's always been so vulgar. Just looking at him, Killian's mind suddenly conjured an image of Edith bathing. The next second, it morphed into the image of him berating Edith for the earlier slander. Before he could process the thought, a sharp pain shot through his head. Lise asked, "Do you still hate him so much?" "Yes, he's a wicked woman. Right now, he's just trying to lull us into a false sense of security." Although that's how he answered Lise, he was thinking, I should find out which dress shops he frequents. Of course, not for him, just to preserve the dignity of the Duke's household. The next day, Edith faced a dilemma. He hadn't realized how exorbitant the spending habits of the nobility in this world were. What to do when your husband is always causing trouble. Bully him relentlessly. The vast collection room was his alone. It felt like having a private viewing. In his past life, he had never seen so many magnificent works of art in person. The paintings were lifelike, their use of color and light breathtakingly beautiful. He paused before a solemn war scene, unable to tear his gaze away. He even sat down on the floor to admire it. That's certainly a unique way to appreciate art. He recognized his cheap husband's voice instantly. "What are you doing here?" "I'm admiring the art in my own home." "What's so strange about that?" All right, he conceded that point, but his husband was pushing it. It's also because the Rejoff family doesn't have much of an artistic inclination. So, all of this must be quite new to you. He's looking for trouble again, but there's no need to argue about it. "You're right. I'm quite overwhelmed. How can a single piece reflect so many emotions?" It not only vividly depicts the tragedy and brutality of war, but also reveals the artist's determination to end the tragedy. Although he achieved victory, the figure in the painting doesn't seem happy. Well, war is, even if you win, it's not something to be happy about. Killian stopped his taunting and began to explain the painting's origins. "It's a work by my grandfather from when he fought against the kingdom of Aru." Seeing Edith's surprised expression, Killian looked surprised as well. "You really don't know anything, do you?" "I didn't know," Edith replied, feigning ignorance. "I never knew you appreciated art. Why did you come here?" She stood up. "As you get older, your tastes change. So, do you have any favorite artists?" "I'm sorry. I only recently became interested, so I don't know any artists. Not even one." He's really trying to embarrass her. You know, the Rejoff family doesn't have much of an artistic inclination. Edith's honest and bright smile stirred something within Killian. Just then, he noticed the young boy waiting nearby. Killian's voice became urgent. "When I was little, a painter who was close to my father asked me to model for him. I had no choice but to do it." He didn't ask about that. Seeing Edith staring intently at the painting, he asked, "Why are you looking so closely?" "Nothing." He pressed. "I asked what you were looking at." "Nothing," she repeated. "It's just a little revealing." With that, Edith turned and walked away. Killian froze, his face flushing crimson. "What are you talking about? It's a painting, not real life." "Is that so?" she retorted. "How could a nobleman pose nude for someone?" Yes, you're right." Edith's dismissive attitude completely exasperated him. "It seems you're not someone I could discuss art with at all." She was practically bursting with laughter inside. Even an ice queen has to crack a joke sometimes. How else could she survive? He returned to the flowers. He was rather cute as a child. He was responsible for keeping an eye on the young lady. The word "keeping an eye on" made him uncomfortable. The infamous villainess was not only diligent and proactive, but also humble and polite. She was friendly towards him while maintaining a proper distance. In short, he didn't dislike her. On the contrary, if she were in trouble, he might even help her. Edith, too, was enjoying her current life. Although some people still held prejudices against her, those around her were respectful. She was free within the Duke's residence and could enjoy the life of a noblewoman. There was one more thing she looked forward to, passing by the training grounds each day and watching the original story's male lead spar. She had always favored the male characters when reading the novel. Now, being his wife, seeing him in person, she found him even more aesthetically pleasing. Compared to the typical bulky, brawny heroes of Western fantasy, she preferred Killian's toned and defined physique. Right, she should get to work. Today's dose of eye candy was complete. The next moment, she froze. So he could smile like that, too. Like the warm morning sun, a stark contrast to his usual harshness towards her. But his gaze wasn't directed at her. A wave of complex emotions washed over Edith. In the 20-plus years she lived as Choi Suna, she never considered herself someone easily swayed by appearances. It was because, in her previous life, she had never seen a truly handsome face. She could barely concentrate on her work. Push aside distractions and get to it, she told herself. Today's task was to organize the family's inventory of weapons and armor. This was considered classified information. Did this mean she had earned a sliver of trust? Just then, someone approached. Edith tensed. What is it? I've organized the documents Mother gave me into a spreadsheet. Good work. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly remembered that spreadsheets might not exist in this era. So he carefully explained the concept. Lise, however, disagreed. With all due respect, she said, I don't think these are very good. The Duchess noticed them. Is there a problem? She asked. Lise quickly interjected. Edith was asking me for advice. The Duchess turned to Edith. It seems you've been a great help to Edith. Edith's head snapped up. It was clearly me explaining things to him. This felt just like her past life, being used by those around her. He stammered, Mother, if it's convenient, could I ask for your opinion? Edith explained the advantages of spreadsheets and how to use them to the Duchess. As he reached the end of his explanation, he noticed Lise staring at him, her expression unreadable. It felt like he just slapped Lise in the face. Wait, was he crazy? He'd forgotten his place, his role as a mere supporting character. He was about to say that Lise had taught him everything when the Duchess suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Edith, this is brilliant. How did you come up with this? It's truly wonderful. I think I'll have to adopt this method when I organize my materials. Edith's heart pounded. This was the first time she'd received such genuine praise since arriving in this world. Of course, Mother. Basking in the harmonious atmosphere between them, Edith didn't notice Lise staring at him, a gloomy expression on her face. The newlyweds hadn't shared a bed. Even her husband's sudden appearance early in the morning surprised her. Is something the matter? She asked. When he didn't answer, she teased, surely you didn't come all this way just because you missed me? Killian walked past her into the room. Are you telling me to leave as soon as I've finished speaking? And what if I asked you to let me stay longer? Would you agree? You really don't say a word, do you? Well, that's because I don't know what shoe means. Killian frowned. Indeed, you don't. The reason he had come so early was because he had seen Edith's spreadsheet at his mother's the previous day. She was remarkably intelligent. His mother rarely praised anyone so highly. It certainly seemed efficient, but he suspected Edith might leak information. He hadn't expected his mother to reprimand him. Killian, she'd said, although this is a political marriage, how is Edith any different from you? He left his home and the deep affections there to come to this unfamiliar place alone. Can't you be nicer to him? But Killian only felt irritated. When Lise appeared to report to the Duchess, he questioned her about it. Even Lise was praising him. You know how knowledgeable he is. Unlike me, I haven't learned anything in the new Klein family. He learns so much faster than I do. But beneath the seemingly complimentary words, every phrase hinted at something amiss with Edith. Lise could work for his mother because she had received 4 years of education in the Duke's household. For Edith to be so impressive that even Lise envied him meant he wasn't simply clever, he was likely trained. And then there was his insight into the artwork last time. He was definitely not the idiot the rumors made him out to be. Edith watched her husband's retreating back. She couldn't help but want to tease him whenever she saw him. Having read countless novels, She was all too familiar with tragic second leads. But why was he picking a fight so early in the morning? Was it because he had upset Lee's yesterday? She tried to lighten the mood. Beautiful weather today, isn't it? Though it's still early. A bit of a chill in the air. The exposed nape of Edith's neck and the faint scent of roses that drifted from him on the breeze calmed Killian. At the same time, a headache began to pound behind his eyes. He slammed the window shut, stepped closer to Edith, and lowered his head. Edith was taken aback by his sudden action. She wasn't prepared for the words that left his mouth, words that sent her blood pressure soaring. Is it because Mother chose such a refined and elegant dress shop that it doesn't reflect your taste? What do you mean? He leaned closer, his voice a low murmur against her ear. You, who never wear the same outfit twice, refuse to have a dress custom made. Your methods of protest are truly unique. I didn't have a dress made because I'm trying to change my villainous image. Could this really be another reason for him to hate me? Killian muttered to himself. If you have a preferred dress shop, tell me. I'll have them come here. Edith pushed him away in the next instant. Killian, you truly know nothing about me. If I don't like that dress shop, I'll find another. Do you think I'm the type of person to fuss over such trivial matters? You're just looking for excuses to hate me. Killian froze. What did you say? I knew it from the wedding chamber. You want to blame everything on me, so you won't feel guilty. You pretend to be the victim. That act is both despicable and disgusting. He seemed not to understand. Is this how you feel, having threatened our family to get this position? Did I threaten your family? Or are you going to say you have nothing to do with House Rieghoff? Edith realized then. To everyone, she was simply a Rieghoff. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her. She lowered her gaze. When she looked up again, the sheer complexity of her expression made Killian's heart clench. Killian, you don't understand me at all. She loved the male leads in novels. So every time he hurt her, she chose to endure it. But faced with endless conflict and slander, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Edith's look of contempt and disappointment made Killian suddenly realize that he might have truly misjudged her. But his pride wouldn't let him admit it. He snapped, just assist Mother with her work and don't do anything suspicious before turning and leaving. With the resounding slam of the door, Edith slowly sank to the floor, hugging herself. He's right, she thought. How could I only realize this now? I actually dreamt of a peaceful life here. I need to find a way to leave. Outside, Killian's head throbbed. What had he done? He couldn't even remember why he'd argued with Edith. All he could recall was the scent of roses she wore and the alluring sight of her red lips. She was right. From the very beginning, he had only seen her as Rieghoff's daughter. Everything he thought he knew about her was based on preconceived notions about Count Rieghoff. The pain made it impossible to think any further. Why are these headaches getting so frequent? Good morning, Killian. Lisa's bright smile greeted him. Why do you look so pale? The scent of violets surrounding Lise eased his headache. You don't have a fever, either. Could it be that he felt ill simply from being in the same house as Edith? It's nothing. I probably just saw that annoying woman first thing in the morning. Why are you talking about Edith like that again? Killian clenched his fist, forcing himself to stop thinking about her. She's just a spy sent by Rieghoff. I don't need to care. In her past life, whenever Edith fell down, she would fill a thermos with iced Americano and wander the streets. She planned to do the same today. Staying home would only worsen her mood. Besides, since arriving in this world, she had barely seen anything outside the Duke's residence. Just stepping outside seemed to lift her spirits. And where are you going, miss? Why don't you suggest somewhere? I've never explored the busy streets on my own, and seemed a little nervous, but offered her advice earnestly. For clothes and jewelry, you could go to Mary Street. And for cultural places like art galleries and opera houses, I recommend Sadr Street. You seem quite knowledgeable. What about jewelers? I'm looking for a place that buys gems at a high price. And immediately recommended 3 places. Edith had suspected before that, and was a walking encyclopedia, created by the author for convenience. Perhaps she was right. Then let's go where you suggested. Edith mused, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. I need to deal with the gems I removed from that dress earlier. 5.1 million. Not a bad price. He deposited the money into a nearby bank. I didn't realize you could use an alias for deposits, he thought. The funds are ready. He still needed to figure out an escape route and where he wanted to go. His understanding of this world was still limited, and with and being a member of the Duke's household, he couldn't be too obvious. and would undoubtedly report his activities. He was satisfied with what he'd accomplished today. With that thought, he apologized to Anne. "Thanks to you," he said, "my errands were easily taken care of." When he returned to the Duke's residence, the Duchess suddenly summoned him. The jeweler had arrived. Considering the timeline, this was the scene in the original story where Edith was humiliated by the jeweler. He had assumed his wife was spoiled and extravagant, but he hadn't expected such a small necklace to bring her so much joy. Every season, the jeweler visited the Duke's residence. As usual, everyone showered Lise with attention. Seeing Edith neglected, Lise, feeling a pang of guilt, helped her choose a necklace. But how could the villainess accept such a gesture? "Giving me this trash? Are you mocking me?" The flustered, innocent Lise quickly explained, "Of course not. I just thought it suited you." "Is that so? Then I'll take everything except the one you picked." But Edith's attempt at a power play backfired spectacularly. Killian, the male lead, bought all the jewelry for Lise, leaving Edith with the small necklace Lise had initially chosen. This was a satisfying scene in the original story. Now, he sat awkwardly across from her. He was just about to pick up the blue necklace in front of him when he heard the Duchess say, "That blue necklace, doesn't it match Lise's eyes perfectly?" He awkwardly withdrew his hand, watching the heartwarming scene unfold as if he didn't exist. Normally, he would have interjected with a few words, but not today, because more than anything else, seeing Killian made him feel even more awkward. In this situation, it was understandable why Edith felt neglected in the original story. He turned his attention to the jewelry. Lise suddenly spoke. "Wait a moment, Edith. I think this one suits you. Although the gem isn't large, the color is beautiful. Is this a ruby?" The jeweler immediately began his sales pitch. "You have a keen eye. This is the highest quality ruby." The Duchess smiled. "Edith, would you like to try it on?" He hadn't expected someone to reach for it at the same time he did. Killian picked up the necklace, glaring at him with a fierce expression. Then, to his surprise, Killian fastened the necklace around Edith's neck. But what was with that expression? When he looked up, he noticed the Duchess beaming. Did he do that so his mother wouldn't worry? Fine, he'd play along. "How does it look, Killian?" Edith's smile made Killian blush. He couldn't maintain his cold demeanor any longer and turned away abruptly. "Not bad. Give me the bill for that necklace." His brother spoke with a cryptic tone. "Killian, this is your first gift to your bride. What a thoughtful husband. In that case, I'll take care of the rest." The Duchess suddenly spoke. "Cliff, if you buy all of these for Lise, what about Edith?" "It's all right, Mother. I didn't particularly want anything. This necklace is enough." Although he did want larger gems to sell for his escape fund. He probably wouldn't sell this one, though. He thought he had avoided the original storyline, but unexpectedly, the next day, the Duke interrogated him. Falsely accused, he was prepared to die to prove his innocence. But then, his hateful husband suddenly went mad. Not only did he defy his father, but he also grabbed Edith and left. In the original story, it was Killian himself who had abandoned Edith. The day before, he had received a gift from her husband. She had dodged the plot point in the original story where she was humiliated by the main characters. Everything was moving in a positive direction, even when her father sent a letter pressuring him to steal documents from the Duke's residence. He remained optimistic, thinking of ways to handle the situation. Her father knew he was organizing the documents, which meant there was a Rieghoff spy within the household. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say. He had to do something to make things interesting. And if he could infuriate his wretched father in the process, all the better. In his reply, he lavishly praised the Ludwig family's power and influence. He even wrote that the Duke wasn't wrong. After all, the bestowing of titles was the Emperor's decision, wasn't it? So why should they resent the Ludwig family for it? His Majesty was currently in the company of the Imperial Princess. Duke Langston had no chance of ascending to the throne. He advised his father against rebellion. It would be better to side with the Ludwigs. He wrote down everything he couldn't say before. As for the Duke's documents, he didn't reveal a single thing. He thought that would be the end of it. But unexpectedly, the Duke summoned him the next day. "Edith, I'll ask you one more time. Did you leak the documents?" "I truly didn't." "Do you swear on your father's honor?" "Of course, and beyond that, I swear on my own honor and my life." But the Duke immediately passed judgment. "Your actions will bring ruin upon your family name." "What are you talking about?" The Duke gestured, and Lean handed him a stack of papers. "These are the documents you organized for me earlier." "Yes, these are the false documents Lean prepared. Your father only purchased the items listed within these documents. This is proof that you leaked information." Edith calmly responded, "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. You must have had another reason reason for having me compile false information. But whatever it was, I only completed the task assigned to me. I did not leak the documents. You're still playing dumb at a time like this? Truly impressive. Then explain how information meant only for you ended up in Count Rieghoff's hands. You say it was meant only for me, but not only Lean, but also the family members who share the office with me, Mother and Lise, have seen these documents. The Duke flew into a rage. Are you trying to shift the blame onto my family? Edith Rieghoff. He was called Rieghoff again. Come to think of it, wasn't it the same in the original story? After the wedding, Edith was never called Edith Ludwig. Everyone called her Rieghoff. He looked at the Duke. If I am Edith Rieghoff, he countered, then may I ask what Lise's name is? Is it Lise Ludwig? This enraged the Duke further. How dare you speak so insolently? I'm reiterating to you once more. Both Mother and Lise knew I was compiling the documents. If anything were to happen, I would be the first suspect. Wouldn't I be aware of that? If you truly didn't trust me, you shouldn't have assigned me this task in the first place. But then again, you need to catch me leaking documents to have leverage over the Rieghoff family, don't you? This logical and well-reasoned questioning stunned the Duke and his brothers. He was truly tired of this. He hadn't leaked the information. So how did it end up in Rieghoff's hands? He considered himself fairly close to Lean. Although he was a little hurt by Lean's deception, he didn't think Lean was the type to frame him. Lise had no reason to either. Could it have been a spy planted by Rieghoff? No, if a spy could do this, why would they need such an obvious target like him to obtain information? Edith in the original story did do it, but he hadn't. Was this a sign, a warning? No matter what he did, playing the role of Edith, he couldn't escape the trajectory and ending of the original story. Was he destined to keep falling into the abyss until he died at Killian's hands? Killian suddenly looked at him, shocked by the scene unfolding before him. So assertive. Tears streamed down the face of a woman who had never known defeat. Didn't I say? I'm willing to stake my life and honor on this. If you still don't believe me, then kill me. Hearing Edith's desperate plea for death, Killian panicked. What are you saying? Because he was a younger brother, Cliff was accustomed to his parents' favoritism. The best of everything always went to his older brother. He felt like an outsider, silently watching his brother and father from afar. That's how a younger brother should be, and he had grown used to it, hadn't he? Until his father arranged his marriage. It wasn't a question, merely a unilateral announcement. Killian, you will marry Edith, daughter of Count Rieghoff. He had become a pawn in his father's political games. He thought he should resent Edith, but when he heard Edith ask his father for his own execution, he nearly went mad. He loudly stopped her from speaking further. Cliff, fearing his brother would escalate the situation, persuaded their father to conduct an investigation. However, he demanded that the suspect be confined. The Duke compromised. Very well, house arrest. He looked coldly at Edith. If you're truly innocent, then pray the truth is revealed. The same outcome as in the original story. The Duke ordered the guards to take her away. Killian intervened. I'll do it. He quickly pulled Edith along. Come with me. He didn't even allow her a chance to say goodbye. Slamming the door in fury, they returned to their room and immediately began a heated argument. Are you insane? I wish I were. Do you think I'm joking? Do you know what Axel Ludwig is called on the battlefield? The guillotine without warning. Edith turned, her voice laced with sarcasm. What a grand title. Whether it's our own troops, the enemy, or prisoners, my father shows no mercy in enforcing the law. How could you ask him to kill you? What if it really? Edith interrupted him. So, are you upset that I asked him to kill me? His heart still pounded from her words, but he couldn't understand why. He could only offer a formulaic response. What I mean is, if you do something wrong, you must pay the price. Conversely, the truth will always come to light. Will it really? Just as you don't believe me, I don't trust you now. Regardless of the outcome, you'll all see me as a criminal. You're the ones who gave me the forged documents. You're the ones who told me Theodore bought the items listed in those documents. You're the ones who will investigate and judge. And I'm just supposed to be locked up here, awaiting your verdict. Edith's questions left a bitter taste in his mouth. He clenched his fists. I will conduct an impartial investigation. I swear on my honor. I will investigate this fairly. I won't let you be at a disadvantage. And I will keep you informed of the investigation's progress. Edith looked at him coldly. Suit yourself, but I'm curious. You say you'll investigate impartially, but if Lise and I both become suspects, will you still have that confidence? They say when women fall for the same man, they become jealous and try to hurt each other. But the princess, who was fond of Cliff, seemed to have lost her attachment to him upon seeing Lise again, transferring her affections to the novel's heroine. Katrin was someone even the emperor couldn't control. She was unconventional and incredibly headstrong. She was the only noblewoman in the empire who wore her hair short, finding dresses too troublesome. She wore riding breeches all day. Although the novel portrayed her as unruly and unreasonable, she was one of Edith's favorite characters before she transmigrated. Perhaps she envied Katrin's freedom. Katrin had barely met Lise before she began teasing her. You haven't visited in a month. Has your love for me grown cold? Seeing Lise stammer, Cliff stepped forward to protect her. Katrin, so stop picking on Lean. Look how uncomfortable he is. His former love is right in front of him, defending another woman, and he doesn't seem to react at all. I was just joking. Why didn't Killian come? Lise laughed. He's married now. He can't just leave Edith to hang out with us, can he? Cliff, honestly, what kind of marriage is that? It's hardly a real marriage between them. It's just a farce they put on for the Rieghoffs, Katrin said impatiently. Edith was nothing but a fool in her mind. What does she even look like? Whatever, I don't care. Cliff needs to see the Emperor. Katrin took the opportunity to pull Lean away. I don't want to hear about your schemes and conspiracies. Go discuss these complicated matters with your brother. Cliff watched them go, his thoughts drifting to Killian. Lately, Killian had been suffering from headaches and was unusually sensitive. He'd simply mentioned going to the Imperial Palace, and Killian had flown into a rage, stopping him. He'd assumed Killian thought he was going to report something detrimental about Edith, even though he only intended to tell the Emperor that the investigation was still ongoing. But seeing Killian defy their father like that for the first time, it was rather amusing. From a nearby hospital bed, a small girl whimpered softly. "Are you in pain?" He turned to see the child in the next bed. Flustered, he apologized. "I'm sorry. Did I wake you?" "No, I cry a lot anyway," the child said, sitting up. "Are you afraid of dying? Is that why you're crying?" "I'm not afraid. I actually wish I could die sooner." Seeing the other child's surprise, he explained. "My parents think my illness is a burden. My brother and I are a bone marrow match, but he's afraid of the pain, so he told me I should just die. So I figure I might as well." The listening child gave a wry smile. "Things really don't go your way, do they? But I still envy you. At least you have a family member who's a bone marrow match. I want to grow up quickly. I want to have long hair that I can tie up. I want to wear pretty makeup. I want to walk down a busy street and see how people live. That's my dream." It was Edith's dream. It would appear whenever she was tired. He still remembered it vividly. The child spoke tearfully. "As long as there's a chance to live, no matter how painful the treatment, I'll keep fighting." When he returned after his bone marrow transplant, he was gone. He was the reason I couldn't give up on life. As long as I'm alive, anything is possible. They were husband and wife, yet they had never shared a meal alone. Simply because she was the villainous woman in the novel, and he was the supportive male lead, until she was confined to her family estate for investigation. Confinement wasn't much of a punishment for Edith. After all, in her past life, she was a shut-in. These leisurely days were pure bliss. At least this guy showed up, unlike in her past life. "So, you came here today. You gave advance notice, and still chose dinner time." Killian stared intently at her for a moment before replying. "Because this is the only time I'm free." "Right, you're such a busy man." Silence descended between them once more. Edith cursed him internally. Why wouldn't he just tell her the reason for his visit? Aside from his looks, his personality was truly infuriating. She recalled a trending topic from her past life. Marry someone handsome. Even when you fight, one look at their face and your anger melts away. She had once doubted that, and even if she didn't want to eat with him, she couldn't let him ruin her meal. Killian was also observing Edith. Seeing her indifferent attitude, he abruptly began to report on the investigation of the Forbidden Grounds, emphasizing that Lise was also under scrutiny. "I won't go easy on the investigation just because it's Lise involved, so you needn't worry." It's baffling to Killian that the confinement of these past few days seems to have had no effect on you at all. "You still have an appetite? Why wouldn't I eat? Firstly, I'm innocent. Secondly, this soup is simply divine. This whole affair has nothing to do with me. Why should it affect my appetite? It's a shame the soup's all gone. There's still some bread left, though." Killian sighed and pushed his untouched bowl of soup toward her. The one under suspicion was Edith, yet she seemed less concerned than he was. Edith hadn't wanted to see him, but his departure left a strange hollowness in her. In her past life, she had enjoyed origami. That was out of the question in this fantasy world. Anna had informed her that the young ladies of this world favored embroidery and painting. The more spirited ones might take up horseback riding. Embroidery, she'd never held a needle in her life. Perhaps not. Painting was even less appealing. She preferred to live a few more years. "Thank you very much." "Are there any other, more novel pursuits?" she'd asked. Anna suddenly remembered. It's become quite fashionable to make clothes for dolls. It's good practice with a needle and thread, too. Edith was instantly intrigued. She offered Anna some money to purchase the necessary materials, with the remainder as a thank you for her help. Anna, however, refused. "Serving you is my duty, my lady." "Why? Is someone forbidding you from accepting my gifts?" Anna's evident alarm only cemented Edith's suspicion that Anna was there to spy on her. Though both she and Lean were in similar positions of servitude, they were among the few in the household who treated her with any respect. She couldn't help but try to reassure the maid. "I didn't mean to frighten you. Honestly, if you think this small sum is enough to bribe you, you underestimate yourself. Please, just accept it as a token of my appreciation. It would make me happy." Anna's expression softened. She accepted the money and thanked Edith. Edith, however, didn't foresee that soon after, during the Duke's investigation, a document bearing her handwriting would be discovered. Just as she was beginning to give up hope, to lose all expectation in man, he started acting strangely. He began to care about her well-being, asking if she was eating properly. He even investigated tirelessly, day and night, hoping to prove her innocence. And when evidence against her surfaced, he seemed even more distressed than she was. Anna brought Edith the doll-making supplies. The patterns and tools were all there. He seemed even kinder to her lately, though his expression remained as impassive as ever. The clothes were proving more difficult to make than she'd anticipated. But it was just a hobby, so what if they weren't perfect? The goal was to enjoy herself. Thankfully, the finished product looked rather decent. "A kiss to commemorate," she murmured. "Should I try embroidery next?" Suddenly, Killian burst into the room, startling her so badly she pricked her finger. "Have you left your manners at the door?" she snapped. Killian was in no mood for pleasantries. "We found a document in the investigation room. A document with your handwriting on it. Father will be summoning you shortly." "How do you explain that?" "I'd say you've gone to a great deal of trouble to frame me." "Are you joking? Or do you think Duke Ludwig is a fool?" Her confidence stemmed from the knowledge that in the original story, the Duke ultimately exonerated Edith. But Killian's current behavior was completely different from the original narrative. "Excuse me for interrupting," Lean announced, appearing at the door. The Duke had summoned her. Edith couldn't help but wonder, did Lean also believe she was guilty? Killian stopped frowning. "Shouldn't finding evidence be a good thing for you?" "Come along, Lean." The Duke held out a document. "This is a list of weapons from Count Rieghoff's transactions. It's in your handwriting. Someone has forged my handwriting." The Duke remained unconvinced. "The only one who suffers from this is your father. If you confess, I won't punish you." "Your Grace, this isn't about punishment. As I've told you, this concerns my honor. You can compare it to the records I've organized. My charts aren't this crude. Someone must have imitated me. Or perhaps you drew it this way intentionally. Why would I do that? If I wanted to avoid being discovered, I wouldn't have used my own notation in the first place. Besides, this is different from my notes." He then asked Lean to bring him his diary. Observing closely, he realized that although the chart was crude, whoever forged it had some understanding of how the charts worked. If it were the Duchess or Lise who had learned from him, they could have done it. But Ludwig Sr. wouldn't need to go to such lengths. There were plenty of simpler ways to frame him. It's like repeating the Aid incident verbatim. Edith opened her diary. The way Q is written here is completely different from the evidence. So this is a carefully forged document. Please, you must catch that cunning rat. The Duke began to agree with him. Lise's sudden appearance in this matter was also due to the Duke summoning her. He asked Lise who else knew how to use the charts. Lise first mentioned the Duchess, then Cliff and Killian. No one else. She emphasized that she didn't really understand the charts herself. The Duke confirmed again. "So, besides Edith, only members of our family knew. Is that right?" Edith stared at Lise in astonishment. She had clearly taught Lise about the charts before. She had poured all her feelings for the man into her diary. But the evidence meant to corroborate her notes ended up in his hands. No matter how much Edith tried to prove herself, it couldn't withstand a single accusation from the original female lead. The Duke, who had already started to believe her, began to have doubts again. When she noticed the second male lead again, she realized he was looking at her diary. "Killian, how could you read someone else's diary? I've had enough." They didn't even show her basic courtesy. "Edith," the Duke called out to her, "what you said makes sense. Right now, neither side has conclusive evidence. I'm not going to pursue this matter further." Edith walked quickly ahead. Killian followed closely behind her. "I still can't believe you. I know you've always been like this, and you probably won't change. But with all the things Rieghoff did before, isn't it normal for you to be suspected? I have nothing to do with my family's affairs. How many times do I have to tell you? But there clearly is a connection. Do you dare say you've never been involved in your father's schemes? Edith froze. Countless memories flooded her mind. Not only had she seduced men for information, she had also messed up a family gathering men to foster good relations with Ludwig, and even repeatedly sabotaged the marriages of other families. These were all things Edith had done. Seeing her silence, Killian didn't press the issue further. "I'll escort you back to your room." He had just entered when he heard Lisa's voice outside the door. She was questioning Killian about the results of the investigation and kept asking if she had said something wrong earlier. Killian didn't tell her. "Let's leave this matter here. We're not going to pursue it any further. Don't bring it up again." He didn't wait for her reply, but left directly. The contents of Edith's diary played out in his mind. "I hit on the path to the training grounds this morning and peeked at Killian again. His face was practically glowing. And his physique, how can it be so perfect? Just thinking about it makes my heart race. But I know his beauty isn't everything." When Lise walked by, he waved. "I thought I was mistaken at the time. After all, I've never seen him smile at me before." Killian's mind was in turmoil. Why would he smile at that woman? He burst into his brother's study. "Cliff, let's duel." Cliff wore a frivolous expression. "My dear brother, you look terrible. Is that headache still bothering you? Stop your whining and come to the training grounds with me." Edith hesitated at the door for a long moment before finally knocking and entering. The Duchess smiled at him, as always. "I was waiting for you. I heard you suffered quite a bit yesterday." He looked away awkwardly. "It wasn't that bad." The Duchess's next words made his eyes widen. "I understand that mental anguish is far more torturous than physical pain." He had already given up trying to explain, but faced with such kindness, he grasped at this offered lifeline. "Mother, Duchess, I truly did not leak the documents. I know you won't believe me, and even if you confine me to my quarters, I don't care. I swear on my life, I didn't do it." The Duchess took his hand. "I believe you. I know how difficult this time has been for you. So I believe you, Edith. I know you've been doing your utmost to help me, and I've seen how much effort you've put into fitting in here. How could I not know? After all, I've experienced these things myself. While I don't know who did it, I know it absolutely wasn't you." Edith's pent-up emotions and grievances finally erupted. Tears flowed, accompanied by suppressed sobs. Perhaps he could tell her, confess everything to the Duchess. But just as he was about to speak, he lost control of his body and fainted. He loved his wife, yet he always mistook it for aversion. But a person's first reaction is always truthful. Upon hearing that Edith had fainted, Cliff was still trying to confirm the situation when Killian, abandoning his sword and grabbing his coat, rushed off. Cliff watched his brother's retreating figure, his expression darkening. The doctor diagnosed it as stress-induced, asking if anything had been weighing heavily on Edith's mind lately. But yesterday, when facing his father's interrogation, he had appeared so self-assured. Was this still the same haughty Edith, now reduced to tears and unconsciousness? Killian asked his mother what they had talked about. The Duchess recounted the recent events. He said he knew I wouldn't believe him, but he swore he hadn't leaked the documents. Killian remained silent, then said, "He's been saying that all along." His mother continued, "So I told him I believed him. And when he heard that, he burst into tears. He said no one believed him, and he thanked me." Killian's heart felt as if it were being squeezed in a vice. He had told Edith, "I don't believe you," more than once, until Edith had given up all hope in him. Guilt and remorse shook him like never before. What had he done to Edith? The intense headache returned. His mother was about to call back the doctor, but Killian stood up. "It's all right. I just need to rest." He nearly stumbled into Lise. "I heard Edith fainted, but why do you look so unwell?" A voice echoed in Killian's mind. "My sweet Lise, just a touch of your violet-scented hand, and this agonizing headache will vanish." But this time, Killian rejected Lisa's touch. Though his mind was hazy, he quickly pulled his hand away and turned to leave. Edith felt as if he were falling into an abyss, surrounded by darkness. Had he died again? He had only cried a little. Was that not allowed? Suddenly, a dialogue box appeared before him. 3-stage exception conditions met. What did that mean? Before he could ponder it, he was pulled away. He jolted awake, back in the world of the novel. Anna looked at him anxiously. "Miss, you're awake. You've been asleep for 2 days. A realization dawned on Edith. He tried to tell Anna the truth about the Rieghoff family. It felt as though her throat was constricted, unable to utter a sound. She had to change her plea, saying she was thirsty just to be able to speak normally. Despite having Shinyur crossed over / transmigrated, Choi Su's thoughts were simple. He believed himself to be Edith, the villainess of this world, a supporting character in Killian's story, as long as he remained kind and virtuous. He could, like other fortunate transmigrators, escape his destined death. He could even generously help the protagonist solve his problems, become good friends with him, and perhaps even win over his own leading man. But after repeated blows, his fantasies shattered, leading him to decide to live quietly. Yet, plot points demanding his assistance continued to emerge. No matter how hard he tried, the end result was always the same. It was as if some force was guiding everything towards its predetermined fate. From the very beginning, he couldn't change the course of the story, neither the original Edith nor he were the protagonists of this story. He was merely an insignificant supporting character in the novel, destined to be beheaded by her husband. This realization confirmed his impending doom. Edith hugged herself, recalling the novel's plot. That's right, that incident was about to happen next. He decided to observe how Edith would react after the document leak. Sensing danger, Edith stealthily entered Killian's bedroom in the night. She kissed the sleeping Killian, attempting to seduce him. She had come to his room in the dead of night, kissed him while he slept, waiting for him to wake up and, like in the original story, scorn her and chase her out. That way, everything would be over. He wouldn't have to let his heart waver any longer. Sure enough, Killian awoke and grabbed him. What's this? Has your lust become so unrestrained that you can't even keep up the act anymore? He recoiled, trying to pull away. It's not like that, but Killian pulled him back forcefully, pinning him down. Bring out that Reghoff Vixen side of yours and satisfy me. Maybe then I'll develop some feelings for you. Edith's eyes widened. This was completely different from the original story. He had always known that Killian resented him because their marriage was forced. Yet, he always acted as if he cared. Wait, Killian, would it be alright even if that person was Lise? Killian looked at him in surprise. He quickly realized Edith was talking about Lise. It was just a nominal political marriage, but he hadn't expected that even under these circumstances, Edith wouldn't hold any expectations for him as her husband. You shouldn't be asking me that. It's you, isn't it? You must have been confident in seducing me to come to me in the middle of the night. With that, he kissed him. They were like lovers in love. You always steal glances at me. You must have felt frustrated. So take this opportunity to look your fill. By the way, that's his diary. Edith was stunned into silence. He wanted to explain that wasn't what he meant, but the novel sensation on his hand caught him off guard. Killian didn't understand what was happening to him. He actually found the shy Edith cute. He was clearly losing his mind. When Edith woke up again, it was already daylight. What happened last night had still happened. Killian instructed the maids to prepare bath water. He was still dazed when Killian lifted him, blankets and all, into his arms. He wanted to say he could walk, but Killian carried him straight into the bathroom. Tell me if the water is too hot. The water temperature was perfect on our wedding night. You were also bathing alone in the tub. It seems you really enjoy baths. He was still embarrassed, stammering a quiet yes. What was going on? Even if Killian had slept with him in a fit of anger last night, he had assumed Killian would immediately regret it upon waking. He hadn't remained chaste for Lise and had even actively kissed him. In the original story, Killian hadn't shown the slightest inclination to be swayed by Edith. Is he pitying him? Or does he think Lise is smitten with Cliff, and since he has no hope with her, he's settling for second best? How strange. This man, who was so cold to him at the wedding, is now looking at him with such tenderness, apologizing and telling him to rest. His icy demeanor has completely changed. He really can't keep overthinking this. He needs to focus and think about what happened last night. After that incident, he entered that system-like place again. You have fulfilled the stage 1 exception condition. Due to the exceptional circumstances, the original author's authority has decreased. He asked what the stage 1 exception condition was. After a brief silence, it actually answered him this time. The plot he thought was unchangeable had taken a turn due to Killian's unexpected actions. It gave his certain death a sliver of hope. When he asked what the stage 1 condition was, the system replied, following the path of failed aid to Edith, which meant that if he kept avoiding the aid plotline, he would become the 14th dead Edith. This realization sent chills down his spine, because any transmigrator knowing the original story would absolutely try to avoid the plot. It wasn't just that. The system added one more thing. Because he had fulfilled the stage 1 condition, the original author's authority had decreased. This meant there was an entity wielding power here. What was it in this world? The information he received was too vague, far from enough. Which part of the authority had been reduced? From the beginning until now, how much authority did the original author have? Was it control over the characters, the story's direction, or everything? However, he now knew one thing. Aid could be changed. The heated argument didn't necessarily only benefit Lees. It could also help him. He wouldn't give up so easily anymore. Better to take the initiative than be passive, starting with the Duchess, who held favorable feelings towards him. As expected, the Duchess first expressed concern for his well-being. "I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm fine now." They had recently visited the royal palace, presumably to discuss the matter between Grand Duke Langston and Rieghoff. The Duchess said the Duke hadn't been himself lately. Edith felt it was his questioning that had caused this. The Duke, having spent years on the battlefield, naturally spoke with a harsh tone. Edith thought to himself that the Duke was plenty gentle with Lees, but outwardly he feigned understanding and reassured the Duchess that he was fine. The Duchess sighed in relief. "What do you plan to do from now on? If you don't mind, you don't have to work for me anymore." Edith knew that if he stopped helping the Duchess, it would confirm the rumors of him betraying the Duke's household, completely ruining his chances of turning things around. So he couldn't back down. "If you don't mind, Mother, I'd like to continue working for the Duke's family. But if it's like before, I'm afraid that person will frame me again. So I'd like to ask you to assign someone you trust to supervise my work." "You mean you want a work environment free of misunderstandings?" It just so happens that Lean said he needed an assistant recently. Lean, though aware of the leaked documents, wasn't part of the Ludwig family. Even though he had prepared the false documents used to test him, he and Anna were among the few who weren't prejudiced against him here. Thinking this, he agreed. What was his expression like last time? Upon seeing Lean, he realized recalling that was pointless, because Lean never had an expression. "You're here. What should I start with? Please sort these receipts by year." "How did the receipts get like this?" Lean answered honestly. "The last person who worked here left them like this. I made him uncomfortable, so he scattered several years' worth of receipts all over the floor before leaving." Edith was startled. Lean had run off. This was the Ludwig family's information. Of course, he wouldn't escape a scolding. Lean suddenly looked at Edith seriously. "Miss, don't expect me to treat you kindly. If you have expectations of me, you might regret it." Right. He should get back to work. It had been a while since he'd experienced such poverty. The scratching sound of a pen occasionally reached his ears. The rustling of papers being turned, bathed in the afternoon sunlight. For him, it was a small comfort. Suddenly, his peace was broken. His work was finished. He hadn't realized how quickly time had passed. He hurriedly marked the completed documents and handed them to Lean. "For you, to steal. Thank you for your hard work. Miss, it is you who has worked hard." Actually, in his past life, he'd hated people who always talked about feelings. Someone like him, who couldn't let go of his pride, would be branded as unsociable. He'd even had his accomplishments stolen, his work completely denied because of it. Thinking of this, he said to Lean, "Lean, I don't need you to be kind to me. I only need you to do two things. First, be competent. Second, be fair and impartial. In my opinion, you already possess both of these qualities. So, I'll be counting on you tomorrow as well." Lean watched Edith leave. He remained where he was, head lowered, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Cliff sought him out. "I'm sorry to call you here while you're so busy. I heard you started watching Edith today." Cliff revealed his reason for finding Lean. "What do you think of Edith?" Killian's heart had finally begun to lean towards his wife. So, when he heard his brother was investigating Edith, he felt a pang of protectiveness. Even the usually calm and collected Lean's expression darkened. "How can you call it surveillance? No matter how you look at it, Edith is working for Mother." How could Cliff use that word to describe her? Killian's initial anger was suddenly replaced by a different thought. Why should he care about how others perceived him? Lean's tone was icy. "Although I was instructed to double-check the information Miss Edith compiled to prevent any loss, to be precise, it is Miss Edith who is helping me with my work." Cliff pressed further. "What I mean is, haven't you noticed anything suspicious? It's still too early for me to make a judgment. Most noble ladies would find this work tedious, but she hasn't complained at all. She's exceptional in every way. Most importantly, she has incredible perseverance." Killian noticed the complete change in Lean's expression. Cliff scoffed. "It seems that woman has gone to great lengths to impress you. I'll call for you again in a few days." After Lean left, Lees suddenly spoke. "Killian, that's the first time I've heard Lean praise someone so highly." Cliff, laced with malice. "She's already won over Lean in a single day. Edith really has some tricks up her sleeve. Don't tell me he's been seduced by her. If that's the case, where would that leave the Ludwig family's reputation? Though, them being together wouldn't be so bad. Lean is still unmarried, after all. It would be a shame to lose such a talented individual, though." Seeing Killian's displeased expression, Lees asked, "Don't tell me you're starting to care about that woman?" Killian looked away, denying it, but his chest felt tight. Cliff's words became increasingly vulgar. and he's indifferent to even Lee's. How could he possibly like a woman like Edith? Though he had intended to leave, Killian couldn't help but postpone his departure. Edith's beauty was different from Lee's, sexy and alluring. The thought of her and Lean alone in a room made him restless. The door was unlocked. He knocked twice, and it opened on its own. The familiar scent of roses, which always clung to her, drifted from within the room. "Is anyone there?" A pair of ornaments on the table caught his eye. His heart pounded. Could these be? Before he could get a closer look, the door was pushed open. Edith stood before him, a nervous expression on her face. "These are just a hobby of mine, but my skills are still lacking. They're not ready to be shown to anyone." "Wait, no. How could you just come in here? He'll just take that puppet away." The two sat in awkward silence. "Are you doing all right?" Killian asked, the awkwardness only intensifying. "You probably shouldn't be sitting on the bed." "Thanks to Mother. I'm helping the adjutant with his work. His name is Lean. Do you know him?" The words left his mouth, and Edith immediately wanted to bite his tongue. Of course he knew him. Everyone knew Lean was a relative of the Duke's family. Killian, with surprising patience, explained Lean's family background. Lean's father had once served as the Duke's aide. Later, his father entrusted the management of their territory to him. Killian reminisced about his childhood. He and his brother had practiced swordsmanship together since they were young, while Lean preferred reading. He would invite Lean to practice swordsmanship. Lean wouldn't refuse, but he never initiated it either. They were like friends, but not quite. This surprised Edith. Lean was a character who hadn't appeared in the original novel. He had actually spent his childhood with the protagonist. This meant this world was more complex than the original story had portrayed. "But did you come all this way just to tell me this?" Killian asked. "Your expression seems to be asking why I came to see you." "I'm going to inspect the Lei Sun territory soon. I won't be home for a long time." Killian was actually inviting him. "So, would you like to come with me?" A moment of cruelty toward his wife, followed by the inevitable groveling. Because he was going to inspect the territory and couldn't bear to be apart from Edith, he extended the invitation to his wife, only to be rejected as if it were a joke. He really was crazy. Knowing full well that Edith didn't care for him, he still kept throwing himself at her. Killian left Edith, his spirits low. Having finished his work for the day, Edith stretched his stiff arms, then noticed a gaze upon him. "Lean, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing. The Duchess asked you to see her after you're finished." After Edith left, Lean walked over to his desk and began to look through the organized documents. He was surprised that everything had been sorted so quickly, and the Duchess had called for him because of the charity bazaar to be held next month. She wanted to invite Lees to participate with her. Besides demonstrating virtue, the bazaar was also an opportunity to showcase one's talents. Therefore, noble women would compete to participate. "My skills are quite average. I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you." "Of course not. Don't worry unnecessarily." But Edith, as a modern man, was completely unskilled in embroidery, even though he had tried his best. He was about to refuse when he noticed Lees and the Duchess staring at him. "If Edith is willing to join, I think I'll be able to muster the courage to participate." "Don't feel pressured, Edith." Damn it, all avenues of refusal were blocked. Well, he was just a supporting character. It was normal to be worse than the female lead. But he hadn't expected Lees to be so skilled at embroidery. Even the usually critical noblewomen were full of praise. However, Lees wasn't supposed to be this good in the original story. Lees looked at him. "Edith, what are you planning to make?" "I was thinking of embroidering a handkerchief." As he flipped through the pattern book, choosing colors, Lees approached him again. "Why don't you try this? A pink body and yellow wings. It should be very cute." But he had already chosen his colors. Just as he was struggling with how to respond, someone arrived. "That pattern, it's quite similar to one my niece made a few years ago. It'll certainly look lovely once it's embroidered." Another voice joined in. "Indeed, I still remember Miss Letitia. She was just a child then." Were they implying that only a child would choose such a pattern? How childish. "Lees, thank you for the suggestion, but I thought of this with Killian in mind, so I intend to embroider it." The Duchess also chimed in. "Killian's eye color is indeed quite beautiful." "Edith's filial piety? It's because his eye color resembles the Duke's. That's why your ladyship thinks so, isn't it?" The woman who had just been sarcastic smoothed things over. Newlywed affection is truly wonderful. Meanwhile, Killian had arrived at his territory. This was where he and Edith would live in the future. Although it was somewhat far from the capital, the prospects for development were good. The castle had been managed for a long time. Aside from the lack of interior decoration, it was better than he had expected. But Edith, having grown up in the extravagant Ludwig household, would likely look down on this dilapidated castle. After returning, he would first need to find skilled craftsmen. He asked his father how cold the winters were here. A little colder than the capital is fine. The temperature isn't a problem, but the snow is heavy in winter. However, the territory has never been snowed in. Seeing his son seem to accept this, the Duke continued. You seem relatively satisfied with this place. Yes, there are many young people here. If a road were built across the mountains, it could become a national commercial center. The Duke, however, wasn't asking about that. What I mean is, are you merely content with this? Killian's consistently indifferent expression finally shifted. Her husband had returned, yet his wife hadn't even greeted him. His sister had rushed in first, acting as if she were the lady of the house. As Killian's misunderstandings about his wife gradually unraveled, transforming from disgust into more complex feelings, he had already planned their future. Edith had become a part of his life. Yet his father suddenly asked, "Are you merely content with this?" If I said I wasn't content, could I ask you for more territory, or a higher title, or would you perhaps give me my brother's position? Would you groom me as the heir to the dukedom? What's the point of asking these things now? Even if he had done everything according to his father's wishes, he had still been cruelly deprived of his sole desire. It was all just pointless fantasy. He looked at his father. What do I have to be dissatisfied with? His younger son's expression startled the Duke. Don't worry. If you grant me a title, I will immediately begin managing it. He resumed the image of the obedient, well-behaved son and began planning the territory's future with his father. Soon after, the charity bazaar began. Lise pulled Edith's arm. Look over there. It looks like our handiwork is over there. Edith saw the handkerchief she had embroidered. Anna had actually said she'd done a good job. What kind lie? The ones with ribbons are already reserved. Cliff will definitely come to snatch up Lisa's work. In that case, let's create an opportunity for him. Let's go look over there. Edith had just pulled Lise away when Cliff walked over. They hadn't gone far when a noblewoman nearby suddenly began to speak maliciously to Lise. A low-born bastard like you can come here too? Her daughter ostensibly admonished her mother to watch her words, saying the Duke and Duchess doted on Lise. But the next sentence was a thinly veiled barb. Perhaps they keep her as a pet. Whether in her past life or this one, there were always shameless people gossiping right to your face. Edith couldn't help but retort, Lise, I truly can't understand social circles these days. A bunch of bumpkins dare to come here and point fingers. I don't even know where they crawled out from. Do I even know them? Miss Edith Ludwig, if you don't even recognize Countess Brynn, shouldn't you reflect on your own upbringing and knowledge? Shouldn't you be the ones reflecting? How long have I been using this last name? I advise you to weigh your own worth before criticizing others. The woman then turned her attack on Edith. I'd heard the Duke's family took in an unpleasant daughter-in-law, but I didn't expect her to be this brazen. She's not even as good as a bastard. At least they have some self-awareness. So what? Don't you still have to kowtow to a woman who's beneath a bastard? If this gets back to young Master Crick, you can't possibly be unaware of the consequences, can you? The other woman, dismissed by Lean with just a few words, scurried away. Such meager skills, and yet she dares to flaunt herself before me. Edith, I apologize. They are friends of the new Countess Crick. It's all my fault they spoke to you so harshly. Edith wouldn't care about such things. Don't take it to heart. I have nothing to be ashamed of. Let them say what they will. Despite this, there were those who showed Lee's kindness. The narrative now shifts to the fourth act of charity. At this point, public opinion of her was sharply divided. Edith, sitting alone, felt a pang of boredom. She hadn't expected Killian to return so soon. Lise was the first to greet him. This gave Edith pause. Would she be ignored if she wanted to greet him? Yet, as his wife, it seemed strange not to. Killian suddenly looked her way. He walked directly towards her. She felt a flicker of nervousness. You're back, she said, barely suppressing the urge to blurt out. I missed you so much. Killian stared at her, silent. His silence made her uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? He suddenly smiled. Edith, I'm back. Did anything happen while I was gone? Nothing much. Just a bit boring. Is that because I wasn't here? You think too highly of yourself. Killian's teasing eased her tension. Actually, I've been practicing my embroidery lately. I knew you'd say something like that. What do you mean? Edith suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. It was all that tea she'd drunk out of boredom. Excusing herself, she slipped away. As she rounded a corner, a man appeared and grabbed her. Even though his sister was married, her brother still sought to control her. Seeing Edith's coldness, her brother's anger flared. Have you forgotten my voice so quickly? You urged us to abandon our plan to ruin the Ludwigs, but then you immediately sent false information. Were you being watched? Is that why you did it? The letter contained my true intentions. But where did you get that other information? I never sent it. Killian was still waiting. Edith had said she'd be back quickly, but it had been a while. Was he upset that everyone else was fawning over Lise? But he had just defended Lise. He could sense that Edith didn't care what others thought. But could he truly be indifferent to the gossip about her? Killian pushed his juice aside and stood up. A young woman chatting with Lise approached him. Master Killian, you're here too. A nearby matron joined in the flattery. He didn't stop, murmuring an apology. I spilled my juice. I'm going to wash my hands. He found a restroom, and, as he suspected, Edith was there. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but it was clear they weren't happy. Soon, the other man left, looking exhausted. What had they talked about? Edith rounded the corner and saw him. What took you so long? I was just admiring the decorations. He wasn't telling her the truth. You didn't come looking for me, did you? Why? Would that make you happy? Someone noticed I was gone. Isn't that worth celebrating? But his expression didn't reflect that sentiment. By the time they returned to the hall, the bazaar was over. Edith's embroidered handkerchief had been sold. She breathed a sigh of relief. Killian touched his breast pocket, remembering his mother's words. Do you know what color the bird Edith embroidered is? It's the color of your eyes. She said she embroidered it while thinking of you, but she made me promise not to tell. Isn't that sweet? Killian's feelings were a tangled mess. He was happy, yet a voice in the back of his mind whispered that he had only bought the handkerchief to avoid embarrassing the Ludwig family if it didn't sell. The next morning, Edith's brother appeared unexpectedly. He said he was worried about his sister, so he brought Edith's personal maid. Edith told me he was being persecuted at the Duke's mansion and couldn't even attend his friends' tea parties. Edith retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? He just refused the gatherings because he didn't want to cause trouble. Look at my poor brother. Even here, he has to watch your every move. You fool. You think I can't get to you just because you're hiding in the Duke's mansion?" An unexpected voice suddenly interjected, then let the maid stay. "Since he's been protecting you since childhood, the Earl's family can rest assured, right?" Edith panicked. Why was Killian suddenly acting like this? He wanted to refuse, but found himself unable to speak. Dizziness washed over him. He stumbled forward, and the maid smoothly caught him, asking with concern, "What's wrong with you?" As she leaned close to his ear, her voice turned sinister. "It's been a while, Mississippi." Killian watched them leave, Edith supported by the maid. Killian abruptly turned his head. Back in the bedroom, the maid began to reveal her true colors. Edith almost forgot the original plot. Many of the incidents were orchestrated by the maid, Sophia, whether it was leaking documents or poisoning. Edith had been abused and beaten by her since childhood. She was a more important character in the novel than Edith herself. So, someone imitated your handwriting and leaked the information, but none of that matters right now. She grabbed Edith roughly. "You little wretch. You've only been away from home for a short time, and you've already turned your back on us. Could it be you really think of yourself as the master now?" The miss she had personally trained had changed. Before, a single slap would have her trembling in fear. But now, even beaten like this, her eyes were still fierce. But what did it matter? Who would have thought that Edith, seen as haughty and spoiled by outsiders, wasn't actually Liejhoff's biological daughter? His ribs felt like they were cracked. The beating was more painful than he had imagined, and all the blows were aimed at concealed areas. Sophia looked down at him. "Do you really intend to betray the family?" "How is this betrayal? I'm just kindly reminding everyone. Why are we so sure that Grand Duke Langston will definitely win?" Although the aide didn't detail the political situation, the emperor is fully consolidating his power, and the Ludwig family has overwhelming military strength. Langston has no chance of winning on either front. Joning said it. Anyway, soon, the emperor and the duke's family will fall. Even if Grand Duke Langston can ascend to the throne, have you ever heard of the hound after the hunt? Whether it's the title or anything else, it's just father's delusion. These words successfully enraged Sophia. That mouth of yours is too impudent. You just need to be obedient. Be a beautiful doll, that's all. Because once you become useless, she didn't finish the sentence. The Earl had ordered her, once Edith lost her value, kill her immediately. From the moment Sophia entered the Duke's mansion, his freedom had been taken away. Not only was he subjected to violence, but he wasn't allowed to eat. Sophia wanted Edith to become obedient again. But no matter the violence or threats, he refused to cooperate. If you want to eat, you have to prove your worth. But you really do treat me like an animal. Even an animal wouldn't obey after being beaten so much. Hearing these words from the mouth of the dog father raised was truly comical. In his interactions with Sophia, any resistance was met with even more brutal beatings. The only respite was the time he spent working for Lean. He was so hungry that he accidentally ate all the pastries. He looked apologetically at Lean. "It's all right. I don't like sweets. Would you like some more?" He certainly looked like someone who could endure hardship, but today, Lean seemed especially dazzling in his eyes. But Edith's only haven was gone. Lean was going on a business trip for a week. Ever since his confinement began, Lean had been eating alone. Because of this, no one had yet noticed anything amiss. Killian hadn't come to see him in ages. Why had he suddenly become like this? Could he have believed Sophia's lies? Lean couldn't let himself overthink it. He needed some fresh air before Sophia returned. Stepping outside, he ran into Lise, who invited him for tea. Sophia happened to return just then and saw them together. The sight reminded her of something. Young Master Cliff had asked her a favor, to find out what Lise liked. He had also stressed that she shouldn't tell his father. Jealousy gnawed at Sophia. Although she had never aspired to be the young master's wife, in her eyes, Lise was nothing more than a maid's bastard daughter. How could she possibly be worthy of him? Back in his bedroom, Lean was delirious with hunger. Even if he managed to eat something outside, Sophia would find a way to ruin it when he returned. He remembered how Killian had looked at him with such a dumbfounded expression earlier, when he'd been staring longingly at the food. The memory made him feel ashamed. Just then, Sophia returned. "Miss Lise asked me to bring this to you. If you keep starving yourself, people will start to get suspicious. Eat it quickly before I change my mind." Starving to the point of collapse, Lean didn't think twice. He didn't see Sophia's sinister smile. He coughed up blood. "I'm dying," he choked out. The maid just smiled, a chillingly eerie smile. Before losing consciousness, he remembered the plot from the novel. Edith had once framed another woman by poisoning herself, even though he hadn't done anything. It seemed fate was running its course. He was roused by shouting. Sophia was confronting Lise, accusing her of putting something in the cake. Lise helplessly defended herself. It was a perfect reenactment of the scene from the novel. Fighting through the agonizing pain, he stopped Sophia from saying any more. It was then he noticed the two brothers were also present. Sophia rushed towards him, feigning concern, but her eyes warned him to stay silent. He forced himself to speak. "I'm so sorry, Lise. It's all my fault you're being misunderstood. I just have a bit of indigestion." "What are you talking about?" she asked. "You were coughing up blood just now." "Maybe I'm allergic to peaches," Lean stammered. Cliff had had enough of this charade. "This is ridiculous," he snapped. "Search this room thoroughly." Lean couldn't believe Sophia was foolish enough to leave the poison in the room, and it practically had "I am poison" written on the bottle. Cliff smirked. Lean was utterly speechless. "That's not mine. Are you suggesting someone planted this in your cupboard?" Cliff asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Lise grabbed Cliff's arm. "Let it go." Lean is still unwell. But how could Cliff drop it when the girl he loved had been wrongly accused? "We'll talk again after the investigation is complete," he said, turning back to Lean. "I'm very much looking forward to hearing your explanation then." Seeing Sophia's panicked expression, Lean scoffed. "Truly foolish. You think you're so clever, but you accomplish nothing." Sophia snapped. She slapped him across the face. "If you dare talk back to me again, I'll really kill you." In the infirmary, the substance had been identified. It wasn't a deadly poison, just something that caused intestinal bleeding. As soon as Cliff got the results, he left. Killian looked at the doctor. "He seems to be in a lot of pain. Is there anything stronger for the pain?" "The medication I prescribed for your wife contains a painkiller, but it's not effective for him. He's been starving for days. Even a mild toxin can be fatal in his condition." The doctor assumed Lean had been dieting to lose weight. But as far as Killian knew, Lean wasn't someone who would refuse food. He had lost a lot of weight recently, and something about it felt wrong. Could he have knowingly poisoned himself, aware of his fragile state? A strange thought flickered through Killian's mind. To go to such lengths, simply to attract attention. Lise was a terrifying woman. Edith had once been the center of the social world, but in the blink of an eye, she'd been cast aside. It was more than just a simple case of bad luck. "Could she be craving attention?" he murmured, his gaze fixed on Edith. "I can only watch you suffer, helpless to do anything. Knowing how much pain it causes, why would you poison yourself?" Edith, just waking up, heard his last words. He thinks I did it, she realized. She turned away, unwilling to face him. You're awake, Edith. Killian's voice was strained. Please, just leave. He had thought he'd stopped expecting anything from her, but in this moment, a familiar ache returned to his heart. The next day, unexpectedly, it was Lise who came to her rescue. Faced with Cliff's accusations, Lise offered a counter-argument. If she truly wanted to frame me, why would she claim indigestion upon waking? You all accuse her of harming me, but I've always considered Edith a friend, truly the angelic heroine of a novel. Edith herself had suspected Lise, but seeing Lise like this, so earnest, dispelled any lingering doubts. To express her gratitude, after consulting her mother, Edith chose a gift for Lise. A week later, Edith had recovered. As she prepared to resume her work with Lean, Killian burst into the room, his face pale with panic. Edith, what has that Ludwig done now? When the novel's original heroine fainted once more. The first suspect, as always, was Edith the villainess. Killian rushed into her room, demanding, "What did you do?" Edith was bewildered. "You have to tell me what happened first." It turned out Lise had been poisoned by the embroidery thread Edith had gifted her. Impossible. The merchant wrapped the thread, and I gave it to Lise immediately. In the original story, Lise had indeed been poisoned, but Sophia had coated the needles with the toxin. To avoid this, Edith had not only chosen a different gift, but had also handed it over without delay. That's why I'm asking if you tampered with it. Killian snapped. I know you must suspect me now, but think about it rationally. With all the attention on me because of the cake incident, would I be stupid enough to do something like this now? Killian was torn. He wanted to believe Edith, but the fact remained that Lise had been poisoned by her gift. You may think I don't trust you, but how many times has this happened? Can't you just give me a reason to stop suspecting you? His words, though accusatory, offered her a glimmer of hope. I don't want to be suspected anymore. So, why don't you just have someone watch me? Sophia tried to intervene, but Edith spoke over her, seizing this chance to escape Sophia's control. Seeing her insistence, Killian agreed to let Anna continue as her personal maid. Edith had almost thought she'd fail. If she had, Sophia would have beaten her half to death. But Edith refused to be manipulated any longer. Once the maid situation was settled, Killian explained what had happened. The thread merchant had been arrested, but the investigation had largely cleared him of suspicion. Besides the merchant, the only others who'd had access to the thread were Edith, Lisa's personal maid, Cliff, and his mother. Killian, although this might sound like an excuse, I have a feeling someone is trying to frame me and harm Lise. If they could get rid of us both, it would be killing two birds with one stone. Someone like, say, Sinclair. Lisa's half-brother had tried to harm her multiple times. Honestly, can you guarantee there aren't any Sinclair spies in this mansion? That's rich, coming from you, Killian retorted, as if Lagenhoff hasn't planted any of his own. Let's not point fingers. We're all the same, aren't we? Actually, I've wondered if you're the ones trying to frame me. Killian vehemently denied the accusation. How could we do such a despicable thing? I'd stake my honor on it. Edith retorted. Our family's reputation is already tarnished. Just the suspicion alone is causing such distress. I've staked my own life, yet no one believes me. But I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I've thought about it carefully. I don't seem worth the effort of such a scheme. Your reasoning is sound, but I don't know if my brother and father will agree. Edith hadn't expected Killian to accept her explanation so readily. Before, he had looked utterly disbelieving. I understand what you mean, she said. You're saying you care more about Lisa's opinion than theirs. Lise had recently defended him. He didn't want Lise to misunderstand or be disappointed. Killian looked surprised. You don't dislike Lise? He asked. Why would I dislike her? Because everyone is praising Lise and ignoring you, Killian pointed out. Don't misunderstand me. I'm Edith. Would I be jealous over something so trivial? She couldn't believe she was actually saying such a thing. Suddenly, Killian pulled her close. Before she could react, he kissed her. It was unexpected, but not unwelcome. Why would he do this, though? When they parted, she saw the panic in Killian's expression. He even looked a little shy. He stammered an apology. I'm sorry. Before she could reply, he fled. A few days later, Anna brought news. The Duke had only confined Cliff to his quarters and considered the matter closed. This surprised Edith. Lise had been seriously ill better than even. The Duke wasn't one to let things go so easily. And Cliff, as she'd predicted, held a grudge. Because of Killian's interference, he couldn't touch Edith, but he could target someone else. Her husband had been acting strangely lately. First, he'd kissed her, then run away, flustered. He'd also clashed with his brother, the Duke. Brother, he'd said, why do you become so foolish whenever Lise is involved? If Edith wanted to poison someone, Killian argued, why would she tamper with a gift she'd sent herself? And after the cake incident, we increased our surveillance on her. She and the maid had no opportunity to obtain poison in such a short time. The Duke conceded, Killian has a point. We've investigated, and it's true. He decided that without new evidence, the matter would remain private. Cliff was furious. His brother's protection prevented him from retaliating against Edith, but he wouldn't give up so easily. Inside the carriage, Edith sat opposite the Duke. She felt a sense of foreboding. The Empress had summoned her through the Duchess. The Duchess assumed the Empress was merely curious, but Edith knew she was likely in trouble. The novel depicted Catherine Langston as an eccentric. Unable to inherit the throne, she acted recklessly, like a wild horse, but she was also free-spirited and principled. Edith actually liked the character. Catherine's first love was Cliff. She had been jealous of Lise because of it, but ultimately, the heroine's kindness had swayed her. Edith's face was grim. She didn't notice the Duke observing her. As expected, the Empress immediately began her interrogation, until she addressed Edith. She wasn't allowed to speak. So, you're Lagenhoff's daughter? Your Highness, I am now Edith Ludwig. Let's just say you are. I haven't offered you tea, and I apologize for that. After all, you have a reputation for poisoning. So this was Cliff's trap for him. I've never poisoned anyone, but I admit I've done some unwise things in the past. So it's understandable if you've heard rumors and misunderstood. I have nothing to say, so you knew all along. This marriage was forced, a product of your family's unreasonable demands. In this despicable game, the only ones who suffer are Killian and myself. This was my family's decision. Although I've left home, I still feel guilty about it. Worthy of being the most dazzling jewel of society. You certainly have a sharp tongue. I must look quite ridiculous to you in this state. Not all. I have the utmost respect for you. After the war, you abandoned your trousers. At Empress Catherine Langston's urging, you returned to wearing dresses after the rebellion was quelled. Eventually, you returned to social circles, becoming an ordinary noblewoman. But in his eyes, the you who didn't care about others' opinions, who insisted on what you believed was right, who pursued freedom, was far more captivating. Just as you said, I only hope that you won't be swayed by the gossip of other nobles, but will instead observe with your own eyes and judge fairly what kind of person I truly am. It wasn't until he left that he realized he'd poured out his heart. This habit of losing all judgment at the sight of a beautiful woman really needs to change. On his way to Lean's office, he was grabbed and yanked aside. It was Sophia. I'm giving you one last chance. Steal the tax records for the Duke's territory. If you betray your master again, I'll kill you myself. He thought his wife had changed her heart, so he flew into a jealous rage and barged into his bedroom in the dead of night. And the cause of it all was Sophia's threat against him. What surprised Edith was that she thought he had poisoned Lise. This is your last chance. My master has already given me permission to kill you. Aren't you afraid of being discovered if you kill me? Don't worry. I'll make everyone think Ludwig did it. And don't even think about exposing me. You think I don't know? You've always been too afraid to do it. He couldn't expose her because he was trapped. But Sophia voiced the true reason. You'll be abandoned in an instant. When Killian finds out you're a Zhang Fei spy, do you think he'll let you live? He had been avoiding this truth until now. But without the constraints, could he tell Killian all of this? Knowing full well how terrifying his master was and the consequences of defying him. If you successfully steal the documents, maybe I'll help you cover up a few murders. Edith gave a sarcastic laugh. Want me to give you a prophecy? No matter how hard you try, Ludwig will eventually annihilate you all, including your beloved brother. A knock sounded. Lean looked up. Edith, excuse me. I seem to have come too late. Because of Lise's poisoning, he thought Lean would despise him, but he treated him as usual. Although he was working, it had been a long time since he felt so at ease. As he handed the organized documents to Lean, the other man suddenly spoke. I noticed it before. You're very focused and efficient when you work. Edith was a little embarrassed. It's just that the work is simple. No, if everyone were like you, I wouldn't have had to fire so many people. You've really helped me a lot. Even simple tasks, you perform exceptionally well. The data is meticulous and organized down to the smallest detail. Suddenly, the documents slipped from his grasp. Lean looked up in surprise. Edith was in tears. As if just realizing he was crying, he frantically covered his face. "I'm sorry. I've lost my composure. Please wait a moment." Lean stood and grasped his wrist. "Don't suppress your feelings. If you force yourself to conform, it's bound to explode someday." Killian hadn't expected this. He'd simply come to check on Edith, only to witness this scene. What were they talking about? Lean's actions reaffirmed Edith's belief. The characters not included in the aid weren't controlled by the plot. All he needed to do was raise his Halgandu with the nameless side characters. But it didn't seem that easy. And they couldn't change his situation either. He remembered Sophia's words. "You being abandoned is but a fleeting moment." Killian must have visited Lee's today, too. He'd only just thought about it when Killian suddenly appeared late at night, looking wounded. "Why haven't you come to see me, even though your work is finished? Did I disappoint you last time?" The sight of his wife's bruised body made it impossible for Killian to hide the fact that he knew nothing about Edith. The Edith he'd heard was an extravagant, arrogant villainess. A seductive temptress, luring men into her traps with honeyed words. So, when he realized his own desire for Edith, he blamed her. It was all her fault for tempting him. Like a fool, he looked forward to seeing her every day. But aside from that one night, Edith had never sought him out. Killian admitted defeat. Compared to the distance between him and Edith, his pride seemed insignificant. She'd been the one to provoke him. Yet she repeatedly denied it, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. And so, Killian's thoughts took a strange turn. Was it my performance that night that disappointed you? Is that why you're looking for other prey? Edith was stunned by his bizarre conclusion. What are you talking about? There's no prey I could capture. Don't you know how popular you are with young men? I heard that the Karen family's son was toyed with by Edith, but I can understand. I doubt anyone could resist such a beautiful, sensual woman. Wherever he went, he heard these rumors about Edith. Edith was puzzled. According to the original story she knew, the original Edith, while obedient to Lieghoff, had never crossed the line. Why were there so many rumors? Killian put his arm around her. "You only need to beckon, and men will come flocking to you." He suddenly froze, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Killian Ludwig knew nothing about Edith. This woman wasn't as foolish as the rumors claimed, nor as cunning as others said. She enjoyed art and the Duke's chef's cooking. Like a simpleton, she found happiness in the smallest things. In contrast, she faced crises with composure, unflinchingly countering any injustice. With haughty words and undeniable facts, she proved her innocence time and time again. She'd even persuaded her father to change his mind. Killian, too, noticed something odd. Every time something happened, everyone seemed to be deliberately targeting her. Since when had the Ludwig family's investigations become so full of holes? Except Edith never asked him for help. He begun to feel like a joke. After that night, he'd become the abandoned man. More and more things didn't make sense. Yet, the disparaging voices in his head about Edith never ceased. It's human nature to accept the voice within. Only now did he realize how wrong he'd been. The crisscrossing scars on her heart indicated they were inflicted at different times. Injured like this, yet not a single servant reported it. Killian struggled to control his tone, trying to keep the anger from his voice. "Who did this?" Killian demanded. Edith remained silent. If Ludwig's family were behind this malicious act, he wouldn't be so tight-lipped. "Thank you for your answer," Killian said, leaving Edith with those words. The next morning, Sophia was bound and brought before him, kneeling on the floor. Overwhelmed by guilt and remorse upon seeing his wife's mistreatment, Killian felt a surge of rage. Edith's silence gave him a clear indication of where his investigation should lead. "I apologize for my irrational behavior earlier," he said to Edith. Clutching the blanket, Edith replied, "It's all right. I didn't particularly dislike it, even if you wanted to." Killian looked at her. "I'm not the kind of beast who would force myself on someone covered in bruises." He left, and Edith managed to fall into a fitful sleep. Waking again, she felt a sticky sensation on her back. It was ointment. Besides Sophia, only Killian knew about her injuries. He must have returned and applied the medicine while she slept. She hadn't even felt him. How could she have slept so soundly? "Excuse me," a voice interrupted her thoughts. Killian entered her room with his men, throwing Sophia at her feet. The spiteful woman had the audacity to cry out, claiming she was protecting Edith and demanding to know why she was being treated this way. How ridiculous. A maid who neglects her duties is useless to Edith, Sophia argued. I've served Miss Edith since we were children. Killian raised an eyebrow. Since childhood. Of course. I've been trained as Miss Edith's personal sorceress since childhood. Since you know your duties so well, how could you not even provide basic treatment for your master's bruises? No matter how I look at it, I believe you're the only one who could have inflicted these wounds. Sophia still wouldn't give up. Miss Edith never told me about these small wounds, she insisted. Killian gave her no further opportunity to make excuses. Small wounds. Would you like me to inflict similar small wounds on you? Sophia was silenced. Edith and I are undeniably married. How could you think that wounds hidden beneath clothing are of no consequence? Furthermore, I'm curious how important you are to Rieghoff. They actually requested I return you unharmed. Edith was astonished. It wasn't even midday, and he had already contacted Rieghoff. Killian turned to her. Edith, I won't consult you on the matter of your maid. Edith realized he seemed to have guessed her inability to speak about what had happened. Killian asked Anna to look after Edith while he personally escorted Sophia to the carriage sent by Rieghoff. The Duke's second son personally escorting the maid was a clear statement that something was amiss. For the first time, Anna made a request of Edith. Miss, may I examine your injuries? Edith didn't refuse. Upon seeing the extent of Edith's injuries, Anna's usually indifferent expression shifted. Her voice choked with emotion. Miss, how could you endure such pain without a word? Her concern and distress strangely comforted Edith. It felt surprisingly good to be cared for. The second male lead, originally intended as a supporting character, became the first variable to rescue Edith. The supposed puppet had gained self-awareness, breaking free from the constraints of the plot and falling in love with the woman he was meant to kill. The mastermind couldn't understand. The character he created, why wouldn't he just play his part? The system urged him to set the conditions for the second stage. Although others had completed the first stage before, only this time did he feel a sense of panic. Most Ediths, upon arrival, behaved similarly. They avoided the villainous route, choosing a path of kindness. But after entering the Duke's household, they would become captivated by the two brothers. Up to this point, everything proceeded as planned. However, upon encountering the document leak incident, they would feel powerless, then panic, and eventually break down. Only the 13th, Edith calmly proved her innocence. Not only that, but she also tried to sway the supporting characters who weren't entirely under his control, as if she knew these characters weren't controlled by the plot. I thought she would maintain this unyielding attitude. Unexpectedly, she suddenly gave up, fulfilling the first stage's condition, weakening his control over the supporting characters. Killian suddenly gained self-awareness. But it doesn't matter. The game has just begun. This time, the conditions won't be so easy to meet. Killian and Cliff had a heated argument. Cliff didn't understand why the maid was let go. Without evidence, investigating her words and actions will only give outsiders a handle against us. I wasn't satisfied with that maid from the start. But the truth was, Killian learned during the investigation that Edith wasn't Rieghoff's daughter. He didn't want to expose this secret. If Edith's identity were revealed, their marriage would inevitably be annulled. That's why Edith has remained silent all this time. Such a shrewd woman, bullied like that, and not saying a word. Didn't she clearly ask him for help? Asking him to send other maids to watch her. Was he being used again? Killian, what are you thinking? Cliff's tone was accusatory. Lisa's face was streaked with tears, pleading with him. A voice echoed in his mind again. How can you ignore Lise, who is ill because of Edith? Killian froze, stunned. He looked apologetic. My mind is a bit of a mess right now. Lee said it was all right, telling Cliff not to blame Killian. Are you happy that you're thinking of Edith? Because I'm sick. You all came to visit me. How lonely Edith must be. So, Killian, I want you to comfort Edith. Spend some time with her, have tea, go for a walk. You can be warmer to Edith, like you are to me. No need for Lise to say anything, Killian mumbled, agreeing. But he didn't expect Edith to completely shut him out in the following days, driving Killian mad once more. He was going crazy from being rejected by his wife, yet unaware that the reason lay with himself. The first day, she refused tea. He thought he had been too abrupt. The second day, he invited her in advance, wanted to have dinner with her that evening. But Edith still refused him. Killian wasn't giving up. The third day, he invited her for a walk in the courtyard. Edith said she didn't want to be in the sun and would stay at her room to read. Killian finally realized his wife seemed to be expressing something. Had he done something wrong? Because of his previous observations, he had made a wrong judgment and even forced her into a difficult situation. That's why he decided to spend more time with her to understand the real her. But why was it so difficult? What if he was just overthinking it? He decided to barge in directly like last time. Killian, what are you doing here? He stammered, racking his brains for an excuse. They have Peridot's strawberry tarts today. Would you like to go with me? She hadn't thought he'd remember her offhand mention of them, but she refused him again. I've gained a bit of weight recently, so I'll pass. She gave him no chance to speak again. After a few more days of this, Lise finally couldn't stand it anymore. Has Killian done something to upset you? What? Edith looked bewildered, then realized what Lise meant. No, he hasn't done anything to upset me at all. Lise questioned, not busy at all. It might sound a bit exaggerated, but rather than being upset, I'm actually grateful to him. I know he's taking care of me in his own way. Then why do you always push Killian away? Seeing Edith's surprise, Lise realized she'd let something slip. Killian didn't say it. I overheard the maids gossiping. Edith has always understood that, from Killian's perspective, he's also a victim in this marriage. While political marriages are common, a transaction between rival families is another matter entirely. So, he doesn't want her concern to stem from a wifely obligation. For example, she mentioned gaining weight, and Killian immediately suggested they go horse riding for exercise. She said she couldn't ride, so he insisted on teaching her personally. Even when she's working at Lean's, he follows her there. Of course, all of this is Sophia's doing. And the reason Edith rejects him like this is because Killian has repeatedly brought up her past reputation. She's determined to change, so she rejects him. But he becomes even more persistent, even learning to ask about her schedule beforehand. I know you don't have anything to do tonight. Let's go to the opera together. Edith remains unmoved. Killian, I'm really fine. Why don't you go with Lise? Killian breaks down. Lise, are you serious? Of course, because I don't mind your close relationship at all. Rejected by his wife day after day, coupled with her encouraging him to date other women, Killian finally snaps. Edith, what do you take me for? Her rejection leads him to mistakenly believe she sees him as a mere ornament. They are only husband and wife in the eyes of the law. Although Killian once thought the same, hearing Edith say it aloud leaves him feeling suffocated. This political marriage, from the beginning, felt like a nightmare to him. It was a duty he had to bear as a member of the Duke's family, shattering his last hopes for someone he truly loved. The words echo in his mind. Edith Rieghoff envies your noble love and clings to you desperately. She's like a demon, a venomous snake. No, Killian. He refutes the thoughts in his head for the first time. From what he knows, how could Edith possibly envy anyone? He comes back to himself, seeing the worried look on her face. But the thought of her having no feelings for him drives him mad. How could she possibly like him? It's him who's envious and clinging. Are you that unwilling to be with me? Or do you have another man? Schleen. Edith is bewildered. Why suddenly bring up Lean? She suddenly senses something is wrong. Killian, wait a minute. His expression is one of genuine hurt. He starts saying strange things. I understand what you mean. As your husband in name only, I just need to play the part of an ornament. Is that it? Edith is stunned by his leap in logic. She starts to deny it, but he cuts her off. I understand. I've been overstepping my bounds. With that, he kisses her. Edith wants to pull away, but remembering his wounded expression, she finds herself unable to. Then Killian picks her up. The system's voice rings out again. You have fulfilled the Stage 2 exception condition. Due to the exceptional circumstances, the original author's authority has been reduced. It's utterly ridiculous. Does the condition reset every time she's with Killian? The system refreshes the Stage 2 condition. Reject Killian's proposals 10 times. Edith can clearly sense the mastermind toying with her, even exploiting her feelings for Killian. If she hadn't been determined, she would never have fulfilled this condition. However, it's also because of this that she's given the mastermind of this world, the dream weaver, a glimpse in her heart. The other must find it absurd. Kuroki raged in the control room. He couldn't comprehend it. How could someone resist rejecting the affections of someone they loved 10 times? It was an impossible task. If you love someone, you should be willing to give them anything they desired. You should want to hold them preciously, cherish them. That was the normal reaction. But why could he refuse completely and even say those things? Had he been wrong? Did he not love Killian? Though no one had ever reached the second stage, once the conditions were met, his control over the protagonists would drastically weaken. Kuroki finally began to fear. If the third stage was also reached, his authority would vanish entirely. Even the limitations of the aid itself would soften. the story would completely change. Even if it concluded, it wouldn't return to the starting point. Legay wouldn't just grow old, he would die. This was unacceptable. He manipulated the situation repeatedly, making Edith die in various ways. But the system rejected them all. Since he couldn't eliminate him directly, he would set a condition, one he could never possibly fulfill. When Edith awoke in the morning, he saw his husband's pleading eyes. He was humbly begging his wife for love, even if it was just a physical relationship. But afterward, they both realized they had perhaps misunderstood each other. Edith hadn't seen him as a duke. Killian's feelings for him weren't pity, but he knew the influence of the aide. Killian wouldn't fall in love with him now. If it wasn't physical intimacy, then was it only loneliness? He knew Killian's entire story. No matter how hard he struggled, he could never surpass his older brother, Cliff. Born with everything effortlessly, according to the novel's design. Heir to the dukedom, his parents' complete attention. Even the woman he loved only had eyes for his brother. So had he realized in this world, the only one who could give him love was Edith? No, perhaps the only one who could understand that feeling of being unloved and lonely was Choi Suna. Killian's feelings for him were more. The anxiety of losing him. Killian, what do I have to do to make you believe me? Killian returned to his initial reason for seeking out Edith. It was to go on a date with her. Seeing his wife's surprised expression, he remarked, "You look like it's your first time at the theater." "Because it is," she replied. Killian was incredulous. "This is the largest theater in the capital. You've never been here before?" Edith didn't know how to answer him. The deeper he delved into the original Edith's memories, the more he realized she was merely a puppet. She had never seen an opera, didn't understand music or art, hadn't even touched a book. Lyjhoff had deliberately kept her ignorant, making her easier to control. The opera began. Today's performance was Audrey. She was born into a declining Viscount family. While gathering berries in the forest, she discovered the injured Laszlo. Audrey helped him. Laszlo lied, claiming to have lost his memory. He stayed by Audrey's side until his injuries healed. But in truth, he was a prince from a neighboring country, hiding from assassins. Soon, they fell in love. But the Viscount, wanting to restore his family's fortunes, planned to marry Audrey off to the wealthy Baron Hubert. Laszlo begged Audrey to elope with him. Baron Hubert, though aware of Audrey's love for another, still tempted her with riches. The girl prayed to the gods for guidance. Love or family duty? How should she choose? Edith was captivated by the superb acting. Killian, meanwhile, watched her throughout. Afterward, he asked, "Are you all right? Had I known the opera was this captivating, I wouldn't have refused you." Killian looked at her. "If you were Audrey, who would you choose?" "I'd choose Hubert, and I would never be on my own." "Are you serious?" "Choosing that man who has nothing but his title." Killian, think about it. Laszlo is a jerk. He knew Audrey's situation and still hid the gentleman, just to test their love. Killian didn't understand. If they truly loved each other, would a little money tempt them? It's not like that. Audrey's marriage is tied to the survival of her family. Killian, don't you understand that kind of pain? Even though the opera portrays Hubert as the villain, he truly loves Audrey. He never hesitates to give Audrey anything she wants. He keeps waiting for her to change her mind. Although the opera is moving, the ending isn't realistic. Audrey kills herself out of despair after seeing Laszlo marry the princess. That's incredibly foolish. Something like that wouldn't happen in real life. If she weren't the tragic heroine, she would have ended up with Hubert, an ordinary, happy couple. Killian was still doubtful. How could that be? Time heals all wounds. Even a heart that seems unchanging can change. Wounds that seem unhealable will close without you even realizing it. Humans are far more resilient than you think. At that moment, Edith in his eyes seemed to glow, a beauty beyond words, making his heart flutter. But the voice in his head echoed again. "He's tempting me with sweet words again. He's just strong." She's an unyielding, tenacious woman, stronger than anyone. Killian took her hand, extending a formal invitation for the first time. "Edith, if you're not tired, would you like to take a walk with me?" More than physical intimacy, he wanted to understand her deeply. Ever since they arrived at the opera house, Killian's eyes had been glued to her. It was to the point where Edith felt self-conscious. He suddenly noticed a little girl selling flowers nearby, her clothes ragged. "Excuse me, how much for all of these flowers?" The girl looked surprised. "All of them?" "Yes, all of them." Killian came up beside him. "Is this enough?" "It's more than enough, sir. Thank you so much." Her husband was right beside her. A noble lady who buys flowers herself. I think you're the only one in the empire. This is the first time I've ever received flowers. Killian mistook Edith's words as an attempt to humor him. Is this the first time you've received so many flowers? If you keep them in water, they might stay fresh for a year. No, they're perfect. This is the first time I've received flowers. This was unbelievable to Killian. Although many had confessed their feelings to Edith and offered her flowers, not a single one had ever reached her. Whether in this life or the last, this was the first time she had received flowers. He hadn't realized how sentimental she was. Edith was smiling, but Killian felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy for her. Shall we go somewhere else? She took Killian's hand, leading him forward. They were supposed to be window shopping, but Killian spent the entire time observing her. Or rather, she was all he could see. A clown suddenly jumped out, startling her. It started circling her. Seeing Edith look to him for help, he felt a surprising surge of joy. Stop teasing my wife. In addition to calling her Ruth, Killian had started calling her wife. In truth, everything here was actually prepared for Lise. The beautiful streets and squares were meant to be her dating spots with the male leads. He and Killian were quietly enjoying all of this. Was it because he had fulfilled the conditions of the second stage? If the second male lead change was due to reaching the second stage, then after fulfilling the third stage, would they be able to escape the aid and gain their freedom? To love frequently, share sorrows, and experience joys together. Just like the nameless people in the aid, living freely. Killian had a lot of things he couldn't understand. He guessed that Edith was interested in the arts, but when he invited her to the opera, he worried she would be bored. He thought he'd seen operas like this countless times, with countless men. He never dreamed it would be Edith's first, and that she would cry like a child. Who would have thought that someone like him had never even received a single bouquet of flowers? When they parted, he smiled and said he was happy, because experiencing so many firsts filled his heart with a surging joy. Someone called out to Killian, "Why are you back so late?" Legay's expression was troubled. Did something happen? I heard someone saw Edith's maid applying something to the embroidery thread. That maid works in the basement, but she suddenly disappeared today. Cliff has been looking for her all day. Killian was puzzled. Why are you only telling me this now? Why not sooner? And how did Cliff know? Legay lowered his head. I don't know. Cliff said he would investigate, but I thought you should know. Killian thought, surely Edith wouldn't actually try to harm me? He was about to say as much, but then he remembered the voice. Of course, it was that maid. Many women do such things. However, this time the manipulation didn't work. He looked back. What was that voice just now? The younger brother and his wife flirting, while the older brother seethes with envy. Not content with being a lovesick fool himself, he wants to drag his brother into a twisted love triangle. After learning that Killian and Edith's relationship had improved, Lee started causing trouble. He stopped Killian, whispering insinuations about Edith poisoning him. But Killian immediately denied it. Edith would never do that. Even if Lijhoff ordered it, why would she target someone unrelated instead of Ludwig? To him, there was only one reason for Edith to harm Lise: jealousy. But this clearly didn't hold water. Edith not only didn't seek his love, but felt burdened by his advances. Killian easily saw through Lise's attempts to slander Edith. Not only did it not make Killian suspicious of his wife, it made him wary. Since their last outing, Killian had started clinging to him every day. This behavior completely baffled Edith. Didn't you say you had something to do today? I forgot to greet you, my lady. I'm home. That face is truly unfair. I'm not joking. What's gotten into you lately? We've been having dinner together for days now. Isn't that normal for a married couple? Killian suddenly remembered something. He became serious. I was wrong before. What I said that night was sincere. It may be too late, and I know I've done too many wrong things. But if you're willing, I want to start understanding you from now on. Although you're a suspect in the recent incident, I don't believe you did it. Most importantly, I hope it wasn't you. Only then did Edith feel that he had truly changed. Killian, thank you. Edith's reaction surprised him. It's not something you should thank me for. I should be the one apologizing. So is it all right? I want to spend more time with you. I want to know what you like and dislike. I don't want to miss even your smallest habits. A man who suddenly sees the light can be deadly. He almost forgot how persistent the male leads in novels could be. From that day on, aside from work, Killian stayed by his side constantly. What was supposed to be an awkward relationship turned out to be more comfortable than imagined. Occasionally, he would even joke, "Are you still secretly watching my morning training during your walks?" Edith had to quickly change the subject. Look, the roses over there are so beautiful. Is he dressed too lightly? Killian worried he might catch a cold and offered his cloak. When Edith joked that even if he did catch a cold, Killian wouldn't notice. He actually got angry, scolding him for talking nonsense. Then, afraid he'd been too harsh, he immediately apologized. "I'm sorry. Did I upset you?" Although he wasn't averse to it, Killian's constant displays of affection were becoming a little overwhelming. "Wow, you two look really good together. Just like a real married couple. By the way, they're having tea with Lise right now." He'd expected this comment to anger Killian, but instead, his face lit up with a smile. "Really? Oh my goodness. Why isn't he angry? I prepared strawberry tea today. I wonder if Edith likes that flavor. Just the smell alone makes me like it." Killian looked at him. "The strawberry tarts last time too. Do you like strawberries?" Edith replied, "Fresh strawberries are a bit sour, but I like them when they're used in desserts. But the perfume you use is rose, not strawberry. I prefer floral scents on my skin. Floral scents are nice too." Killian's unusual behavior puzzled Edith. Could he be trying to make Lise jealous? Well, she would play along. She moved closer to Killian, tilting her head up slightly, attempting to flirt. "If it's all right, well, this is a little embarrassing." Her face flushed crimson. Cliff suddenly spoke. "Killian, I know you and Edith are close, but Lise has been trying to talk to you since earlier, and you haven't responded at all. Isn't that a bit much, my dear brother?" Learning that the second male lead had fallen for someone else, the scheming female lead was getting anxious. What puzzled Edith was that even Cliff, the male protagonist, was chiding his brother for ignoring Lise. Lise suddenly mentioned that the shoes she had custom ordered were ready. Right in front of Edith, she asked Killian if he would accompany her to pick them up. She even mentioned wanting to go shopping, clearly intending to go on a date with him. Killian looked troubled. If Edith doesn't mind. It was only when he said her name again that Edith snapped back to attention. "I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else." Seeing her pale complexion, Killian became concerned. "Are you feeling unwell?" All of Killian's attention returned to her. Seeing their intimate interaction, Lisa's face darkened. "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll go with Cliff." Edith froze. Had she said something wrong? Killian looked a little awkward. "It's all right. I actually do have some time. The three of us could go together, including Edith." Cliff suddenly interjected. "That won't do. Since I have to go with father and your wife, Edith won't be able to go." It was certainly strange. Not only did Cliff not stop Killian from going on a date with Lise, he even created an opportunity for them to be alone. Ever since they left, Edith had been pondering why the storyline had changed. In the novel, Killian and Lise had custom-ordered shoes together. This was a small incident that occurred before Cliff and Lise officially became a couple. The extremely possessive Cliff had even thrown away those shoes connected to his brother. Everything that was happening now deviated from the original plot. Killian suddenly stopped. Edith followed his gaze. It was Damien Sinclair. "It's been a while, Duke Killian." And Lady Edith Rieghoff. Why would he appear at a time like this? Killian's expression turned serious. He told Edith to go back first, then walked over to Sinclair, not forgetting to emphasize her name is Edith Ludwig, not Rieghoff. A short while later, Edith received an explanation from Killian. The Sinclair family wanted to seize control of the southern mines, which belonged to the Rieghoff family. That was the reason they had gotten married in the first place. If Sinclair succeeded, their reason for marrying would disappear. Judging from his conversation with my father, he's probably already finished laying the groundwork. After explaining, Killian suddenly stood up. "I have something to attend to. I hope you'll excuse me." Just as Edith's heart sank, Killian returned. He brushed her hair back, smiling gently as before, and answered her previous question. "And it's not that it's all right. I really like it. I really like your scent." Anna, brimming with curiosity about her mistress, nevertheless remembered her duties as a maid. But when she heard that young Master Killian was going shopping with Lise, and Edith remained unfazed, she finally couldn't contain herself. "Miss, do you not love young Master Killian?" "I'm sorry. It seems I've overstepped." "No. Why would you be curious about that?" "Because I heard the young master is going out with Miss Lise to Lovers Mary Street. It's practically a date after all. A sacred ground for dates. The young master and Miss Lise have always gotten along like siblings. If the young master subconsciously agreed to this date, shouldn't you say something?" So he was worried about her. At first, Anna had seemed more like an emotionless NPC in Edith's eyes. He was a member of the Duke's household, aloof and unlikely to express his emotions outwardly. Yet now, he seemed more concerned about her feelings than Killian's. "Thank you, but I really am all right. If things can continue like this, I'll be content." She had sold some more of her dresses and jewelry today. Even the shopkeeper had tried to dissuade her, saying it was a shame to part with them, as few besides Edith could carry off such extravagant pieces, and therefore they wouldn't fetch a high price. But for her, escaping was more important. Edith knew this well. No matter how kind Killian was to her, she couldn't allow herself to indulge in that warmth. She had to be ready to leave at any moment. She couldn't rely on Killian. No, she couldn't rely on anyone. From the moment her parents had complained incessantly about her illness, to the time her brother had told her to die, she had understood. In this world, she could only rely on herself. Help received would become an insurmountable debt. Showing vulnerability would only be seen as a ploy for sympathy. She could only trust herself. Anna had lived as a maid in the Duke's household for over 10 years. The virtues required of a servant in a noble family were clear. Hear nothing, see nothing, work quietly like a shadow. Erase your presence. Don't think, don't feel. Until she met Edith, she had caused a lot of trouble. Anna wasn't the kind of servant to take pity on others. She remembered the first time she saw Lise. The raggedly dressed girl with an innocent smile hadn't evoked any particular feelings. Although everyone said she was tragic and pitiful, Anna, who had been a maid since childhood, knew what true pity was. Lise hadn't experienced misfortune, so Anna had never pitied her. Edith was different. She didn't draw a sharp line between herself and the servants. Optimistic and positive, she never complained needlessly. She often asked for Anna's opinion and listened attentively to her replies. She would invite Anna to sit and eat with her and urge her to rest early. She respected and cared for her, treating her like a human being, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. How could she not like such a person? Miss, I truly hope you'll be happy. At some point, Anna had developed feelings. Edith was no longer just her mistress. To her, Edith was someone who had entered her heart, someone she cared about, and who made her feel important. Returning to the Duke's mansion, Edith encountered Killian, who should have been out with Lise. He was agitated. Why did you sell all your clothes and jewels? Upon learning that Edith had never received the allowance allocated to her by the Duke's household, a wave of sadness washed over him. Why do you never say anything, no matter what happens? Do you think I can't even protect someone like you? As the male lead of the novel, and teach him how to seduce his own brother. When the older brother drops the pretense, he's nothing but a lovesick fool. Because of Killian, Edith almost missed the carriage. Not only did Killian insist on buying back everything she'd sold, but he also dragged her along to see Lean about sorting out her finances. Weren't you supposed to go out with Lise? That's not important. Killian stopped abruptly. Why don't you say anything? From what the maid did to you, to starving yourself and then taking poison. No matter how much you suffer, you never say a word. Do you really think I can't even protect someone like you? He suddenly remembered Sophia's words. Whether in the past life or this one, he was never the one chosen. He couldn't bear the future he would face if his identity were revealed. Killian, there are just some things people can't bring themselves to talk about. In the end, he didn't press her further, even though she repeatedly insisted she didn't need it. He was adamant about buying back everything she had sold. In any case, the money issue was resolved. The most pressing matter was the man in front of her. His previous behavior had been too strange. You were looking at me with such suspicion. Even I would get nervous. Sorry, I just felt a little awkward. Even though we're family, we rarely see each other. But I heard you and Killian are getting along better these days. It's only been a few days. Who knows what will happen in the future? Yeah, he's only infatuated with you for the moment. Think about the years he spent with Lise. You can't even compare. I really want to smack his big mouth. Does this doggo man want to fight? Though, of course, I hope Killian continues to like you. You want Killian, and I want Cliff. Wait a minute, you seem to have misunderstood something. Although I'm Killian's wife, I don't necessarily have to possess him. Cliff scoffed. That sounds nice, but if Killian's attitude towards you reverts back to how it was before, could you still say that? Cliff didn't bother hiding his malice. Then his tone shifted. Killian likes yachting. As soon as the weather warms up, he'll go looking for a boat. He used to go with Cliff often, but he hasn't gone since he got married. He also likes fine art. He's interested in anything art-related. Whatever he does, just compliment him more. It's always a good idea. After all, he's always been overshadowed by me. He's developed a complex about it. Cliff looked at him with an intimate gaze. Edith found his reaction genuinely amusing. Is my reaction that interesting? Edith thought that. After all, they were brothers bound by blood. Even in the original story, although Ingrid and Cliff had fierce rivalry, it wasn't to this extent. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the palace gates. Cliff extended his hand to her. Use this information I've given you. It will be beneficial for both you and Killian. Think about it carefully. Owen, do you know a maid named Safi? Brown hair, freckles on her face. Never mind. It doesn't matter if you don't know her. It would be better if you did, though. I enjoyed talking to you. Have fun with the princess. Edith didn't know why he had come to the palace, and there was no time to ask now. She never would have guessed that the princess intended to take her horseback riding and personally instruct her, no less. Eyes forward. Keep your back straight. The quality of horsemanship is determined by the rider. If you're timid, accidents are bound to happen. Was the princess getting back at her for her superior's rudeness? It felt like a targeted attack. The princess suddenly spoke. Killian asked us, the female lead, to win back the second male lead. A whole day planned, and the very first request is denied. She tugged at Killian's sleeve. That's the shop I wanted to visit last time. Weren't we here to pick up the shoes? We're late, yes, but I timed it according to the cobbler's hours. Not only are you late for our appointment, Killian, because of Edith, but you're also dismissing my requests. Lisa's expression soured, her gaze darkening. Why didn't you say something sooner? Lisa's voice was tight with displeasure. Meanwhile, Edith was with the princess. Killian asked you to teach me how to ride. At first, she thought she'd misheard. The princess had initially been quite displeased with Killian's request. You want me to teach Edith Ludwig to ride? Is that what you're saying? But she's a Ludwig now. It turned out Killian planned to take Edith to his own land soon. But there it snowed year-round. Carriages were impractical. Horseback was much more convenient. He had intended to teach her himself, but Edith seemed reluctant, constantly refusing. I don't understand why you're doing all this. Isn't your marriage just for political convenience? Once things settle down, you'll just get rid of her, won't you? These words seemed to anger Killian. Get rid of my temporary wife? Did my father say that? If not, then it's just social gossip, isn't it, Catherine? I'm disappointed. I thought you wouldn't believe such rumors. Edith had said similar things to him. Catherine remained unconvinced. She was a Rieghoff just a short while ago. Are you trying to distance yourself from the Rieghoff family's despicable actions? Killian sighed. This might be hard to believe, but what the Rieghoff family plotted has nothing to do with Edith. I can't explain the details to you yet, but I hope you can trust me. Since you say Edith told you the same thing, Catherine, why don't you try getting to know her yourself? Then decide what you think. The princess unexpectedly apologized. You and Killian were right. I inexplicably summoned her for a riding lesson and even judged her. Those who call her a wicked woman are the ridiculous ones. I'm sorry. I assumed she used underhanded tactics to seduce Killian. Anna, without knowing the truth, said hurtful things. I show my worst side to you, someone I've always respected. This is a bit shameless, but will you accept my apology now? Oh, Killian said you're much kinder than you appear. He was right. She's the most radiant person I've ever met. Kind, warm, and sunny. Just looking at her makes me happy. I wish she would only look at me, only smile at me. The young man, experiencing this feeling for the first time, thought he was in love. If Edith hadn't appeared, filling his thoughts, he might have misunderstood his feelings forever. Looking at the shoes in his hand, Killian thought of Edith. Try them on. Lisa had heard that good shoes take you to good places. Killian smiled, but it wasn't directed at her. He turned to the shopkeeper. Your craftsmanship is excellent. I need to order 4 more pairs of winter shoes. 4 pairs will take 2 months. Would you like to order them today? No, I want them to match my wife's. 2 months is a bit tight. Killian, where are you going? Killian's expression changed. Why do you ask? His coldness startled Lise. He wasn't as easily manipulated as before. He quickly spoke up. I mean, Edith is one of my few friends. Since Lise arrived at the Duke's mansion, she's been under their constant protection. She hasn't really had many friends her own age. The two quickly left the shoe shop. Killian looked at the street and thought of Edith again. This place was very different from where they had their last date. This was a commercial street favored by the nobility, while the other place was somewhere commoners could enjoy themselves. Although things there were inexpensive, Edith hadn't minded at all. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Lise took his arm. Lise, what's wrong? I just heard you were about to leave and felt a little strange. Seeing Lise like this, he agreed to accompany her a little longer. The shopkeeper enthusiastically presented his wares. This headpiece isn't something just anyone can pull off. Lise turned, her face alight. Killian, take a look. It's beautiful. Wrap up all the accessories he looked at. Send them to the Ludwig residence. Lise thought Killian was starting to warm back up to her. She didn't expect him to then suggest entering a shop. That wasn't at all his usual style. Killian, this place feels a bit different. Yes, I plan to pick out some gifts for Edith here. Edith again. This made Lise bristle. Edith? Shouldn't she prefer more extravagant jewelry? I thought so too at first, but after getting to know her, I realized that's not the case. Compared to those large, flashy gems, she's more suited to elegant and delicate designs. Having said that, Killian began to focus on choosing gifts. Is this hairpin made of garnet? It's not bad as a simple accessory. This one seems to suit her as well. Excuse me, is this grosgrain ribbon bow available in any other colors? Cliff, passing by Edith's room late at night, witnessed this heartwarming scene. His younger brother, who had clearly been shopping with Lee's, had picked out a pile of gifts for Edith. He was even personally braiding her hair. For Edith, this was a perfect day. At least, that's what she thought until the moment she fell into the water. Killian's good taste surprised her. She loved every single gift. It's because I've been trained since I was young to have a good eye for things. Turn around for a moment. He started braiding Edith's hair. How is it? The satin and pearls complement your red hair. He had always known how beautiful Edith was, but he still couldn't help his heart racing. It suits you perfectly. If I had known you'd like it this much, I would have bought more. Cliff watched the two of them, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. He headed towards his original destination. Feigning ignorance, he inquired, I heard you weren't feeling well and came back early. It seems Killian went to great lengths to please you today. No, Killian is completely devoted to Edith. I've only caused him unnecessary trouble. Cliff pushed the gifts towards Lee's. Do you care that much about Killian? I care about both you and Killian very much. You know I don't mean it that way. Can't I be the only one for you? Right now, you look like you can't bear to part with Killian. Lee's panicked. I'm just a little tired from all the shopping. Oh, right, what did you do today? You still care about what I did? Of course. I was thinking about you the whole time I was out. It would have been better if I had gone with you. Speaking of which, I had a rather pleasant chat with my sister-in-law in the carriage today. I told her that Killian enjoys yachting in the summer. Lee's, my existence is for you. Whatever you desire, I will offer it to you. Lee's lowered her head. Cliff, then please focus only on me. Are you still interested in that? It's a bit dangerous, you know. A few days later, Edith decided to try Cliff's suggestion. She brought up the topic of boating. In truth, in her past life, she hadn't even been on a duck boat, let alone a yacht. It was just a test, but Killian, as expected, invited her with delight. I happen to have a yacht. If the weather is nice tomorrow, shall we go out on it? Seeing his reaction, she was glad she had mentioned Anna. Contact Mr. Samuel and have him prepare the yacht. The next day, Edith ran into Lee's on the road. Where are you going? You look so beautiful today. Killian and I are going to the lake. Are you going on the yacht? Killian's yacht is lovely. He takes me there every year. Sometimes we even fish together. You'll be doing that today, won't you? I haven't heard him mention fishing. Well, if you have the chance, you must try it. It's quite enjoyable. Lee's words were strange. Could he possibly be interested in men? Edith, I'm truly happy for you. You and Killian look so wonderful together. It seems she had been overthinking. Killian arrived at that moment. After bidding Lee's farewell, Killian extended his hand to her. Edith boarded a boat for the first time. It was a view she had never experienced in either this life or her past one. Like a fledgling taking its first flight, everything was a marvel to her. Killian responded to her every utterance. Look over there. Don't lean too far forward. Be careful not to get hurt. I'm so glad you're enjoying this. He could feel the lingering warmth of her body against his coat and the intensity of her gaze. What are you doing? Hurry up. Don't ruin the mood. You're holding a woman with her eyes closed in your arms, and you don't know what to do. The rest of her words were swallowed by Killian's kiss. This was perhaps the most beautiful day since she had arrived in this world. So much so that she couldn't imagine. What happened next? She was once again facing death. But this time, it wasn't the passive system. It wasn't unconditionally supporting the original author. Before boarding, Killian had double-checked. Had the yacht been thoroughly inspected? Mr. Samuel had assured him it had. He hadn't overlooked a single detail. It was a near-perfect day. If only it could continue like this forever. After they parted from their embrace, Killian still seemed reluctant to let her go. He purposely brought up the subject of rowing. She was a little concerned. After all, it was a popular activity for lovers. She wasn't just jealous. It was a deep-seated, long-standing jealousy. Hearing Edith say that nothing had happened, Killian brightened. It seemed the problem was his own. We'll continue the rest when we get home. For now, let's eat. Once the food was ready, Killian prepared to lower the sail and stop the boat. But he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The yacht began to veer uncontrollably in another direction. It suddenly accelerated and began to rock violently. He turned and shouted Edith's name, but it was too late. Edith lost her footing and fell backward. In the moment before she plunged into the water, she clearly saw Killian. The woman who had warned her about him had been terrifyingly right. She was being pulled down into the depths. The water, which had looked so sparkling, was bone-chillingly cold. She had to stay alert. She couldn't die here, because Killian was the one destined to kill her. This yacht accident hadn't been in the original story. Edith suddenly remembered. When Edith dies as the villainess, the story will return to its original track. 3 minutes until death. What is this? This is preposterous. Back to the original track. Then his relationship with Killian will also return to square one. Killian will look at her lifeless form, once again feeling that invasive possessiveness. In the moment before losing consciousness, a hand reached out towards her. Edith slowly opened her eyes. In the end, she didn't die. Anna was praying by the bedside. When Edith made a sound, Anna abruptly lifted her head. The plot had changed once again. She now knew the original author and harbored animosity towards them. The author had forced her into actions she would never have taken, all for the sake of fulfilling the conditions for clearing the game, obstructing her from deviating from the original plot. But for her, the limitations of the original story itself were more challenging than the unseen author. Every character's attitude and actions towards her. Even she herself was constrained by the framework of the original story. But she never imagined that an incident unrelated to the original story would also threaten her life. She couldn't be passive. At least she'd received one piece of information during her unconsciousness. As she recovered from the agony of drowning, the system gave a new notification. Due to the original author's excessive intervention, parts of the plot had collapsed. The author's control was weakening. Now she knew the original story was no longer on the same side as the author. Choi Suna, having just experienced the threat of death, actually laughed. "So, you're also restricted, huh?" The moment his wife fell from the boat, his heart stopped. Seeing her sinking into the depths of the lake like she was falling into an abyss, he forgot how he even swam to her. Intense regret, guilt, or perhaps self-reproach ultimately transformed into a desperate cry. "Edith, please look at me, please. Don't leave me like this." He should have told her then. Told her that even when he was out with Lise, his thoughts were always with her. That no matter what he saw, he first considered whether she would like it. He should have said it before, when he said he didn't believe her, or when he criticized her with his words, speaking cruelties to her. He was going mad with regret for those past actions. In the torture chamber in the basement, he walked towards the bound figure. "You've worked in the Duke's household for 10 years. You've never made a mistake like this. I always thought you were someone I could trust. Did the Duke's family's trust mean nothing to you?" Killian roared in fury. "Who supported you, after all?" Just then, someone arrived. "Young master, Miss, she's awake." As soon as Edith sat up, Killian rushed over. He held her tightly in his arms. His body was warm, but trembling slightly, as if he was afraid of something. Edith patted his shoulder gently. "I'm all right now, Killian. Let me see your face. What happened? It's not because you almost died, is it?" Edith asked, puzzled. "There was a problem with the boat. If it had been properly inspected, that wouldn't have happened. I'm investigating who ordered Samuel to do it." "Killian, wait. You don't think he did this, do you? Do you think he's the kind of person who would do something like that?" He hesitated, then replied, "Well, I don't think so. People are unpredictable. Wouldn't he know he'd be found out immediately? I feel like this incident is very similar to the poisoned embroidery incident." She already knew the answer. Since the system said the original author had intervened excessively, then this must have been their doing as well, trying to eliminate her using a plot point that wasn't in the original story. First, those with fewer scenes in the book are less affected, like Anna and Lise. If the author could control them, there wouldn't be a need for such a large conspiracy to harm her. This means they can only manipulate those who already disliked Edith in the original story. Mr. Samuel, who wasn't in the original, can't be controlled. But he couldn't tell Killian this directly. He had to find another way. The most fundamental reason was that he knew what it felt like to be wrongly accused. So he didn't want any innocent person to be implicated. Killian ultimately listened to him and released Samuel. But Edith's pale, bloodless face kept appearing before his eyes. He had to pull himself together and catch the culprit. In boating accidents, most of those in danger are women. Because they wear restrictive clothing, it's difficult for them to save themselves if they fall into the water. So the target this time wasn't him, but Edith. Killian began to replay the previous events. He must have missed something. Just then, a servant announced that Mr. Samuel requested an audience. He had brought a clue. To protect his wife, he began to be wary of assisting the male and female leads. The first time, he suspected his brother and Lise. Edith's plea led Killian to eventually release Samuel, though he couldn't understand how she could so calmly speak up for Samuel after nearly losing her life. However, Edith's kindness wasn't in vain. Samuel brought a clue. after inspecting the boat. He had left once before dawn. After that, Cliff came by, saying Lise had lost something nearby. He helped search. Although it wasn't for long, if something happened during that time, it was indeed his oversight. What's your reason for telling me this now? I've already released you. As long as you keep quiet, this matter will pass. Samuel, who had been keeping his head down, removed his hat. His gaze was firm. I have to catch that person. The person who wanted to harm the lady is still wandering around freely. What if, because of my silence, that person gets away? Information that Killian couldn't extract through torture was revealed because of Edith's forgiveness and trust. I'm willing to accept any punishment for my negligence. Raise your head, Samuel. Edith wouldn't want you to be punished. Even if she knew this, it wouldn't change her mind. Perhaps she would even thank you for your honesty. After Samuel left, Killian fell into deep thought. This incident was becoming even stranger. Cliff, appearing at the lake at dawn to help Lise look for something, and Lise, whom they encountered before their departure. From the poisoned embroidery to the leaked documents, they were involved in every incident. Although he had said he would investigate, it was dismissed as his misperception. Cliff and Lise had never actually been investigated. That is to say, their innocence wasn't guaranteed. The thought that had just surfaced caused a sharp pain in Killian's head. But this time, he didn't stop. He endured the pain and struggled to piece together the information. Besides the people who appeared by the lake that morning, he needed to find a way to investigate the Duke's heir, his brother, and his lover. Besides investigating, Killian had been staying by her side these past few days. Edith could feel it. This accident had frightened him. He even personally fed her medicine. It was a complete collapse of his usual persona. Killian told Edith about Samuel and relayed Samuel's apology. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gotten any information related to the case. I owe it all to you. He felt a little awkward. Thank you, Killian. Those are words I should be saying. He opened his mouth and began to feed her again. Visitors arrived. It was Cliff and Lise. Cliff presented a bouquet, apologizing. He felt responsible, as it was a suggestion to go boating that led to the accident. Killian, however, was uncharacteristically cold, clearly not welcoming their presence. He practically told them to leave, knowing someone had tried to harm his wife. Killian's protectiveness had reached its peak. Even his own brother was now a suspect. He grabbed Cliff. Were you at the lake that day? Yes, I went back because I left something on a yacht. Edith almost forgot. The more significant a role someone played in a rescue, the more susceptible they were to influence. The author could manipulate them just as easily. Would Killian, or even Cliff himself, be put in danger while trying to save her? Killian continued to question Cliff. Was it that important that you had to go back so early in the morning? Lee suddenly interrupted. Edith, you look terrible. He was taken aback. I was worried because you refused visitors last night, she continued. Didn't the doctor say you needed rest and quiet? But I had a feeling you weren't well, so I came back for you. These weren't the words of someone who had just arrived that morning and stayed until midday. Killian began ushering them out again, using the excuse of Edith needing rest. Lise and Cliff said their goodbyes. Killian watched them leave, suspicion clinging to him. Killian, I'm really all right now. Her words snapped something in him. The tension he'd held for days finally broke. How can you say you're all right? We haven't even found the culprit yet. Edith gently cupped his face. Have you slept at all these past few days? You look exhausted. I've been thinking, if something like this happens again, don't jump into the water to save me without a second thought. It's too dangerous. Killian stared at her, stunned. How could she say such a thing so calmly, as if death didn't matter to her? Anger flared within him. Are you telling me to just watch you drown? Yes, unless you want to die with me. Killian, I'm just asking you to value your own life a little more. Things almost went terribly wrong. When Edith had recovered enough to leave the house, she noticed a distinct change. Everyone at the Duke's household was unusually kind to her. What's going on? It's probably because you helped Mr. Samuel. He's worked here for a long time and helped many people. Actually, not long ago, Mr. Samuel disappeared. In the days before he vanished, he'd been speaking ill of you. So, some unpleasant rumors started circulating, suggesting you might have had something to do with his disappearance. But then, despite being in mortal danger yourself, you saved Mr. Samuel. So, everyone's suspicions have vanished. New rumors began to spread through society. Some whispered with malicious glee. Have you heard? Edith Rieghoff almost drowned. Apparently, it wasn't an accident. Someone tampered with the yacht's mooring lines. Shinklain felt a surge of triumph. It seems the Duke's household is planning to get rid of Edith. The next moment, other ladies refuted her. But I heard that young Master Killian jumped into the water to save Lady Edith, risking his own life. He's trying so hard to please his wife. He He even cornered a flamboyantly dressed man in the street, asking where he had his clothes made. When he got there, he realized the selection of styles and fabrics was quite limited. The loving couple's actions, however, displeased some. Upon hearing that Killian had unhesitatingly jumped into the water to save his wife, Shinklain was furious. She was still hoping for their divorce and a chance to snag Killian for herself. Wait, I heard they haven't caught the culprit yet. They haven't launched a public investigation or punished the yacht manager. If that's the case, doesn't it mean Edith's position in the Duke's household is just as precarious as before? The young ladies, idle and bored, found a perverse satisfaction in the misfortunes of others. Meanwhile, Edith diligently practiced her writing. An unusual buzz filled the Duke's household that day. Cliff had invited the royal designer to create Lisa's gown for the upcoming Founding Day celebration. He'd been so preoccupied lately that such matters had slipped his mind. The Duke's household was also wary of Grand Duke Langston. They anticipated trouble during the Founding Day festivities. The conflict between the two factions had reached a fever pitch. However, these details weren't elaborated upon in the original story, so he didn't know much about them. When Anna brought up the dress, he had initially planned to alter an existing gown. Although the Edith Cliff knew from the original story never wore an outfit twice, those dresses were still new to him. He hadn't expected Killian to have already made arrangements. A few days prior, Killian had scheduled a custom fitting. Since this would be their first public appearance as a married couple, he wanted to quell the rumors of their discord. Leanne watched them depart. His gaze fell upon the item Killian had left behind, a book about curses and brainwashing. Upon entering the dress shop, he was nearly blinded by the opulent decor. The shopkeeper, equally flamboyant, declared, "I am Moffat. Thank you both for gracing my humble establishment." Humble? He thought, opening the lookbook and receiving another shock. Killian didn't have this kind of taste. "Don't you like this style?" the shopkeeper inquired. "Isn't this what you prefer?" Apparently, during their first dress fitting at the Duke's household, because he, Edith, had refused, Killian had mistakenly assumed he disliked that particular style. He had found the shop based on Edith's previous preferences. He had even gone so far as to stop people on the street, asking where they had their clothes made. Of course, this was all months ago. "This shop is quite renowned, though. Why don't you take a look?" he suggested, glancing at Killian's lookbook. "You have such an exquisite eye. The moment I saw you, I knew this gown would be perfect. It's already prepared. Would you like to try it on?" He'd sensed it ever since their last gift exchange. Killian truly had a knack for picking things out. He suddenly felt a little nervous. "Killian, isn't this a bit too extravagant?" he asked. "How does it look?" The words had barely left Edith's lips when his heart lurched. The wife, outwardly arrogant and bullying, while the husband beams with joy, practically drowning in his own happiness. The more Killian got to know Edith, the more fascinating he found him. As the heir apparent, his older brother could summon the royal dressmaker at will, and the female protagonist of the story had ultimately chosen him as well. This led Edith to mistakenly believe that Killian had brought him out simply to avoid the original protagonists. The realization brought him a sudden clarity, but Killian simply smiled at him tenderly. "It's beautiful. It suits you even more than I imagined." He forced himself to stay grounded. Killian didn't love him, so when Killian reached out to brush a stray hair from his face, he flinched back and changed the subject. "Why don't you try on something too?" Killian froze, taken aback by his rejection. They soon left the shop, acting as if nothing had happened. "You should have tried on a few more. It would have been perfect without that dress," Killian said, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. "Didn't I tell you? I've known for a long time that you have excellent taste." Edith's compliment, strangely enough, seemed to soothe him. "If you're not too tired, let's go look at shoes over there." He led Killian towards the shop where he had previously intended to have boots made. "The shopkeeper still remembers your order, Master Killian." "Yes, I plan to order 2 pairs of boots and a pair of dress shoes." Edith inquired softly. "2 pairs? But I already have a pair. Layson gets a lot of snow. You'll need boots that are properly waterproofed." "Is that why you wanted me to wear boots for riding too?" "Precisely. Now that you mention it, we'll need to order winter riding boots as well." He had intended to buy less, but the list kept growing. Killian's territory often saw heavy snowfall. He wondered about its culture and finances. The novel hadn't gone into much detail about these things either. Lost in thought, he glanced to the side. Only then did he notice Edith, her face flushed crimson, shyly watching him as his measurements were taken. A playful thought crossed his mind. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Nothing, she mumbled, self-consciously raising a hand to shield her eyes. Flustered, she quickly changed the subject. His gaze fell upon a table laden with sweets. He hadn't imagined that he, as Edith, would ever experience such a life. He recalled Cliff's words, "Killian will soon tire of you." How could that be? Killian wasn't like him. He was kind and gentlemanly. Even this shop had been chosen by Killian based on Edith's preferences. It was a little noisy, but looking at Killian's face, the noise hardly mattered. Who will Ludwig marry? Gossip drifted from a nearby table. Even his younger brother is married now. Could it be that Shinklang girl, the illegitimate one? I heard both brothers are completely smitten with that vixen. She must have something special. The whispers grew increasingly vulgar. The younger brother is newly married, yet his proper wife can't compare to some bastard. Seeing Killian's expression darken, Edith stood and walked directly towards the gossiping women. Unless the Duke and Duchess have lost their minds, they wouldn't let the heir marry a bastard. What are those looks for? Have you seen a ghost? Only then did he realize the shocked silence behind him. Edith Rieger, one of the women stammered. With a cool glare, Edith corrected her. Ludwig Rieger. Please use my correct name. I am, after all, one of the subjects of your recent gossip. I suppose I can understand. Since I haven't been attending parties, high society has lost its center and become a mess. That explains your lack of decorum. However, do I look like the kind of person who would live under the same roof as a woman my husband has slept with? The women began frantically apologizing and backpedaling. A single glare from Edith silenced them. She placed her teacup back on the table with a sharp click. Rumors you can't take responsibility for shouldn't be uttered so carelessly. Be mindful in the future. He turned and returned to his seat. He had barely sat down when he heard a strange sound. Killian was covering his mouth, stifling laughter. Edith, bewildered, asked, "What's wrong?" Killian finally gave in and burst out laughing. The man who had once been a viper had become utterly devoted to his wife. For Edith, he was ready to confront his family for the first time. Even after they had boarded the carriage, Killian was still chuckling. Edith sighed, exasperated. "How long are you going to laugh? Do you even realize? The more I look at you, the more amazed I am. You didn't even get angry with me. Instead, you scolded those spreading the rumors. Why would I ignore those gossip mongers and get angry with you? Because those rumors started because of me? Or do you not care because you don't love me? I apologize for asking such a question. Please don't mind it." Edith couldn't bring himself to say it. It wasn't that he didn't love Killian. It was that he cared too much, so the rumors seemed trivial. Because for Killian Schoolizer to survive, he had to understand his own position. They had just returned to the mansion when they saw Lise and Anna. Anna looked deeply troubled. Lien revealed the reason. The Duke and Duchess had brought out the Light of Lorraine, the oldest jewel in the Ludwig family. In the original story, Lise wore this necklace, announcing to the entire empire her place in the Ludwig family. "Killian, calm down. How can I possibly be calm right now?" Killian, pulling Lien along, barged into the event meant for Lise. "Killian, how can you be so rude in front of Mother? I apologize if I'm mistaken, but I overheard something strange on my way back. While Edith and I were out, you brought out the Light of Lorraine. You were planning to have Edith wear it, weren't you?" It was only then that Edith realized what Killian was doing. But it's for Lise. Why would he do this? Killian turned to his mother. His expression transformed. It's tradition for the daughter-in-law of the Ludwig family to wear the Light of Lorraine at her first formal event after the wedding. We haven't had any large ceremonies since our wedding. You can finally wear it this time. There are also 2 matching sets of earrings. Would you like to see them now? Killian, wait a moment. He didn't know how to explain that the jewelry was intended for Lise. In desperation, he could only blurt out, "It doesn't suit me. I don't like it." This stunned everyone. "My preferred accessories are gold. Plus, I have red hair. How awful would it look with a blue necklace?" Without giving Killian a chance to speak, she pushed him towards the exit. "We're a little tired, so we'll go back now." As soon as they left, Lisa's face fell. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." "It's not your fault. It was our decision. How can we blame you? You've been trying on clothes all day and must be tired. Go back and rest." After Lise and Cliff left, the Duke suddenly spoke. I never thought Killian had that side to him. The Duchess, however, was consumed by guilt. Has he gone senile? If Lise had worn that necklace at the Founding Day celebration, it would have been incredibly embarrassing for Edith. Why didn't he consider Edith at all when he did this? Edith strode quickly after Killian. "I thought the only time you didn't knock was when you came to my room. How could you be so rude to your parents? Why are you suddenly so angry? Didn't you think about how embarrassed Lise would be? Answer me." He turned around, finally realizing the tense atmosphere. Killian radiated a chilling aura. Aren't you angry? A jewel you've never worn is given to someone completely unrelated to the Ludwig family. Didn't you think about what people would say about you? Edith noticed Killian's hands trembling. They knew all this, and yet they still did this to you. Do you know what those people will say about you at the Founding Day celebration? What new insults can they come up with? Nothing more than the usual. Edith Rieghoff, extravagant, vulgar, vain, arrogant, and a woman with a heart of a viper. The last phrase was something Killian had once said to her. Panic rising, she said, "That's not what I meant." There are other nasty rumors going around now, like how our relationship is terrible, and it wouldn't be surprising if we divorce soon. They also say you bully Lise. Even the servants hate you. Let them say what they want. I'll just keep putting them in their place, like I did at the cafe. You're planning to put them in their place at the Founding Day celebration too? Well, things are already this bad. It can't get any worse, can it? What's there to be afraid of? Killian suddenly cupped her face. When everyone is talking about how unbearable my future wife is, it makes me feel like my future is bleak. But I never imagined that my life would become so vibrant because of you. This seems like the kind of atmosphere you were talking about earlier. So would you close your eyes? I want to kiss you. It's not often my wife takes the initiative, but her husband was oblivious to the romantic cue. The man who usually couldn't get enough was satisfied with just one kiss. Wait, your body hasn't fully recovered from the yacht incident. I told you I'm fine. I even went horseback riding today. I've been waiting for you to do what the guard couldn't finish. Edith, honestly, about the necklace. It would be a lie to say I wasn't hurt. If Killian had heard those things at the Founding Day celebration, he would have been upset too. But compared to that, seeing Killian comforting and soothing my anger and hurt, those wounds felt like nothing. In the face of his affection, what did the opinions of those irrelevant people matter? On Founding Day, Killian looked pensively at the necklace in his hand. Are you really going to wear this, Edith? She chose the necklace he had always worn. Even though he said that besides the Light of Lorraine, the Duke's family had many other precious jewels she could wear, she still refused. Because wearing other extravagant jewels would make her seem too deliberate. Killian worried that someone would stir up trouble because of it. Then I'll just say, I'm wearing my husband's sincere heart. What jewel could be more precious than that? He was defeated by Edith again. How can you say such things without shame? But in truth, because it was the first gift Killian had given her, and the first kindness he had shown her, Killian was still a little dissatisfied. Although it suits you, it's too small. Who would have thought you were such a woman without ambition? You're saying the man who is both Killian and Ludwig lacks ambition? Edith's words made him blush again. He turned his head, his face red. There's truly nothing you can't say. Am I wrong? He gave up resisting. Regardless, the most attention will undoubtedly be on the main characters. Look at that necklace. It seems the illegitimate daughter is going to become Ludwig's daughter-in-law. Although Edith had already read this part of the story in the novel, experiencing it firsthand was a different feeling. However, the person she chose as best dressed today wasn't Lise, but the Duchess. Among the outfits she had helped her choose before, the Duchess had been wearing the clothes Lise picked, and she hadn't worn the ones Edith chose. She had assumed it was because she didn't like them. Unexpectedly, it was because she treasured them too much and wanted to save them for an important occasion. As expected, everyone who saw her was praising her outfit. Not at all. This dress was chosen for me by my daughter-in-law, Edith. I haven't introduced you all yet. This is my second son, Killian's wife. Edith was a little surprised. This was a scene that hadn't appeared in the original story. Don't worry. Go ahead. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Edith Ludwig. Miss Edith, it's a pleasure to meet you. The music began. The first dance was, naturally, between husband and wife. Back in the social scene after so long, are you happy? Don't even mention it. I didn't remember a single name of those people Mother introduced me to. She complained internally. The names in this fictional world are too hard to remember. It's all right. They're not important anyway. Just focus on remembering the steps now. What? Are you still worried about me stepping on your feet? You're actually worried about that when I'm dancing? Although she was still unfamiliar with remembering names, the steps were perfectly etched into Edith's body. She just needed to let the music guide her. Fluid spins and turns, every step flawlessly executed. She smiled at her husband. Killian, are you still worried about me stepping on your toes? Being teased by his wife while dancing mortified him. The flustered man became ridiculously jealous. Excuse me, this must be the skill you've accumulated from dancing with other gentlemen. Edith laughed. A man jealous of the past is utterly unattractive. The couple's flirting drove the onlookers mad. Her brother gloated. What's going on? Didn't you say Killian wanted to kill Edith? Shut up. He looked at Lise. Oh, was that brat wearing the Ludwig family heirloom? Although his sister was foolish and naive, her brother was sharp. The impression Edith gave off had completely changed. Although she had always been beautiful, she had always given off a fragile air. He's far too cheerful for someone who arrived at a rival family's estate through a political marriage, one noblewoman whispered, her gaze fixed on Killian. And look at how smitten his sister is. The intensity of Lisa's infatuation was palpable. Killian, her brother, was hers, and she wouldn't let Edith have him. The two, Killian and Edith, finished their pleasantries and were about to excuse themselves when an unwelcome guest appeared. Killian, ever perceptive, noticed a subtle shift in Edith. A tremor, almost imperceptible, yet enough to put him on alert. He followed her gaze. It was Riegerhoff, Edith's father. The man wore a deceptively benevolent expression as he greeted them and asked to speak with his daughter. Due to the restrictions placed upon Edith by the marriage contract, restrictions Killian had insisted upon, she couldn't refuse the request. She found herself speechless, trapped by propriety. Riegerhoff played the part of the doting father to perfection. Suddenly, her hand was enveloped in Killian's. He stepped forward, placing himself between Edith and her father. "What is it you wish to discuss with Edith that I cannot hear?" Killian's voice was smooth, yet laced with steel. "Am I not your son-in-law?" Riegerhoff bristled, feigning indignation. "I assure you, it's nothing of consequence. I simply wish to speak with my beloved daughter." He forced a smile. "I'm your father-in-law. After all, how can you be so disrespectful?" Killian retorted, his tone unwavering. "How is the other one doing?" "The other one?" Riegerhoff echoed, momentarily confused. "The one you were so worried about. The one you insisted on sending a carriage for, rather than your beloved daughter." Killian's words dripped with sarcasm. Riegerhoff began to falter. "You know, the one whose reputation you're always so concerned about. Sophia was merely a governess, tasked with correcting her behavior," Riegerhoff stammered. Edith wondered, was Killian protecting her? Or was he preventing her from contacting the Count? Finally finding her voice, Edith spoke. "I'm doing quite well, father. You needn't worry about me." The look Killian directed at Riegerhoff was chilling, enough to make the man abandon any further attempts to isolate Edith. The benevolent mask shattered as Riegerhoff turned away, muttering under his breath, "Ungrateful wretch. I shouldn't have kept him alive this long." Edith felt a wave of unease. She feared Killian would question her about her apparent anxiety, a question she couldn't answer without resorting to lies. But Killian, to her surprise, acted as if nothing had happened. "His Majesty will be arriving shortly," he said calmly. "We must greet him together. Are you all right?" He was not only attending to her emotional state, but refraining from asking any probing questions. After the emperor exchanged pleasantries with the court, a pivotal moment arrived. The imperial princess publicly declared her friendship with Lise. It was a declaration that sent ripples throughout the entire social circle. However, why was the imperial princess staring at her? Edith deliberately leaned into Killian, pressing against his chest with a coquettish air, infuriating the gossiping onlookers. In what should have been Lise's moment of glory, the imperial princess suddenly announced her close relationship with Edith. "Edith Ludwig," she addressed her directly, "are you and Killian wearing matching outfits?" "There are always rumors in social circles," the princess continued, a sly smile playing on her lips. "But after today, I imagine there won't be any more idle chatter. I've always invited Edith and Lise separately," she added, her gaze sweeping over the room. "Next time, I'd like to entertain you both together." Lise's face paled. Cliff, noticing her distress, leaned in to ask if she was all right. Lise quickly composed herself, forcing a smile. Killian, ever observant, noted the exchange. As the meeting concluded, he fetched a drink for Edith. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. "Just a bit of a foot ache," Edith replied, her mind racing. The main plot of this social gathering had taken an unexpected turn. An event meant to showcase Lise had been partially hijacked by Edith, the supposed villainess. "It's a pity we still don't know the conditions for the third stage," someone murmured nearby. "Bloodline is still the most reliable, after all." Edith followed the voice. It was her father, Riegerhoff, fawning over Duke Langston. He was openly siding with Langston in a public setting. The late emperor's reign was a golden age, Riegerhoff proclaimed. Those around him began to echo his sentiments, praising the late emperor's accomplishments. In this context, it was tantamount to criticizing the current emperor. Langston, clearly enjoying the attention, responded with feigned humility. Now, don't say that. The emperor is still young. I watched His Majesty and the Imperial Princess grow up, Langston continued, his voice dripping with condescension. They're still quite naive in my eyes. The whispers, sharp and pointed, all hissed the same refrain. They weren't enough. Catherine, stung by the veiled insults, spun on her heel and stalked away. Killian rose to his feet, a murmur of apology on his lips. If you don't mind, I'll see her off. Of course not, came the smooth reply. Go right ahead. But before Killian left, he turned back to Edith, his expression serious. If the Count gives you any more trouble, he instructed, cause a scene. No matter how big the commotion, I'll handle it. Edith, watching Catherine's rigid back retreat, felt a knot of unease tighten in her stomach. The moment her husband was gone, the whispers began anew, swirling around Edith like venomous smoke. Did you see him feigning weakness? One voice tittered, using that tired "oh my foot hurts" routine. Even his attempts at charm are just survival tactics. Another chimed in. I told you, he's practically a hostage. Edith, a strange mix of fascination and discomfort churning within her, listened intently. Do they really understand a situation? She wondered aloud. It's a political marriage, after all. How long can it possibly last? A third voice mused. Poor thing, so young and already facing divorce. What else can I do? Another sighed dramatically. I'll just be another woman who was once married to Killian Ludwig. If we divorce, she continued, a gleam in her eye, I'm sure I'll get a hefty settlement for emotional distress. Imagine it. I'll live off that fortune. I'm beautiful. I have a fantastic figure. I could find plenty of suitable lovers. Of course, if I felt like it, I might remarry. You're nothing but a parasite clinging to the Ludwig family, someone spat. My goodness, Edith retorted, a cool smile playing on her lips. Isn't that how all of you have lived your lives? Dependent on your fathers before marriage, and your husband's titles after? So arrogant and entitled. Edith's sharp words struck their target with the force of a physical blow, leaving them speechless and flustered. You think we're like you? One stammered, regaining her composure. Of course not, Edith replied, her voice dripping with irony. I, after all, will be the woman who was married to the very Killian Ludwig you all envy. A sudden ripple of panic spread through the group. Edith didn't need to look to know who had arrived. Killian, she purred, turning to face him. Did I seem like I was acting coy? Killian froze, the word echoing in his ears. Someone said I was being coy with you, she elaborated. If you know how to be coy, show me. But you wouldn't act that way with other men, would you? Never, she breathed, clinging to him playfully. Why would I look at anyone else when I have you? The woman who had accused Edith of being coy, her face burning with shame, slunk away. This wicked little game is rather thrilling, isn't it? Edith murmured, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Killian, suddenly feeling the need to clarify, began to explain. Just so you know, Princess Catherine and I have been friends since childhood. That's all. From the day I was born, I've never thought of her as anything other than a friend. In fact, she's more like family to me, even closer than Cliff. Edith patted his arm reassuringly. I know, she said. You don't need to worry. I don't mind. Killian, deflated, sighed. Yes, I know you don't worry. In contrast to Killian's disappointment, Edith's heart swelled with hope. Who could have imagined she would develop such a relationship with him? She remembered the despair she felt when she first learned about the exception clause. The Remarried Empress, Season 2, had finally returned. Edith clashed with the original novel's protagonists, and Killian fiercely defended his wife. The original female lead began to face scrutiny. Lien nervously slammed the book shut. She realized she was too close to the Empress. But Edith had already glimpsed the contents of the book, a magical formation. Yet, there seemed to be no magic within the cylinder. Lien, flustered, offered a hasty explanation about the young master's tower. Edith waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, she said. I'm sorry to have put you in a difficult position. Lien, seizing the opportunity to change the subject, asked, Did you enjoy the banquet? It was lovely, Edith replied. I heard you were quite tired and rested all day yesterday. It was true. After teasing Killian during the dance, she had been swept away and subjected to a night of passionate discussion, leaving her too exhausted to leave her room the following day. I seem to always be indisposed, she added, blushing slightly. It's quite embarrassing. Don't worry, Lien reassured her. It's perfectly normal for a lady of your standing to have a busy schedule. Edith felt a fresh wave of embarrassment, but her thoughts were quickly diverted. Lien, in an effort to help her familiarize herself with the Lane territory, had compiled nearly 10 years' worth of data. Once Killian was granted his title, they would be moving there. In the original story, Cliff was the next duke. Therefore, Killian would be granted the title of Count, and his territory would be Lane. After the rebellion incident, Killian would receive his title. He left the duke's estate to take up his post in Lane. And because he was the second son, destined to support his brother, he lived there alone for the rest of his life. If he could just survive this rebellion, wouldn't she be able to go there with him? Perhaps Killian wouldn't have to endure such loneliness. They could build the territory together, look after each other. Even if Killian didn't love her deeply, perhaps they could still have a good ending. Lisa's feelings towards Edith were complicated. Even after suffering so much unfair treatment and danger, Edith still retained her kind heart. But as a member of the Ludwig family, Lise was unsure how she should treat Edith. In her heart, however, she leaned towards kindness. "Miss Edith, you don't dislike Lise Grenache, do you?" Edith had once suspected Lise, but in the end, Lise's actions proved those suspicions were merely coincidences. "So," she replied, "I don't dislike you." But that didn't mean she wanted to be close to Lise. The girl across from her was brimming with enthusiasm, inviting her to go shopping together. Edith felt awkward. She didn't want to go at all. "I'm a bit busy lately," she said, thinking, wouldn't it be better if you went with Cliff? In the original story, they were like fire and water. But Edith could understand Lisa's behavior. Under the Ludwig family's protection, Lise had almost no friends her own age. Her only friend was the imperial princess. And because of Edith's presence, the princess had become friends with both of them. A thought suddenly struck Edith. If she kept rejecting Lise, would the princess revert to her original storyline? Would she, influenced by Lise's advice, have her sharp edges smoothed away and eventually become an ordinary woman? She didn't want to see that happen. Thinking this, she agreed to go with Lise. She wanted the princess to be herself, not buried by feudalistic ideals. What surprised her greatly was Killian's reaction when he learned she'd agreed to go shopping with Lise. He acted as if facing a formidable enemy, even demanding to accompany them. Was he still afraid she would hurt Lise? Unfortunately, Edith didn't know Killian's true worries. He suspected Lise and Cliff were behind the incidents targeting Edith, although he had been investigating them. He had no concrete proof. If he voiced his suspicions to Edith, he feared he would appear in his wife's eyes as someone slandering his siblings out of jealousy. After the incident where Edith nearly drowned, Killian realized one thing. He couldn't bear to lose her. He was terrified that even a small misunderstanding would shatter their outwardly peaceful but inwardly fragile relationship. Before he was kidnapped by a suitor, he had naively thought that even he, the villainous, could be friends with the female lead, because Lise always showed him a lonely side. And the changes in Anna and the princess made Edith want to try and accept Lisa's interests. She didn't want to ignore that loneliness. However, at the bookstore Lise recommended, she once again found herself in danger. "Edith Riegerhoff, I didn't think you'd actually come here and wait." She woke up from unconsciousness to see a crazed man in front of her. "You're awake. Long time no see, my love." She didn't recognize him, but he seemed accustomed to her not remembering. "I'm just one of the countless men who have fallen for you. I told you the information about the Alma Railroad facilities before, and it ended up ruining me, costing me my fortune and my title. And you don't even remember me, Fred?" Before she possessed this body, Edith had seduced many men for information, breaking off engagements countless times. What he said might be true, but she was certain of one thing. This scenario was definitely not part of the original story. She was convinced that, just like the yacht incident, this was a fabricated plot designed to eliminate her. With a notification sound, the life countdown panel appeared once more. He couldn't panic. This had happened before. But because of Killian, he'd survived. He had to find a way to save himself. "Fred, it's been so long. You're actually holding me at knife point?" The Fred I knew was so kind. "How did you become like this?" Seeing him falter, Fred panicked, starting to apologize and saying he hadn't meant to frighten him. "I just missed you so much. Hearing you married Ludwig nearly drove me mad, because I could never defeat them, not even in death." "Wait, why did you say in death?" Edith asked. The man looked up again. "Let's die together and start over. I got a book from a dark mage. It'll let us start over together after we die." This man was insane. Reasoning with him seemed impossible. "Fred, I need to apologize to you." Fred stared, incredulous. "Edith, why are you apologizing to me?" "Because I truly am sorry. But you're not someone who apologizes. You're always so condescending." Riegerhoff's little devil, actually apologizing to me. As Fred wavered, the countdown timer actually started to increase. He had a chance. "You don't understand me at all. The devil and Riegerhoff's viper are just rumors. You know, I hate social gatherings. I've barely attended any since I got married. Even the Construction International was something I was forced into. I don't like crowds. I prefer reading quietly. Didn't you just see me at the bookstore? Fred began to fidget. Shut up. Don't ruin the image of Edith I have in my mind. The knots binding his hands were loosening. He was almost free. Fred, I'm not the woman you think I am. Dying with me isn't worth it. You still have a chance to turn your life around. Just as he thought he was about to succeed, the man laughed. Edith, is there something important behind me? You've been looking behind me this whole time while talking to me. Are you stalling, waiting for someone to rescue you? If I hadn't seen the book you bought, I almost would have fallen for it. Don't worry, I don't hate you. I'll be your most loyal dog. So die with me. The ropes finally came undone. He dodged the attack. The knife plunged deep into the floor. The man had truly intended to kill him. When did you get free? I can't leave the magic town. He scrambled back, putting distance between them. The door was right behind Fred. I'll carry you back to the magic town before you die. Suddenly, he noticed light filtering through a crack. There was a locked window on the side. He kicked off his shoes and hurled them at Fred. He turned and ran towards the window, grabbing a wooden chair as he went. With all his might, he smashed the chair against the window. The glass shattered. He had a chance to escape, but reality was often cruel. He was grabbed by the hair and yanked back. It was over. The expected pain didn't come. Something warm dripped onto his face. Reflected in his eyes was the face he knew best. The man had caught the blade with his bare hand, shielding him from the attack. Killian had saved him again. Edith, I'm sorry. I'm late. At the last moment, Killian had finally arrived. He'd rescued him from the attacker. The villain's plan had failed again. He had calculated everything, except for the human heart. Lisa's knight had been the one to attack Edith. But Anna, after noticing the knight's absence, had started searching for Edith. Although Lisa's maid claimed Edith had just gone to the restroom, Anna, sensing something was wrong, risked Viscount's wrath and rushed back to the Duke's estate to get help. Killian, having returned early due to his worries about Edith, happened upon Anna as she desperately sought help. The crashing sound, created by Edith's desperate attempt to buy time by smashing a window, led Killian to her, rescuing her from peril. It was the kind of miraculous rescue that only seemed to happen to the heroine. Because these fortunate events were now falling upon the villainess, the original author's power weakened once more. Choi Soo-na, watching the system prompt, felt her mood plummet. Edith had nearly died, yet the author's influence had only diminished slightly. No matter what, the story would always favor the heroine. Forget about deducing the conditions for the third stage. Even random events could easily shatter her plans. At this rate, she would only continue to crumble. Just then, a door appeared behind her. She stepped through, entering a place filled with even more doors. Behind the first door, she saw a young Edith, covered in bruises. He apologized profusely, begging for forgiveness, but the heartless Riegerhoff continued to rain blows upon him. You can't even act cute. I didn't ask you to sell your body. I heard that old man likes young girls, so I'll let you meet him just once. And you messed it up. No food for a week. The second door revealed a slightly older Edith. Though dressed in fine clothes, he was being chastised by a maid. Her blows, though seemingly light, landed on hidden, vulnerable parts of his body. The third door showed him forced to wear a dress that barely concealed his chest, sent to seduce men for information. Behind each door, Edith lived like the Walking Dead. Until one day, Riegerhoff declared territorial war against Ludwig. Acting as an inside man, he helped conquer Duke Ludwig's estate and was subsequently captured. Edith was left alone in the blood-soaked estate. He stood before the Ludwig family portrait, slowly reaching out a hand towards a painting of Killian as a child. A flood of memories poured into Choi Soo-na's mind, including the original Edith's emotions, boundless despair, agonizing pain, resentment, and deep regret. What are you trying to tell me? She slowly crouched down. Why are you showing me this? Preoccupied with her own survival, she had been avoiding a crucial question. The characters in the novel, though influenced by the original story, actually lived in this world. So what about Edith? Where did the original Edith go? Warm sunlight streamed into the bedroom. A pair of hands gently cupped Killian's head. He woke up immediately. Edith, you're awake. He had already composed himself, a smile gracing his features. I'm all right, Killian. Killian embraced him fiercely, with the relief of someone who had narrowly escaped death. After a long embrace, Killian explained what had happened while Edith was unconscious. This incident has many implications. Fred couldn't have done all of this on his own. Someone within the estate must have tipped him off, and he committed suicide during transport, so we couldn't interrogate him. Killian was consumed by guilt, unable to prevent even the criminal's suicide. Edith knew there was nothing Killian could have done, but he couldn't tell him why. Then Killian suddenly asked Edith, "What do you think of Lise?" When the novel's heroine cried and apologized to her, Edith instinctively felt a surge of aversion. The only word that came to mind when he thought of the heroine was dangerous. But when Killian had previously asked for her opinion of the heroine, she hadn't been truthful. How could she tell the novel's male lead that she suspected the heroine? However, this didn't mean she would let the matter go easily. It was a pity she didn't know her husband suspected foul play even before she did. The only suspect at this stage had committed suicide. Knowing his movements and ambushing him suggests that someone within the Duke's estate is involved. He looked at Lise. "Did you tell anyone about going to Rue de Belle Marie with me?" Cliff erupted. "Are you suspecting Lise? She's been blaming herself so much she hasn't eaten or slept for days. Not only are you not comforting her, but you're also hurting her with your words, as if she deliberately leaked the information. What are you yelling about?" Killian started forward, but Edith stopped him. "I have something to say." "Cliff, I should be asking you. I just stared death in the face, and you don't even offer a word of comfort. That doesn't mean you should accuse Lise." "How am I accusing Lise?" "I'm asking about you. I heard you were the one who called Lise away. Why don't you blame yourself?" "Why should Lise blame herself? It's all because of your seductive ways." Silence. It was the Duke who intervened. Cliff, boo-foo, wanted to say more, but the Duke silenced him again. "Edith is right. He almost died, and you're spouting nonsense. Get out now." "Edith, can you please explain what happened in detail?" As he expected, the investigation ultimately failed. They couldn't trace the source of the information that led to the attack. However, the Riegerhoff family formally apologized and paid a large sum of money. After the odd incident, rumors about him were rampant. He didn't want the unwanted attention and chose to drop the matter. He knew that even if he continued the investigation, it would lead nowhere. A week later, Killian suddenly asked him if he wanted to visit the Imperial Palace. This Friday. Edith hadn't answered yet when Killian added, "Actually, no, you haven't recovered yet, but you could do something else." But Edith still sensed something in his expression. "Killian, is something the matter?" Killian hesitated, but finally told him. The head of the Sinclair family is visiting the Duke's estate on Friday. Although he didn't say it directly, Edith could guess it was about the iron or distribution rights. Killian's marriage to him was originally for this very reason. That's why Killian wanted him to go to the Imperial Palace to take his mind off things. Not long after, the head of the Sinclair family arrived at the Duke's estate with his children. After hearing their intentions, the Duke's face darkened. "You want Layla to marry Cliff?" "Of course not. I saw Lise wearing the family necklace with my own eyes." "Your Grace, Riegerhoff is no longer on the Emperor's side. He betrayed the marriage oath with you." "I heard Edith is living extravagantly at the Duke's estate, claiming he'll receive a large settlement even if he divorces. He and his father are both vipers. Do you still intend to keep him at the Duke's estate?" They wanted Layla Sinclair to remarry Killian. His husband was going to war, and the enemy was being aided by his own family. The territorial war, which was supposed to happen months later, had arrived early. As the daughter-in-law, Edith accompanied the Duchess in entertaining Layla Sinclair. Layla, using the restroom as an excuse, asked Edith to accompany her. She blatantly provoked him. "The iron or distribution rights have been taken by my family, and soon I will replace you and marry Killian." Edith remained unfazed. He even kindly reminded her, "Killian is going to the Imperial Palace. Why would I look for him there? I'm here for you." Anyway, Killian only listens to his father. "He married you that way too, didn't he?" Edith remained indifferent. "The restroom is just ahead. You're not so stupid that you can't find your way back, are you?" His nonchalant attitude successfully broke Layla's composure. "Do you even understand what I'm saying?" "I don't care. Killian will be overjoyed to divorce you." Right, he'll be happy. But that doesn't mean he'll marry you. Who knows? Killian is even kind to someone like you. Of course I know that, but someone like you would never understand cleverness. In the original story, the Sinclairs were set up to bully Lise. They showed no interest in Edith, but now they're swarming around him like vipers. They're fawning over him, because compared to dethroning the beloved Lise, it's more honorable to drive him away. This means the original story no longer holds absolute power. Each character now has their own desires and ways of thinking. Their choices have led to this current situation. He thought he only needed to overcome the original narrative. "My lady, are you all right? You look pale." A perceptive observation of his poor condition. He offered to let him go back and rest. Yes, if someone treats him sincerely, unaffected by the original story, then it's only natural that someone would dislike him. Soon after, Killian returned to the estate from the imperial palace. He reported to the Duke about the day's meeting, a task that should have fallen to Cliff. He pushed it on to his younger brother, saying it was because he wanted to take Lise out for some fresh air. The Duke looked at his younger son. His dissatisfaction with Cliff deepened. Just as he was about to say something, a horn blared from outside. A knight burst into the office. "Your Grace, Count Riegerhoff has officially declared territorial war. They've torn up the peace treaty with the Ludwigs." Edith had become his true wife. In the original story, Edith was already confined before the war broke out, although he isn't now. But as Riegerhoff, at this moment, he has become an enemy of the Duke's estate. He had no idea what to say to Killian. For the first time, he was at a loss for words. How could he explain all this without ruining the setting? How could he explain it to him? Just as he was struggling, Killian took his hand. "Are you all right?" Edith froze. Her husband's voice was still gentle. "The war will end." Then Count Riegerhoff. Killian left the rest unsaid. Edith wanted to say that Riegerhoff's death was inevitable, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. He could only avert his gaze. "I know. Father has rebelled, after all." Killian also gathered his thoughts. Indeed, he may have declared war unilaterally, but he has no chance of winning. It's hard to say whether or not Leyston is behind this, but he certainly won't admit it. While we're fighting Riegerhoff, he might try to seize the throne. Cliff will lead the elite knights and lie in ambush near the Imperial Palace, and I will go to the front lines with Father, switching places with Cliff. I couldn't bring myself to say it, because when it comes to swordsmanship and leadership, my brother surpasses me 100-fold. Killian. Edith squeezed his hand. "Don't compare my husband to others, all right? My husband is so brave. You mustn't get hurt. You must come back safely." He was supposed to be comforting Edith, but unexpectedly, he found solace in his wife's words. "Are you worried about me?" The heavy atmosphere was broken by Edith. "Of course. I don't want to be a young widow." "That's true. Young widows have so many scandals." He embraced Edith. "I couldn't bear that. So you have to come back alive. Why aren't you answering me?" Under Edith's expectant gaze, he gently brushed the hair from his eyes. "You're right. Your husband is very brave. Just you wait and see." The night before the battle, Duke Ludwig looked at the map. He felt like he was overlooking something. Suddenly, someone entered. He assumed it was Killian, finished inspecting the weapons. He turned around to see his eldest son. "I heard about Riegerhoff on the way here. He's certainly impatient. This is a good opportunity to get rid of them all." But what do you plan to do with Edith? "You shouldn't allow the daughter of the enemy camp to remain in the estate." These words suddenly enraged the Duke. "Is that all you can say?" He looked at his son, a thorny glint in his eyes. Cliff instantly sobered. "I apologize. I spent too long with Lise. Regardless, leave Edith alone for now. I've already questioned Killian. Edith has no knowledge of her father's actions and intends to sever ties with her family. Besides, Riegerhoff doesn't care about her. At first, he sent maids to cause trouble, knowing full well his daughter is a hostage here. And now he declares war unprovoked. It shows he doesn't cherish Edith at all." Cliff agitatedly added, "What if this is a trap? It could be deliberate. Do you think I haven't considered that? Just mind your own business. Killian and I will go to battle. We won't be in the capital. You stay here and observe Langston's movements. Don't disappoint me." Night fell. In the echoing corridors of the Duke's estate, Lise, clad in a nightgown, wandered the halls. She knocked on a particular door. It was Killian's bedroom. The girl he had once secretly admired appeared in the dead of night, dressed in a sheer nightgown, expressing her affections. "If I weren't illegitimate, will I have a chance with you?" Killian's mind went blank. He smelled the scent of violets again. The voice in his head relentlessly described how pure and beautiful Lise was, how she radiated even in the darkness. But he felt torn. With every word she uttered, two completely different thoughts warred within him. "Killian, do you remember? When I first arrived in Vries, my hair got caught on a branch, and you were so gentle with me. The way you looked at me said everything. I know it's too late to say anything now, but hearing you're going to war, I'm so worried I couldn't bear it. I'm terrified of losing you." Killian had long been aware of something strange within him. He often heard a voice insulting Edith in his mind. He also frequently heard a voice praising Lise, telling him how much he loved her. Now, he had only one thought about Lise. Who are you? But aside from headache, he had no concrete proof. He needed to stay calm. Lise, I know you and Edith are both frightened. Don't worry. Compared to us, Riegerhof is hopelessly outmatched. Go back now. I'll escort you to your room. The moment Killian set down the lamp, Edith stirred. Rubbing her eyes, her voice thick with sleep, she murmured, "You're back." Killian placed a hand on her shoulder. "Why aren't you in bed?" Like a cat, she nuzzled her cheek against his hand. "I wanted to wait for you. I must have fallen asleep. You must be tired too." Killian scooped her up into his arms. "It's late. Let's go to bed." Together, she chuckled softly. "Of course. You couldn't get rid of me if you tried." Just moments ago, before encountering Lise, Killian had been thinking of Edith. He wanted to bring the Willow Tree incident to a swift conclusion. He longed to be far from all this strife. Once he left for the battlefield, only Edith, Lise, and his mother would remain in Vries. But Edith seemed to trust Lise implicitly. What could he do to protect Edith from Lise's influence? Having failed to seduce the younger brother, Lise shifted her focus to the elder. When Cliff returned to his bedroom, he found a picture of vulnerable femininity. The young couple, facing a long separation due to the war, hadn't had enough of each other after a night of embraces. Even before leaving, they continued to shower each other with kisses. The once aloof young man had now become a clingy chatterbox. Compared to his younger brother and his wife, the eldest brother's situation was a complete disaster. After being rejected by the younger brother, Lise had turned her attention to the older one. Consumed by his obsession with Lise, Cliff had become utterly unhinged. His father and younger brother were riding to the front lines. He forbade Cliff from even feigning an appearance of joining the battle. Dawn was just beginning to break. Edith realized she had fallen into a deep sleep. She had complained of tiredness the previous day, intending to retire early. But Killian, facing their imminent separation, couldn't bear to sleep. He began to apologize. "I'm sorry I wore you out." "I'm fine," she replied, unconcerned. "But you're going to war." He held her tightly, his voice filled with joy. "Are you worried about me?" "How can I not be? You must come back safely." "You too," he murmured, beginning to list precautions she should take. He'd already arranged for Anna and Lean to protect her, but their status couldn't rival Lise's. He'd pleaded with his mother, but Lise had been raised under her watchful eye. Compared to Edith, his mother would undoubtedly trust Lise more. "Don't trust anyone," he urged. "Not a single person." Edith wondered, did that include him? Her thoughts drifted to the events after the war. Killian's voice suddenly changed. "Do you want to do it again?" he asked. She realized what she'd done. He chuckled. "It's still early." She couldn't let him have his way again. "By the way, I have something for you." Killian sat up. In the past, he would never have given such a gift. "I hear it's colder in the territories than in the capital." Killian's face lit up. "What is this? Did you make it yourself?" He looked a little embarrassed. "They're hand warmers for your sleeves. They're a bit rough," she admitted, "but you can throw them away when they get dirty." "I guessed at the charity event," he said, "that you weren't skilled at embroidery." Edith now understood. He had bought the handkerchief she'd embroidered. Killian's smile softened. "I'll treasure them. Seeing them will remind me of you." But a sense of unease settled over Edith. She couldn't help but think of the original Edith. The territorial war would soon be over. Ludwig would be victorious, and during the fighting, they would find evidence to condemn the families led by Langston, including Riegerhof's entire household. Not a single one would survive. Killian leaned down, gently nuzzling against her cheek, kissing her softly, repeatedly. "Lise, we're really going to be late." Finally, he sighed and held her close. "But I can't bring myself to leave." In the vision, Killian had personally beheaded Edith. The thought kept intruding. "When you return victorious, will you kill me like that too?" The moment of parting arrived. The Grand Duchess addressed Lean. "Assist the madam well." Then she looked at Lise and Edith, but only spoke one name. "Lise, please take care of Giselle." Once again, Edith was ignored. A sneer played on Cliff's lips. The Duchess rushed to explain. "Edith, I'm fine, Mother." Edith interrupted. "Father must have complicated feelings, harboring the enemy's daughter. Don't worry about me." She held back her mother-in-law, who was on the verge of exploding. Killian suppressed his anger. "What's your name?" he asked Cliff. "It's Edith, of course. Edith Ludwig. Don't you forget it." He shouldn't worry. The vision had already changed. As long as she didn't forcefully alter the plot, that wouldn't happen. She should try to trust Killian. She offered her husband a final farewell. "Don't be reckless. Don't get hurt. Prove to me how exceptional you are." I'll be waiting for your return." He gently nuzzled her cheek, kissing her softly, repeatedly. For the first time, he found parting so difficult, and Edith, too, tried to choose to trust her husband, ignoring the vision's ending. A loyal knight. Ultimately, he wasn't the princess's guard. Instead, he was willing to offer everything to the villainess. It was his honor. After her husband marched off to war, Edith kept a close watch on the battle's progress. The emperor remained silent. He hadn't offered his support to the duke, outwardly appearing neutral, just like Grand Duke Lancian. But everyone knew what this war truly represented. Ever since Killian's departure, Edith's position had become incredibly awkward. People had started making subtle, undermining moves against her. Hearing Edith cough, Anna turned around nervously. "Miss, are you all right?" He didn't tell Anna that something had been slipped into his tea. He simply asked her to get him a fresh cup. After the Samir incident, the servants had been quite fond of him for a while. But with his father now at war with the Duke, they had become unsure how to treat him. Of course, there were those who believed in him unconditionally, the Duchess and Lean. Anna remained constantly by his side. He didn't want to upset them, so he could still tolerate these issues. Lean once again noticed his distraction. Despite appearing overly formal, the perceptive man could always see through the facade. He claimed he was fine. Lean ruthlessly called his bluff. "But you're holding the pen with your left hand. If I were to suggest you take another day to rest and not rush the paperwork, I doubt you'd listen." He truly didn't want to leave. "Actually, I haven't been sleeping well, but it won't affect my work." Lean inquired about his plans for developing the man's territory. He had already formulated a plan in his mind, intending to develop trade there. Watching Edith speak so eloquently, Lean's expression brightened with anticipation. He was certain that in 10 years, the place would be completely transformed. "So, you think it's a good idea too? I want to go to the territory and inspect it as soon as possible." He had originally planned to discuss it with Killian, but hadn't had the chance due to the war. "I really hope everything ends soon." The war, as well as the aid, Ludwig was crushing Riegerhof. Damn it, how do they have so many soldiers? Axel, that old geezer, fights just like he did when he was young and charging in a battle. His eldest son is strong as a monster. I thought we'd have an advantage since he wasn't there. But then that second son, the one who isn't the heir, shows up and cuts through our lines. I still wanted to give Cliff a good thrashing. His own father mercilessly mocked him. "Fight him? You be the one getting thrashed." Riegerhof's face was etched with anxiety. "What are we going to do? I made a pact with Lancian to keep Ludwig occupied, but now we're being completely routed." A voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Count, young master, don't worry." A woman dressed in mercenary garb appeared. She smiled ominously. "You still have me, don't you?" Her husband had barely left for the battlefield when those with ill intentions began to circle, and Edith's uncooperativeness made Riegerhof completely abandon the idea of extracting information from her. The maid who had once mistreated Edith appeared at the front lines. Sophia had obtained Lady Ludwig's itinerary. It had been provided by an anonymous source. Riegerhof worried it was a trap, but he had spent some time in the Duke's household and confirmed the veracity of some of the details. They had no chance of winning on the battlefield. Their only option was to attempt a sneak attack on the Duke's estate. The Count entrusted the mission to his son and Sophia, as long as they could capture the Duke's family. Even the formidable Ludwig would have to beg for mercy. Meanwhile, at the Duke's estate, the Duchess had initially intended to remain secluded, but public opinion was beginning to sway in Grand Duke Lancian's favor, and the neutral factions were starting to stir. This forced the Duchess to attend the banquet. The new Klein family would undoubtedly be present as well. He urged Lise not to leave his side, then cast a worried glance at Edith. "Are you truly all right with this? She was born a Riegerhof, and now she's Ludwig's daughter-in-law." The two families are engaged in an unprecedented war. He understands that in these circumstances, avoidance only fuels speculation. It's better to face it head-on and make her stance clear. The host is Count Wyndham, a prominent neutral figure, wealthy and exceptionally well-connected. This isn't just a gathering of neutrals, but also includes members of both the Emperor's and the Grand Duke's factions. The Grand Duchess aims to counterattack, and attending this banquet is the perfect opportunity. When asked if she was worried about her husband and son, she laughed lightly. "It's not a major war, nothing to worry about. It's time for them to show their mettle." as expected of the Grand Duchess. A truly strong heart. Someone from the Grand Duke's faction suddenly approached her. Anna, it's been a while. Lady Edith, I've invited you so many times, and you never came. I almost thought you were under house arrest again. Hardly. Since marrying into the Grand Duke's family, I found I have much to learn. I haven't had time for social gatherings. I suppose so. You're the Grand Duke Ludwig's daughter-in-law now. Naturally, you wouldn't notice us. Still, now that we've finally met, you should at least greet your old friends. Everyone misses you so much. The insincere laughter of men drifted from the distance. Friends? They're nothing but scoundrels who used Edith. She wouldn't fall for their tricks. Yes, it has been a while. I wasn't sure how to approach you, but I see you've taken the initiative. She didn't give them a chance to speak and began to lay her trap. You must know her. This is my mother-in-law, the Grand Duchess Ludwig. Mother, this is Lady Selton, I believe, from the Selton family. Oh yes, your family's territory is next to Klaus, isn't it? Lady Klaus happens to be here as well. The woman who had come looking for trouble began to panic. Edith quickly followed up with a warm greeting. Lady Klaus, we haven't seen each other since the international gathering. My friend, Lady Clar, lives near your territory. I like to see her taken care of. Could I trouble you to introduce her to your acquaintances? The other woman immediately understood. As a representative of the Emperor's faction, she wouldn't miss a chance to undermine someone from the Grand Duke's side. Clar won't have an easy time with her. Just then, someone pressed close behind Edith. The man boldly took her hand. Lady Edith, it's been far too long. Forced to marry the son of her family's enemy, even if her husband adored her. The world expected her marriage to be unhappy. Some reveled in the prospect of her downfall. Others waited for her affections to falter, hoping to take advantage. They believed they understood Edith, approaching her with ulterior motives or delusions of possession. Philandering men often fancied themselves romantic heroes, oblivious to how offensive their behavior was. You've suffered so much this past year. It's truly pitiful. Edith pulled her hand away. Thank you for your concern. Regardless of the circumstances, you shouldn't lay hands on a married woman. Bart was a business associate of Baron Riegerhoff. They knew each other, but not well. You needn't be so wary of me. She slapped away his hand again as he reached for her waist. I'm warning you. Behave yourself. How dare you treat the Grand Duke's daughter-in-law this way? I only see you as a sister. Can't I even touch you? My own brother wouldn't dare touch me. Just as she worried about causing a scene, the Grand Duchess appeared. The man's demeanor instantly changed. Grand Duchess, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The shameless man began to slander her. Edith has always been a troublemaker. I was simply trying to give her some advice. Do you think I'll believe any excuse you concoct? He tried to defend himself, but was sharply interrupted. You are a retainer of Marquis Lees. If Ludwig stops investing in the Marquis because of your insult, what do you think the Marquis will do? The man's arrogance vanished. He apologized and scurried away. I'm so sorry, Edith. I should have paid more attention to his conversation with the others. I didn't get here in time. Let's go greet the Grand Duchess. Regardless of whether it's because of Killian's request that she's being so kind, Lean's nose felt a little sore. After the conflict with the Grand Duke's faction, they encountered Leyland New Klein. Unlike before, her attitude towards Lees had become exceptionally friendly. She even began apologizing for bullying her in their childhood. Her acting was superb. With everyone watching, Lees naturally couldn't refuse. Seeing Lees nod, Sinclair excitedly exclaimed, "That's wonderful, Lees. I heard you almost died because of Edith. I was so worried I couldn't sleep all night." The Grand Duchess scolded, "Layla, what nonsense are you spouting? It's not nonsense. So many people are saying it. Her family and her in-laws are at war, yet she still has the audacity to show her face at this banquet. Doesn't everyone think so?" At the same time, within Ludwig's encampment, Killian was polishing his weapons. The Duke entered with some water. "Killian, don't push yourself too hard. You need to rest properly." He thanked him. Winter was approaching, and the north was already bitterly cold. In a water glass, the face he yearned for seemed to appear. Just thinking of Edith brought an involuntary smile to Killian's face. Riegerhoff and his lot have poured in quite a bit of money. As if certain of success, they keep transporting supplies, delaying the soldiers again and again. Are you saying the Grand Duke is planning a rebellion in the capital? My brother is guarding the capital. You needn't worry. The Duke's tone suddenly became serious. Killian, do you love Edith? His first impression of his wife was that she was beautiful. Even though he disliked Edith at the time, he couldn't deny how striking she was. Her usually flamboyant red hair was pinned up, her full figure outlining a dizzying curve. Her pale neck was so smooth, he wanted to bite it. Everyone was captivated by her. Just as her notoriety preceded her, so did her aggressive beauty. Even facing the strained atmosphere of their wedding, she held her head high with pride. Contrary to the rumors, she was kind to children. But faced with his father's question about loving Edith, Killian fell into reminiscence. She shattered my preconceived notions. She doesn't criticize my weaknesses. Countless times, when faced with my foolish actions, she hasn't scolded me, but instead calmly analyzed the situation. How could I not love her? She can find answers independently, stand firm in her convictions. She's cheerful, positive, and always full of brilliant ideas. Why didn't I see these qualities in her before? I've thought about it countless times. If I could turn back time, I would do anything. The Duke sighed. Those are some bold words, but do you truly not know? This opportunity won't come again. Killian looked puzzled. What opportunity? The two families are at war now. You married before Cliff. If you're willing, you could remarry into a family that would support you. You have a better chance than your brother. Killian interrupted him mid-sentence. Your Grace, I've already given that up. As the younger son of the Duke, Killian had been excluded from the line of succession since birth. His father always tutored his older brother alone. Curious, he would try to watch from the side, but was always coldly rebuffed by his father. Only when his brother spoke up for him was he allowed to join. Having never learned chess, he was naturally no match for his brother. Though he played terribly, he still found it interesting. The look on his father's face when he'd asked to study alongside his brother remained etched in Killian's memory. From a young age, the brand had been seared into his soul. He would never measure up to his brother. The Duke, his face flushed with awkwardness, attempted to offer some explanation, but Killian waved it away. Back then, all I wanted was for my father to see me. Now, I found something far more fulfilling. As soon as this war is over, I want to take Edith to my estate. The Duke stared at him, surprised. Edith isn't happy in the capital. I hope you understand. If I ever find myself interested in power again, Killian continued, it will only be for Edith. Excuse me, I have to go. I need to scout the next battlefield. Back at the banquet, Lise continued her brazen pronouncements. Even if the rumors were exaggerated, there had to be some truth to them. Lady Selton, she sneered, Edith goes around spreading rumors and then has the audacity to judge others. Is she trying to make sure everyone knows how foolish she is? Lise whirled around, startled. Your Highness, it's a wonder you even recognize me as such, the Grand Duchess retorted. The Grand Duchess once again stepped in to defend Edith. Amidst the escalating argument, Sinclair noticed Lise's face contorting with displeasure, but he was quickly distracted by the Grand Duchess's boisterous voice. Oh, didn't you know? Killian is head over heels for Edith. I've never seen him look at anyone like that. After the Jiangua incident, you're still not giving up? They were practically glued to each other at the ball. Edith, why aren't you saying anything? You have the most to say about this. Edith murmured, there's no need to broadcast it. It's humiliating. The Grand Duchess's hearty laughter echoed through the hall, making him embarrassed? That's hilarious. Suddenly, a man's voice cut through the air. Everyone seems to be having a lively conversation. If I may be so bold, Your Highness, Sinclair interjected. As a supporter of His Majesty, I must disagree with your earlier statements. The Duke's family is the Emperor's right hand, yet his second son is infatuated with Riegerhof's daughter. Riegerhof's ambitions are plain for all to see. If the Duke's family is truly loyal to the crown, shouldn't they distance themselves from the Count's daughter? Edith's haughty voice responded, Damien Sinclair, you are incredibly rude. Before I reprimand you, I have a question. What is my name? Her sister had set her sights on a married man, and her brother, not only did he not dissuade her, but he shamelessly helped her try to steal him, exploiting the ongoing war between their families. They tried to drive a wedge between her and her in-laws, but she had decided to trust her husband. Killian's vows before leaving for battle were still fresh in her mind. No matter how they slandered and vilified her, she was Edith Ludwig. She no longer belonged to the Riegerhof family, who only used her. Damien's arrogance was palpable. Are you referring to the Ludwig name? The one that will grant you a hefty settlement, a sprawling estate, and independence when you're inevitably discarded. This gossip had been circulating relentlessly at the Jiangua gathering. The moment Edith heard it, she knew he had been complaining to the Duke. Damien turned to the crowd. Did any of you attend the Jiangua gathering? But Edith spoke first. I can't believe anyone took that seriously. It was your sister who started spreading nonsense, and I simply responded in kind. Damien scoffed. You use your family as leverage. Are you trying to backpedal now? Edith retorted. There's nothing to backpedal on. Only you would misunderstand. Because you abuse and mistreat family members when they have no value, and then sell them off for profit. People like you, who have done such things, would mistake a joke for the truth. You have no idea how much Lise has suffered, and you have the audacity to try and force her forgiveness in public. Your own sister stooped to seducing a married man she could never have. And you, as her brother, not only didn't stop her, but you try to profit from it. How laughable. Lise, enraged, shrieked. You dare say I couldn't have him? Do you know that the Duke has already? Damien stopped him from continuing. My sister has had too much wine. But Miss Lise, I wonder how long you can maintain this arrogance. You should worry less about other people's family affairs and manage your own sister. Damien's face flushed with anger, but he forced himself to hold back. I will certainly keep that in mind. With that, he pulled his sister away, and they practically fled. Despite the victory, Edith felt a pang of envy for Lise, for having a brother who defended her. After her rebirth, she had only encountered a worse family. Someone lightly patted her back. It was the Grand Duchess. Edith realized that she'd only been able to stand up to the Sinclair siblings because the Grand Duchess had been on her side. Unexpectedly, her usually composed mother-in-law offered a playful tease, worthy of the woman Killian is infatuated with. You handled their shameless provocation with such composure. That's why Killian cherishes you so. The atmosphere lightened, but the Empress had disappeared. Killian left the banquet to search for the Empress while Sinclair escorted a dejected Lise to the lounge. He hadn't gone far when he saw the Empress sitting alone in a tree. He settled himself at the base of the trunk. Your Majesty, what are you doing up there? I can hardly climb a tree in this attire. I beg your forgiveness for not joining you. Do you mind getting your dress dirty? The Empress asked. It's nothing. Better than tearing at climbing. Edith didn't ask why he was alone. She simply sat with him quietly. Killian, unable to bear the silence, finally spoke. Your father might die in this war. Don't you care? He didn't care about Riegerhoff's life or death. The truth might be unpleasant, but he didn't want to lie. Would you think me unfilial if I said he deserved it? He could understand Killian's confusion. Grand Duke Langston was his uncle, yet they were now enemies, locked in a battle for the throne. The seemingly carefree Empress, who never concerned himself with politics, began to cry. I don't understand why everyone places so much importance on power and the throne. Can we go back to how things were? My uncle and all of us were so happy then. The novel never delved into the Empress's inner thoughts. Anyone would assume he was indifferent to politics, preoccupied only with pleasure. But beneath that carefree facade, he had his own worries and concerns. Edith hadn't intended to interfere in Killian's affairs, but she couldn't bear to see him so lost in his own turmoil. Your Majesty, you do care for His Majesty the Emperor, don't you? He had been so desperate to change the course of events that he'd followed the plot and seduced Killian. He'd inadvertently broken free of the first stage of the story. But now he regretted his self-destructive behavior. Seeing the Empress cry reminded Edith of her own past. In the original story, Killian, wanting to help his brother, had returned to society with Lisa's support. So, of course, he loved his brother. In response to Edith's question, he wiped away his tears. No matter what anyone says, my brother has always defended and trusted me. Of course, I cherish him more than anyone. Edith looked towards the horizon. Whenever I hesitate, unable to make a decision, I think of Killian. What if my patience and concessions make him feel burdened? What if my failure to make a clear choice give someone an advantage? It would only hurt the ones I love. I don't think I could bear that. Killian wasn't incapable. He just lacked a catalyst to spur him into action. Back at the lab, the experiment was nearing its end. Seeing their disheveled appearance, the Grand Duchess exclaimed in surprise, "Did you two have a fight?" Killian quickly waved his hands. "Absolutely not." Edith immediately chimed in. "I tripped, that's all. Killian helped me back." After the Empress, in a rare display of temper, shooed away the onlookers, Edith turned to Lise to inquire about her well-being. Suddenly, she heard the Empress make a suggestion to the Grand Duchess. to send his own knights to protect them. Because Cliff is guarding the imperial palace, Tatalin is worried about the safety of the Duke's mansion. I didn't expect the Grand Duchess to refuse. The Empress tried to persuade her again. If you're worried about being discovered, I can have them disguise themselves as mercenaries. Edith thought, the kidnapping will happen soon. Perhaps I can use this to try and change the plot. Just as I was about to persuade the Grand Duchess, something unexpected happened. The matter of the guards was dropped. Lisa's health. The Grand Duchess is also clearly unwell. He comforted his mother. You don't need to worry too much. The doctor said, Lise doesn't have a serious illness. She just needs to rest. But the Grand Duchess wasn't thinking about that. Am I suffering from dementia? Why did I refuse the Empress's offer just now? Killian's communication is inconvenient. I was worried that if there were knights to help, I could feel more at ease. Ever since the light of Lorraine, I've been doing strange things lately. I shouldn't be so unreasonable. Edith understood that this had nothing to do with the Grand Duchess. As a crucial plot point, the kidnapping was bound to happen. But if she weren't restricted by the aid system, she could tell the Grand Duchess everything. You were just a character in a novel, manipulated by the aid system according to the plot. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. In the end, Edith lowered her head and persuaded the Grand Duchess to rest early. You must be very tired. At this time, a great change was taking place in the capital. Just like in the original story, the rebels within the Grand Duke's mansion were easily suppressed by Cliff. How disappointing. You think you can rebel with just this? Tell me where the Grand Duke is. Don't test my patience. Groans of pain echoed from the floor. The Emperor felt something was amiss. The defenses here were too lax, and his uncle didn't prefer direct attacks. Stepped on by Cliff, the groaning man suddenly laughed. The Grand Duke guessed correctly. Cliff frowned. What are you talking about? Ludwig's army will soon be defeated, because we sent the main force to the Duke's mansion. Now, victory or defeat. Lise, who had just appeared sick and weak, suddenly opened her eyes with an eerie glint. The husband had just won the war, and the wife was kidnapped. Edith hadn't expected that when faced with danger. Speaking of a novel, the Grand Duchess would choose to protect her. Lise, waking in the dead of night, had an icy look in her eyes. She gave her maid orders in the form of a planned scheme. The appointed time had arrived. The next day, Edith, as usual, tried to distract herself with work, but she couldn't focus on a single word. As the war intensified, she became even more worried about Killian fighting on the front lines. But then she thought, he's a man, after all. What could happen to him? No, with the plot deviating from its course, there was no guarantee that Killian wouldn't be injured. Just as she was lost in thought, the Grand Duchess arrived unexpectedly with Lean. Tatalin sent a message requesting help. The Imperial Palace is under attack. They were now leaving for the palace. Edith would later think back on this moment more than once. If only she had been more cautious, persuading the Grand Duchess not to take the mountain road to avoid the crowds, then most of the guards wouldn't have been left at the Duke's mansion. Or if she had stopped Lise, who should have stayed at the mansion. Even though Lise repeatedly pleaded to go along, perhaps the events that followed wouldn't have happened. For the Emperor to request aid meant the situation was dire. But in the original story, the Imperial Palace wasn't attacked. The enemies were also completely annihilated. Her premonition grew worse. Suddenly, there was a commotion. They were ambushed. The carriage overturned violently as the horses, struck by arrows, thrashed in panic. A will came off. Edith was held tightly in the Grand Duchess's embrace. In his past life, he was pushed down the stairs to his death by his own brother. In this life, it was someone with no blood relation to him, who, without hesitation, risked their life to protect him. He trembled as he pleaded with his mother again and again, begging her to wake up. But the one who gave birth to him showed no signs of life. The carriage door was kicked open. It was his brother and Sophia. You useless wretch. It's certainly difficult to get a moment with you. The attack finally happened, just in a different way. He and his mother were separated by the two. Edith cried out in alarm. Let my mother go, fearing he would be further harmed. You are utterly shameless. Don't you have even a shred of the honor a noble should possess? Amidst Edith's scolding, her mother opened her eyes. Her vision was blurry, her mind unclear. Sophia sneered. How comical. What kind of mother betrays her own father the moment she remarries? A traitorous little thing, embracing her stepfather as her own. Edith struggled to resist, an act that enraged Sophia. On the battlefield at the same moment, Killian not only grasped Liejhoff's predicament, but also obtained evidence of his betrayal. It was a letter from Langston, promising Liejhoff a handsome reward after he ascended the throne. This left Killian speechless. The territorial battle was clearly a loss, yet Liejhoff could still manage a smile. The Duke returned from his search. Killian asked the young Count if he had found his father. The Count, kneeling on the ground, replied, "It seems he left a few days ago." Killian sensed something was amiss. The headquarters were far too rudimentary. He suggested to his father that they return to the capital immediately. Liejhoff let out a derisive laugh. "You fools! Do you think you've won? You haven't. You will lose everything. Your families in the capital, even the emperor you so loyally serve." Langston feigned an attack on the imperial palace to divert Cliff's attention, but their true target was the Duke's family. Liejhoff grinned savagely. "Axel, Ludwig, no matter what you try to protect, you will lose it all in the end." At the same time Edith was being kidnapped, Killian captured his father. But Liejhoff wasn't afraid. He laughed maniacally. "They will lose everything." All because a dramatic shift was occurring in the imperial palace. While the Empress was out, she encountered Cliff leading the Ludwig army. Despite her calls, he completely ignored her. Cliff was supposed to be ambushing near the imperial city, yet here they were, heading in the opposite direction. A thought flickered in Killian's mind, urging him to investigate. Cliff must have everything under control. He wouldn't let anything happen to my brother. There's no need for me to interfere. But then he remembered Edith's words. He immediately turned his horse around. He galloped towards the imperial palace, and just as he'd foreseen, it was under attack. The emperor lay on the ground, wounded in the abdomen. "You swore to protect the nation together. But look around, my nephew. Only you remain. That Ludwig boy is such a fool." Liejhoff tricked him with a simple ploy. "The imperial sister you always defend is nowhere to be seen. Even if you survive this, she likely won't avenge you." The emperor laughed. Even now, he defended his sister. "You are nothing like him. Uncle, you are blinded by power. He is 1,000 times better than you, a true kinsman." Enraged, Langston snarled, "Let's see how long you can keep up that defiance." He raised his sword to strike, but a miracle occurred at that very moment. Killian charged in on horseback. Before Langston could react, he was unhorsed. The emperor stared in astonishment. "Killian, what are you doing here?" Killian looked at his uncle with an intensely complex expression, then turned to his brother. "I've already ordered the Capitol Guard to assemble." "Just a little longer," Killian muttered, urging his horse onward. "Thank you, Edith," he thought, gratitude welling within him. "Just as you said, because of your trust, I was able to protect my family. You saved me." Yet, he knew Edith's current situation was dire. He had just regained consciousness. Sophia sneered. "The Grand Duchess and Lise haven't woken up yet." "Our little savage woke up first, though," she continued with a cruel laugh. "Sophia, watch your tongue." Ludwig snapped. "How dare you call her family that filthy?" "Traitor," Ludwig finished, his voice dripping with venom. "You're right, young master. I'll teach her a lesson." Their cruel banter seemed to amuse the scarred man. According to the original story, Cliff would return soon to rescue Lise. But the current events had deviated drastically from the original narrative. There was no guarantee Cliff would arrive in time. Ludwig abruptly ordered, "Secure the Grand Duchess. This hostage is crucial." A subordinate questioned, "Separately from the blonde girl?" "Lise is no mere hostage," Ludwig snarled. "She's my prize." When had this scum started obsessing over Lise? The scarred man suddenly spoke, gesturing towards Edith. "What about this woman? Take her to the basement," Ludwig ordered. "Sophia's tantrums will only disturb us." Heavy snow fell outside. It was much colder here than in the capital. The house, however, seemed well maintained. It was likely on the outskirts of the capital, near the uninhabited fording region, desolate and isolated. As Edith pondered escape routes, the scarred man spoke. "I know I shouldn't ask," he began hesitantly, "but what's your relationship with the client?" So, the villainess's tragic life was simply because she wasn't Liejhoff's biological daughter. Neither Choi Soo-na nor the original Edith had ever truly experienced family. Their past was filled with manipulation and exploitation. The scarred man had noticed from the start that the client was familiar with the kidnapped redhead. As he led her to the interrogation room, he finally couldn't contain his curiosity. "What's your relationship with the client?" he asked. "You don't sound like strangers. I thought this was just a normal kidnapping." "You don't have to answer," he added quickly. Edith sensed no malice from him. "It's my brother," she admitted quietly. The man's eyes widened. "Your family," he exclaimed. "But why would they hate you so much? Tell me about it." Edith sighed. I don't know where it all went wrong. We live under the same roof, they call me family, but I've never felt like they truly considered me one. I don't know why. Maybe it's my fault. Inside the interrogation room, the scarred man tied her to a chair. I didn't tie the ropes too tight, he murmured, surprising Edith. You can move, but do it carefully, don't let her see. Seeing her astonishment, he quickly added, even if I let you go now, that woman will find us. Wait for the right moment to escape. This is Verley, on the outskirts of the capital. Head south to reach the city center. But why are you helping me? Edith asked, bewildered. I grew up in an orphanage, he explained, but it was actually a training ground for mercenaries. We weren't blood-related, and we often fought. But if any of them were kidnapped, I don't know what I'd do. Good luck. Wait, Edith suddenly called out, stopping him. The man assumed she was begging to be released. I'm sorry, I haven't received the down payment yet. So before he could finish, Edith urged him to flee. Please run. The Duke's army is on its way here. What? He stammered, confused. This area is deserted. There's no sign we were followed. How could they have found us? Just trust me, Edith insisted. I can't tell you why. At the same time, at the Duke's mansion, Cliff arrived with his troops, his voice laced with barely contained fury. Where is Lise? Edith urged the scarred man again. If you don't want to die at the hands of Cliff and Ludwig. The sound of a door opening echoed through the house. Sophia wore a triumphant smirk. Look at you now. You've fallen right back into my hands. She noticed another person in the room. Get out, she snapped. The man scurried away. Idiots, the lot of them. Well, one of them will be disappearing soon enough. The young master said I could kill you. Edith knew Ludwig wasn't actually there yet. She had to stall. I'll just ask you one question. Why do you hate me? Sophia's expression twisted. You just got lucky. You got so much. What do you mean I got so much? Edith asked. Exactly. You even, by some absurd twist of fate, became a noble. You didn't know, did you? Your mother was actually the Count's deceased younger sister. You were supposed to be abandoned, left to rot in the gutter. It was the Count's kindness that led him to adopt you. Not a true daughter, but a niece. That's why the original Edith was constantly beaten, abused until she was completely used up, then discarded like trash, left to die. All because she wasn't the Count's real daughter. Edith continued, and you, Sophia, consumed by jealousy. You actually resent the fact that you don't have that kind of birthright or background. You're pathetic, Sophia. My brother didn't choose you, and it wasn't because of your bloodline. It's because he could even love Lise, a bastard. This struck a nerve, shattering the fragile lie Sophia clung to for comfort. Sophia raised her hand and slapped Edith hard across the face. Edith's head snapped to the side, blood trickling from her nose. The pain was sharp. She thought her bone might be broken, but she didn't want to stop talking. She no longer knew if she was provoking Sophia to buy time, or if she was fueled by the injustice and rage she felt for the original Edith's tragic life. So, have I hit a nerve? Even someone as stupid as me can see it. How could you not know? Throughout the prolonged assault, Edith didn't cry out or beg, not even once, until she finally stopped reacting altogether. Sophia, however, found no satisfaction in this one-sided abuse. Frustrated, she drew the sword from her hip. She was interrupted by someone bursting into the room. It's bad. We're under attack by the Duke's forces. Cliff didn't dislike Edith, that poison apple of a woman. After all, once his younger brother married her, he had one less rival for Lisa's affections. But Lisa's change in behavior made him realize something. She was hostile towards Edith, and that hostility manifested itself in her actions. As the male lead of the original story, Cliff was naturally not a fool. On the contrary, he was quite intelligent and had long since noticed the inconsistencies. But his love for the female lead blinded him to all the illogicalities. Edith stirred, waking from unconsciousness. In a daze, she heard that the Duke's forces had arrived. Sophia, frantic, rushed off to find Ludwig, but not before threatening Edith. I'll finish you off as soon as I get back. But a sardonic smile played on Edith's lips. She began to struggle against her bonds. Outside, meanwhile, the scene was a gruesome one. Cliff, consumed by a bloody rage, had left a trail of bodies in his wake. He quickly found Lisa's room. From within, he heard a man's amorous voice. Lise, you're so beautiful. I haven't been able to forget you since the first time I saw you. And now you're finally mine. But Cliff didn't immediately burst into the room. The vile man inside reminded him of himself. He, too, had once so pathetically pleaded for a woman's love. He remembered Lise making strange requests of him. Before he went to battle, she had again demanded that he dismiss his guards. Cliff hadn't wanted to put Lise in danger. He'd wanted to refuse. But Lisa's words, "Even if I'm in danger, you'll come and protect me immediately," had swayed him. A lover's whispers, sweet nothings that eroded his resolve. He could never resist Lise. Inside the room, a girl began to cry out, screaming his name. The man remained oblivious to the impending doom. "Cliff won't come. I'll take good care of you in his place." Lise purred, her words seemingly directed at an unseen listener. "Cliff is different. He still cares for me, even knowing my ugliness. No one can replace Cliff." In this moment, the crazed man felt a surge of profound satisfaction. "As long as I can fully possess the one I adore, I don't care about anything else." When Lise opened her eyes again, she saw Cliff's blood-stained face. "It's all right. I've taken care of everything. What should we do next? Should I cut off his head for you?" "No, don't kill him. Leave him to the law." "I knew you'd say that." Lise tried to maintain her facade. "If we kill him now, it might be troublesome for you." But Cliff was done with the charade. "It's all right. You don't need to hide. You just said you like me even with my ugliness. You were right. From the very beginning, all I've ever wanted was you. As long as you trust me, rely on me, and love me, I'll agree to anything you want." Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Edith finally managed to untie the ropes. Ignoring the pain, he limped to his feet, intending to search for his mother. Reaching the door, he suddenly heard Sophia's voice. Thankfully, the young miss is alone in a room. Cliff immediately asked, "Was he also an accomplice?" "Of course. How else would we have known the location?" The successful ambush was thanks to the young miss's help. Edith even provided you with their location. More than that, it was her idea to tell you about the trouble at the Imperial Palace to draw you away. Our young miss is truly clever. Edith watched all of this in shock. He had to get out and explain the situation if he saw him in this state. But Lisa's next words pushed him into the abyss. When the carriage was attacked, only Edith remained calm. "Before I lost consciousness, he was actually smiling at me." He froze, rooted to the spot. What was Lise talking about? That kind, beautiful heroine from the original story, who had helped him so many times, who had actively shown him kindness. The girl who wished him and Killian happiness. "So you were the mastermind behind everything all along." Before Lise publicly framed him, Edith had never considered that she was the original author, the novel's heroine. Beautiful, righteous, compassionate. Her words were truth. Everyone would blindly obey. Without exception, she was the law. How could he possibly win over the heroine? Killian had asked him not long ago, questioning his opinion of Lise. Would the plot return to the original storyline? Would he ultimately be executed alongside the others, dying at Killian's hands? After transmigrating into this world, Choi Suna hadn't experienced much kindness. So when the mercenary said he couldn't leave without receiving the promised payment, he gave him his cherished necklace. The running man stopped and looked back. The woman's voice still echoed in his ears, urging him to escape. Cliff didn't order a continued search. Instead, he chose to escort his mother and Lise back to the Duke's mansion. He couldn't possibly not know he was here. Edith recalled Lise's unstable state earlier. The system had indicated that the original author's control was severely weakened. Perhaps Cliff was also affected. Regardless, he needed to leave this place first. He trudged through the ice and snow, unsure of how long he walked. He encountered a carriage. Inside sat a couple with kind faces. Edith, claiming to have been kidnapped by bandits and barely escaping, pleaded with them for help. She successfully boarded the carriage, thanks to her fabricated story. From the moment she first met Lise, Edith believed her to be a gentle and kind girl. Lisa's face had been filled with worry when Edith was injured. And after the kidnapping, Lisa's tearful apologies had prevented Edith from assigning blame. How foolish she had been to only realize the truth now. Seeing her trembling, the woman in the carriage offered comforting words. She then handed Edith her water flask. Edith thanked her. Exhaustion blurred her vision. She needed to regain her strength and stop overthinking. Killian, whom he hadn't seen in days, had returned to the capital with his father. He had just quelled an uprising, but the casualties were numerous. As he moved to attend to the wounded, his father approached with the princess. "I'll handle the aftermath. You return to the Duke's mansion immediately." Killian hesitated, but his father spoke again. "Aren't you worried about that child? Return and settle in, then send someone to escort me." The Duke gave his youngest son one last look before turning to the princess. "Your Highness, let us go." While her husband frantically searched for her, she chose to leave, never to return. With the arrival of dawn, Edith's story was nearing its end. Inside the Duke's mansion, Lise looked on with concern at the unconscious Edith. Cliff was beside her, offering comfort and urging her to rest. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and in the next moment, Killian burst into the room. His face etched with anxiety, he went straight to the bedside, ignoring Lisa's greeting. The woman's face darkened instantly. Killian knelt by the bed and inquired about his mother's condition. Upon hearing that it was only external injuries and a mild concussion, and that the doctor said it wasn't serious, he turned to his brother. "Where's Edith?" Lee suddenly interjected. "It's all my fault. I had a bad feeling before leaving the Duke's mansion, but I didn't think much of it at the time." Killian interrupted her. "I asked you, where is Edith?" "Lise, didn't you tell them? What are you doing looking for the mastermind behind this kidnapping?" Cliff was displeased with Killian interrupting Lise. "I've already captured her brother and maid. Judging by the current situation, he's definitely the culprit." Killian vehemently denied it. "Impossible. That maid was being abused." Suddenly, she lost control of her body and couldn't make a sound. Strange images appeared before her eyes. Cliff looked at his brother and chuckled derisively. "You're so naive. Why would you believe her? The Leacoff family's reputation for cunning is well-deserved. She played us all like fiddles. Even the maid we assigned to her was so frantic she knelt down and begged me to tell her Edith's location. But don't worry, I've already dispatched knights to search the surrounding area. They'll drag her back to you soon enough." Killian felt as though someone had gripped his throat. He had only gone to the front lines once. How could such a thing have happened to his wife? No matter what Cliff said, he was determined to find Edith. Lisa's expression was gloomy. If Edith had escaped, the conditions for the third stage could never be met. Meanwhile, Edith stepped out of the carriage and repeatedly thanked the couple inside. They looked at her with concern. "Are you sure you don't need us to escort you back to your estate?" She smiled and declined. "Taking me this far is already more than I could ask for." The woman advised her to be careful on her journey. Edith quickly found the bank where she had previously deposited her money. He requested to withdraw his savings. It was fortunate he'd used a pseudonym. That's how he was able to withdraw the cash without a hitch. If he'd used his real name, it definitely would have been reported. Snowflakes drifted from the sky. It was so cold that even his breath turned to mist. The outskirts of the capital were especially frigid. Winter had arrived, which also meant that Edith's story was nearing its end. But he refused to be executed like Yuan Zhu. No matter what, he had to survive. "Do you need a map of the capital?" "It looks a bit like Lean," he said. It actually made him feel a strange sense of familiarity. "I need a map of the entire empire." Edith accepted the map and offered his thanks. He had made up his mind. He would take advantage of the original author's weakened state to escape far from the capital, never to return. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind him. He sensed them and glanced back. The terror of losing his wife consumed Killian. He searched frantically through the ice and snow for Edith. Behind him, a knight yelled, "Young master, be careful. There might still be remnants lying in wait." But Killian paid no attention. He kept calling Edith's name. Finally, in a hidden alcove, he found a familiar strand of red hair. According to Lean's explanation, the masterminds behind the kidnapping were the young baron and his maid. Edith had been imprisoned in this alcove by the same maid who had once tormented him. It was horrifying to imagine what his wife had endured. Killian ordered the knights to search the surrounding area. They couldn't miss a single clue, but there was nothing. Edith was nowhere to be found. The more they searched, the more terrified he became. He was both terrified of finding him and terrified of not finding him at all. As if mocking his fear, Edith seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. "Young master, we've apprehended someone lurking nearby. He appears to be one of the mercenaries involved in the kidnapping." The man stammered, trying to speak, but was abruptly seized. The man's eyes were wide with fear and panic. "Have you seen my wife? We promised to reunite after the war, but something happened to him. He has red hair and brown eyes. He's very intelligent, never discouraged or complaining, calm and collected in any situation." This wasn't the first time Killian had experienced the feeling of losing Edith. After the drowning incident, Edith had told him not to put himself in danger. He had been incredulous. "Are you telling me to just watch you drown? You should have." "Killian, I meant for you to value your own life more." He had always been so clear-headed and rational. He never wanted to rely on me, but I can't live without him. He's my everything. He's lived his whole life like a shadow. Constantly doubted, never truly acknowledged. He was never the chosen one. Just when he'd given up on everything, resigned to his fate, having grown up in even harsher circumstances, betrayed by his family, forced into a marriage with me, Edith showed me a warmth I'd never known. He lowered his head, pleading, "Please, please, Tell me he's alive. The plot twisted again. Cliff, the supposed protagonist, found a sword at his throat, but he just laughed, unconcerned. Wouldn't that make Killian even more monstrous? I'm certain Edith is the mastermind, but Killian mobilized all his knights to rescue him. You don't care about Killian, yet you reprimand me. Father, I saved Lise and mother, Killian exclaimed. Duke Ludwig, sword pointed at his eldest son, retorted, How dare you speak to me of reprimands? The rebels nearly took the imperial palace. You were so besotted with a woman that you abandoned your post, violating military discipline and endangering his majesty. For any one of these offenses, I could have you executed on the spot. He raved like a madman, his words tumbling over each other, fixated on his wife's plight. His voice, growing fainter, fractured into a desperate plea. Please just tell me, is she alive? This descent into near madness, ironically, earned him a sliver of fortune from the scarred man. I have something to show you. Killian looked up. What is it? Then his eyes widened. Are you looking for the owner of this necklace? In the man's hand, it shimmered. The ruby necklace, the first gift he had given his wife. The same ruby necklace Edith never took off. She must have escaped alive, Killian breathed. I took her to the alcove. I tied the ropes loosely. I wanted to give her a chance to get away. A nearby knight exclaimed, confirming the scarred man's story. There's a severed rope in the alcove. The man continued. I told her it was the northern border of the capital. She probably fled south. Meanwhile, within the Duke's mansion, Ludwig faced his eldest son, whose breach of military discipline had placed the emperor in grave danger. Disappointment and fury warred within him. I haven't executed you yet, and you dare to argue with me? Killian performed his duties flawlessly. He only left after I gave the order. You're right. He was desperate to find Edith. I ordered him to send me messages about her whereabouts. He never once forgot. It's thanks to that I learned what happened to my wife so quickly. Lise arrived with knights, claiming she received a plea for help from the princess. She said that's why my wife was attacked. But the princess never contacted my wife. The one who brought that false message was a knight who frequently accompanies me to the imperial palace. It seems we have a traitor in our midst, he continued, his voice grim. And that's not all. While guarding young Cliff, the guards overheard his conversation with a maid. They have other accomplices within a mansion. I must find a mastermind. One knight couldn't have orchestrated all of this. As the Duke considered how to deal with Cliff, a thought flickered through his mind. Don't punish him yet. Let him help with the investigation. But the thought vanished as his wife gently took his hand. She wrote something in his palm. He retracted his sword and ordered Cliff confined to his room as punishment. He ordered the knights to escort Cliff away. His eldest son, face etched with disbelief, tried to protest, but was met with a furious roar. Get out. Don't make me say it again. Once everyone had left, he turned to his wife. What was it you didn't want our son to hear? His wife had just ensured both Cliff and Lise were out of earshot. Meanwhile, Edith spotted a familiar face behind her. It was one of Cliff's knights. Thankfully, he hadn't noticed her. She quickly turned and headed in the opposite direction. Asterisk, they followed me all the way here. Asterisk, she had to get away. A train bound for Darabon was about to depart. The next train's destination was Abentis. Both were port cities. Darabon was not far from Lanetown. Abentis was south of the capital. Thanks to the allowance Killian had given her, she wasn't short of money. As long as she left the capital, no one would recognize her. She could buy a small shop in a quiet village and a house with a garden. If she was frugal, it would be enough to last her for years. She had 2 escape routes to choose from. The passenger car would be more comfortable for a long journey. The cargo hold, on the other hand, would be incredibly crowded. For someone on the run, the latter was safer. But Anna had mentioned the downsides of the cargo hold. As he weighed his options, the Abentis departure announcement suddenly came to mind. Edith didn't hesitate any longer. He chose the destination he'd initially decided on. Edith ultimately didn't choose to leave. He remained in this place, the one that might very well lead to his demise. On the platform, some were about to embark on journeys. Others were returning from afar. As the hustle and bustle faded, only emptiness remained, just like his heart. If he were to run away like this, then what was the point of struggling to survive all this time? After a long while, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Was he just too exhausted to think straight? Perhaps he should eat something and rest. Killian searched for Edith in the heavy snow. A knight called out to him, reporting that the other side had been thoroughly searched, but there was no trace. The knight suddenly lowered his voice, asking, "Are you sure that man is trustworthy? Don't you find it strange? He's clearly a mercenary, in it for the money." but he hasn't asked for anything. He's been helping us search until almost nightfall. Killian had no doubts about the man's trustworthiness. Edith must have touched his heart with her sincerity. She always treats everyone with kindness, regardless of their status or position. Don't worry, this man won't betray us. You must be tired. Go back and ask his grace for reinforcements. With that, he turned his horse and continued the search. Another night worried. We've already rested at the mansion, but the young master hasn't rested since returning from the battlefield. And we don't even know if Madame Edith is still alive. The older knight hissed, "Watch your tongue." But I'm not wrong. It's snowing heavily, and these are mountain roads. It's dangerous, and we're likely to encounter bandits. While Killian relentlessly searched for his wife, Cliff's men were also searching for him. Though Cliff was confined to his room, the Duke remained by his wife's side. The next day, Edith drifted in and out of sleep, lost in a dream. In the dream, he was in a familiar place. On stage, the play Odette was being performed. It was the scene where the male lead was marrying the princess, and the female lead was witnessing it. A voice suddenly spoke from beside him. It was his own voice from the time he watched the play with Killian. Odette, because she saw Raslo marrying the princess, she was so distraught she killed herself. It's utterly foolish. Something like that would never happen in real life. The words he once spoke with such conviction now felt like knives slowly torturing him. Because, with time, even wounds that seem like they'll never heal will close without you realizing it. Humans are far more resilient creatures than we think. No, he was wrong. Only now did Edith truly understand why Odette didn't want to live. Perhaps it wasn't because Raslo was getting married, but because after the wedding, Raslo's gaze would never fall on her again. A red-haired woman cried out angrily, "You've got the wrong person." The knight blocking her path said suspiciously, "The knife isn't an exact match, but you have red, curly hair. So we need you to come with us." His eyes caught something in his peripheral vision. Wait, someone with vibrant, red, curly hair, Edith, appeared before them. Edith looked towards the execution platform in the distance. If he could choose how to die, he wanted his story to be painted by Killian. Days of relentless travel and searching were beginning to take their toll on Killian's body. He coughed violently. A subordinate pleaded with him to rest. "Even the strongest body can't withstand this, Killian." He thought he heard his wife's voice, a fleeting whisper in the wind. "Did you hear that?" Cliff asked, bewildered. "I just heard Edith calling me." "Young master, please calm yourself," a knight urged. "Dawn is breaking. It's nearly impossible to survive a night alone in the forest." As harsh as it sounds, it's the truth. No one, especially not alone, could endure a winter night in these woods. "Especially not a wounded woman," Killian murmured, despair creeping into his voice. "Is this how it ends? Was that our last goodbye?" He remembered Edith's constant struggles. Ignored by his father, her life frequently threatened, beaten by servants, constantly under suspicion, spied upon in her own home. He was her husband, yet he had failed to protect her. For all the misery she had endured since their marriage, she hadn't even received a single apology. How would he ever accept this? Just then, a knight arrived, breathless with news. They found the Duchess. Edith stopped the soldiers questioning a traveler. "Don't trouble him," she had said. "Please let him go." Edith, always alone, she had considered living as Edith, truly embracing the role. For their unborn child, too. But if living meant separation from Killian, if that was the price of survival, then she chose to give up. She walked slowly, her body swaying with each step. Suddenly, she stumbled, nearly collapsing. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. Turning to a nearby person, she pleaded, "Excuse me, could you help me walk? My legs, they aren't working properly." Two knights exchanged glances, then simultaneously moved to support her. Edith chose to surrender to fate. She had tried her best, hadn't she? She just wanted to see Killian one last time. To see his gentle gaze once more. Nothing else mattered. For the first time, she thought, if her story ended with Killian, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. At the execution platform, the mastermind behind the kidnapping was bound and brought forth. Lise turned to Cliff, her face pale. The crowd awaited the Emperor's judgment upon Lief. A messenger arrived, whispering to the young princess that the knights had found someone. The young master, Killian, was on his way. The princess cautioned against making an announcement, fearing it would incite a riot. The Emperor raised his hand for silence. Then he declared, "Lief and his entire family shall be put to death. He not only conspired with Langston in rebellion, but also resorted to dirty tactics. Kidnapping during wartime. Thanks to Duke Ludwig's swift action, The matter will be left entirely to his discretion. Duke Ludwig stepped towards Leif. I knew you always resented me, he said, his voice cold, but I never imagined you capable of this. You've disgraced the nobility and harmed my innocent family. It's time to erase your tainted name. Guards blocked Killian's path. A figure slowly approached the platform from below. Looking up at the execution stage, they paused. Then, the Duke's voice boomed. The entire Leif family shall be executed. At the moment she was embraced by her husband, Edith finally reacted. She didn't truly want to die. She just didn't want to live like this. She stepped onto the execution platform. Duke Ludwig's voice echoed in her ears. The entire Leif family shall be executed. Their heads will be displayed on the city walls. Their bodies fed to the dogs. Even faced with such a gruesome end, Edith felt nothing. Her eyes searched for Killian. There he was, speaking intensely with the princess. Then, he looked her way. The noisy world seemed to fall silent. Edith had never told Killian she truly cherished their time together. Even if their story ended as foretold, at least she had tried. Sophia scoffed, mockingly asking what pretense they were putting on, as if they could leave without any regrets. She sneered about family ties, only to be interrupted mid-sentence by her in-laws. Before we proceed, Chu Xingqian, there's something I don't understand. We are about to pass judgment on the Leif family. Edith Ludwig, why were you there? The day before, he learned the entire kidnapping plot from my wife. Lise was manipulating Cliff. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. They thought I was unconscious, so they wanted to frame Edith. He saw Edith resist with his own eyes, and heard Sophia say that Edith had betrayed the lives the moment she married into the family. I swear on my life, Edith has never betrayed us. Axel, I know you want your sons to succeed. I also know how you feel about raising and training them. You want them to be strong, but before anything else, regardless of their family name, they're your children first. You know there's a rift between you and Killian. The Duke hesitated. Shouldn't we observe a little longer? There's no time. This is our last chance. Before things get any worse, we need to set everything right. Axel, perhaps even he himself hasn't realized it, but he admires Edith. His gaze is unwavering, never yielding. He doesn't act rashly, even when he sees hope. Being born a Leif was his misfortune. Everything up to now proves he's a sharp, logical thinker. A perfect match for Killian. Together, they can watch the Leif scoundrels, still trying to slander Edith. If you're going to kill someone, kill him too. How can he not be a Leif? He was involved in both the kidnapping and the rebellion. Do you take the royal family for fools? Edith, from the moment I met him, has always called himself a Ludwig. I had my doubts at first, but over the past few months, he has proven himself through his actions. I choose to believe him. Not only that, Edith has also guided me in fulfilling my royal duties and obligations. In suppressing this rebellion, I, as a member of the royal family, played a key role. I hereby declare Axel Ludwig, Killian Ludwig, and Edith Ludwig as the greatest heroes in quelling this rebellion. From this day forward, anyone who dares to associate Edith with the Lives will be considered disloyal to the royal family, and the royal family will hold them accountable. Edith stared in disbelief. He was no longer a Leif. How could this be? Could helping someone really bring about such a drastic change? Had he already fulfilled the conditions of the third stage? When did it happen? He searched for Lise, the original author. But the next moment, he was enveloped in Killian's embrace. Killian called his name over and over, his voice filled with joy, remorse, and the relief of having survived a near-death experience. At that moment, Edith finally burst into tears. He had truly returned to Killian's side. Lise and Cliff stood at a distance. Lise's authorial influence had been altered once again. Killian held his lost and found love in his arms. The dark river of time had once silently swept him away, but the tide of fate at a certain moment had pushed him back to the present. Having endured layers of hardship, the two were finally reunited. They were, without a doubt, each other's deepest love in this world. His soul was no longer thin and lacking, and his life now had meaning, a reason to live well. The love and trust that Edith had never received in his past life were now rewarded through his efforts in this life. Even under the dual accusations of the Lives and Lise, Killian hadn't doubted him for a moment. His gaze, directed at Edith, held a myriad of emotions. But distrust was not among them. Just as he was about to ask for an explanation, Killian swept him into his arms and asked the Duke for permission to take him for treatment immediately. Go, the Duke said. The attending physician is with your mother. Lise watched all of this in utter shock. The world he had created, the world he had abandoned and denied, was the beginning of everything. It all started with someone named Kay. He was quiet, reserved, and kept to himself. After reading several unsatisfying novels for days, he decided to try his hand at writing. He started with a playful mindset, but the novel he unexpectedly crafted became immensely popular. He became a writer. A renowned publishing house helped him publish his book, and his online popularity soared. The taste of success was sweet until his second work went unnoticed. Everyone envied the breathtakingly beautiful Lise von Klein. Everyone also yearned for a perfect lover like Cliff Ludwig. The world the two of them inhabited within the book was both beautiful and blissful. After the successive failures of his new releases, he began to envy the characters he had created. Why were they allowed such happiness, while he was so unfortunate? If only he could become Lise. Perhaps this obsession was too powerful. One day, he was surprisingly invited into the world of his novel. He transmigrated into the body of his female protagonist. A beautiful story unfolded. He effortlessly became the envy of everyone, pairing with Cliff, and soon after, they were married. But the moment the wedding ended, he was back to the beginning. With anxiety and diligence, he endured another year, only to return to square one. It turned out the beginning and the end of the story were predetermined to change everything. In the next cycle, he chose the younger brother, Killian, as the male lead. But unexpectedly, Killian apologized and rejected him, saying he had always seen him as a sister. After saying this, he hurried to his territory. Soon, devastating news arrived. Killian's body was transported back to the capital. He had died in battle, and the ending he desperately wanted to change was pulled back on track. Cliff gently consoled him. Don't be too sad. Killian wouldn't want to see you like this. Yes, at this moment, he began to unravel. It must be because Killian was so foolish. How could he reject the beautiful Lise? He looked up and asked Cliff, "Do you love me?" No matter how many cycles, Cliff was always deeply devoted to Lise. He could only brainwash himself, convincing himself that this was a destined, perfect love. After experiencing several more cycles, one day he arrived in a strange room. It was from this moment that the story began to change. The system's icy electronic voice rang out. The first Edith has transmigrated. The first specific condition has been set. Lise finally dropped the pretense. He took on a deranged appearance, attacking the sleeping Edith. You should be dead. Why are you still alive? When he first received the system prompt, Kay hadn't set any specific conditions. At that time, he still held onto the fantasy of returning home. So, when he discovered the first Edith was also a transmigrator, he extended an olive branch. If we cooperate, could we escape from here? Meeting Edith alone wasn't difficult. When Edith asked about the restroom, he offered to take her there, but when he revealed that he was the original author and knew the entire plot, wanting to establish a mutually beneficial relationship, Edith's first thought wasn't about escaping. Instead, she complained, "Why did you write such a terrible book? Do you know how many lashes I've received because of you? You were lucky enough to transmigrate into a woman. I have to get married quickly to escape life." He demanded that Lise help him connect with Killian. This wasn't an unreasonable request, but in Kay's eyes, Killian was Lise's man. How could he possibly assist his rival? The woman accusingly pointed, her voice laced with displeasure. "You're already in a relationship with Cliff. With lives on the line, you're still thinking about playing games? You're not really Lise." This successfully enraged Kay. Lise was the most perfect heroine he had ever written. The heroine deserved to have everything. And now he had become Lise. He was Lise. The system urged him once more to set the conditions. This time, he didn't hesitate, and the tragic fate of every Edith was sealed from this moment forward. Chu Xingqian, belatedly, realized she had cracked the conditions for the third stage. She no longer needed to worry about the system's control over the aid, nor would she be threatened by the author. Perhaps from now on, the original Edith could escape this hell. I want to know something. What is the specific condition for the third stage? With the system's answer, Chu Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next second, she was abruptly and forcefully awakened. Lise appeared before her. Her last memory was falling asleep in Killian's arms. Lise's face was a mask of frantic questioning. Why did you do that? You kept saying you wanted to live. Why did you suddenly give up? Edith countered, I'm the one who should be asking you. Why you insist on killing me? So the specific condition for the third stage was to accept the inevitable arrangement of death, to completely abandon the desire to live. Even if she could succeed under this condition, if it weren't for the Duke and the Princess's intervention, she would have certainly died. Lisa's face was contorted in a grimace. Yes, I want you dead. Everyone was clearly only good to me, and because of your arrival, you stole them all away. Edith was stunned by his twisted logic. Wasn't he the original author? Could he also be Lise himself? Regardless, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for her. Just then, Killian's voice came from outside the door. Who locked the door? After hearing Edith's voice, Killian immediately drew his sword. He was about to break down the door, but at that moment, Lise suddenly thrust a dagger into his hand. He had completely lost his mind. If you kill me, will Killian still be on your side? The true villainess reaps what she sows, abandoned by everyone. And the characters in the book break free from the author's control. They will become themselves. Before this, Edith, the protagonist of the story, had constantly wondered why Lise would do such things. As the protagonist, he clearly already possessed everything. Why did he still resort to such unscrupulous means to kill her? Were all those past actions just to deceive me? Were all those shared interests just a pretense? Did he ever have a sincere heart? Was every smile just a calculation of how to deal with me? Why couldn't he just treat me as a friend? Every single one of his actions was driven by the urgent desire for my death. Perhaps he had some reason he had to do this. Lise, with a frozen smile, pressed the dagger into Edith's hand. Taking advantage of his weakened state, he prepared to stab himself. Edith yelled, "No," and struggled to wrest the dagger away. Fortunately, the blade missed, but Lise was pinned beneath him. The door burst open at that moment. Killian stormed into the bedroom with Anna and the doctor. Just as Edith worried about being misunderstood again, Killian rushed towards him, his face etched with concern. Are you hurt? Edith, why do you have a knife in your hand? Did Lise bring it? Lise, not getting the reaction he expected, flew into a rage. Killian, what are you talking about? The knife is in Edith's hand. He's trying to kill me. But when he saw the look in Killian's eyes, Lise finally panicked completely. Footsteps sounded again at the door. Madam, a knight announced, entering with the lady of the house. I told you to make an appearance at the execution grounds and then return to confinement. What are you doing in Edith's room? Lise desperately tried to explain. I was just worried about Edith. Then why didn't the knight accompany you? I don't want to hear any more of your explanations. We'll know the truth when the investigation is complete. Drag him away and lock him in the imperial prison. Despite Lisa's continuous cries of innocence, he was dragged out. The lady turned to Edith. Edith, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have let Lise hurt you again. I should have protected you. The lady and Killian's unusual behavior completely bewildered Edith. She was embraced by her husband once more. Thank goodness you're safe. I'll never leave your side again. Finally, the lady explained everything. We suspect Lise orchestrated the kidnapping, although the matter is still under investigation. She continued, Lise's maid has been apprehended. I believe the truth will come to light soon. Moreover, I fear he was likely the culprit behind the previous incidents as well. I was negligent. I raised him myself, which clouded my judgment. Edith, you've suffered so much during this time. When the truth is revealed, the Duke and I will formally apologize to you. For now, please tend to your wounds and rest well. With that, she left the couple to themselves. Edith nestled in Killian's arms. Everything that had happened since her return felt surreal. The lie of father and son, along with Sophia, had been executed. With their influence gone, Lise would surely be unable to escape accountability. It was finally over. She looked up at her husband and noticed his troubled expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Killian averted his gaze. It's just, I failed again. I couldn't find you in time, and you ended up on the execution grounds. It's thanks to Caitlin and my father that you were saved. I said I wanted you to rely on me more. But in the end, it's me who needs you. I keep upsetting you, and I'm always so hesitant. When I realized you didn't seem to need me, I suddenly felt afraid. He had discovered a voice in his mind that disparaged his wife. For a long time, Killian had lived in torment. He had devoured every book in the Duke's library, on incantations, brainwashing, even curses, but he couldn't find any answers. Even Lean had begged him to stop these strange behaviors. He couldn't control it. The voices constantly echoed in his ears, eroding his spirit, unconditionally favoring Lise, and whispering venomous words about Edith. He despised himself for it, but he was powerless. Thinking about it, it's always been me needing you. You don't need me. But only Edith knew that he was being controlled. Don't think like that, Killian. You came to find me. You chose to believe me just now. And you even called a doctor for me. Edith reached out to him. Someone helped you escape. Leaving here wouldn't be a problem if you were determined. You could go somewhere where no one knows you. And you're so capable. I'm sure you could thrive no matter what you did. But you didn't. You gave up everything. As if it was only natural that no one believed you. And the one making you accept all this is your husband. Edith was stunned. What are you saying? For a while I thought some supernatural force was controlling me, making me believe you were bad, making me see you as the rumors painted you. Only I could hear that voice. But now, thinking back, how flimsy an excuse that is. Maybe it was just what I wanted to believe all along. Look how vile I am. What kind of husband am I? No, Killian, don't say that about yourself. Are you trying to pretend nothing happened again? It would be better if you yelled at me, got angry with me. Edith decided to tell him everything. Do you remember what I said before? There were so many things I couldn't bring myself to say. Now, I'll tell you everything. About transmigrating here. Yes. Do you find it hard to believe? I don't know how it happened either. But after I died, I opened my eyes again and I was here. It's okay if you don't understand. You just need to know one thing. Before I became Edith, I was always alone. Even after becoming Edith, I faced many hardships. But through being with you, I finally understood what happiness is. It's not that I didn't think about running away, because I knew from the beginning how Edith's story ends. So, I started saving money a long time ago, and I inquired about how to travel. After escaping from my kidnappers, I withdrew my savings. I took my luggage and went to the train station, but all I could think about was you. You might find this hard to believe, but those voices, the ones that always talk about you, they really exist, and they have nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself for them. I believe you, but I also need to apologize to you. No, I'm sorry for what happened to your roommate. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I'm sorry I didn't realize it sooner. And thank you for coming here. Thank you for being willing to tell me your story. Before the restrictions were lifted, thank you for enduring it all so bravely. I won't let you feel lonely anymore. I won't let you shoulder anything alone anymore. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the dust began to settle. Duke Ludwig polished his weapon. You've arrived. Cliff, his face grim, stood before him. I heard you locked Lise in the dungeon. That ungrateful wretch, who knows what she's hiding, slinging mud at Killian and Edith. You just believe them, don't you? Lise would never betray us. Lise? I'm talking about you, Cliff said, incredulous. Then he heard his father continue. What bad things has she done? Your mother is investigating. There are plenty of witnesses and evidence. The truth will come out sooner or later. He was furious. But Lise is an outsider after all. I'm not surprised, but you shouldn't have done that. You trampled on the young Duke's reputation. You prioritized your own desires above your duty. Preoccupied with pleasure with a woman, pushing your responsibilities on a Killian. Your brother never coveted the position of heir, yet he bears the burden of the family. But you can't protect your family, and you still want to keep him under your thumb? Before I became Duke, based on the past, for an heir, I believed experience and ambition were most important. How foolish that thinking was. At this moment, Cliff finally sensed something was wrong. He showed fear for the first time. Father. Then he heard the words he dreaded most. I made up my mind. From today onward, the position of heir to the dukedom is vacant. Father, what are you saying? Feeling wronged, he picked up a long sword from the floor. Then prove it to me. Cliff cried out, Father, in terror. The next moment, the long sword was plunged into the ground. You will start from the bottom and climb your way up, just like your grandfather, just like me. News of your judgment has reached foreign lands. The western border is in turmoil. I'm sending Gordon to quell the northern rebellion. You will follow as an ordinary soldier. If you want me to acknowledge you again, go to the battlefield and earn supreme military merit. Whether you return with the heir's position or not depends on you. The real Edith suddenly appeared, and with Choi Suna's successful strategy, everyone was freed from the constraints of the aide. After being stripped of his heirship, Cliff was gripped by panic. Unlike his younger brother, who had grown up amidst setbacks, Cliff, the favored protagonist, had always succeeded effortlessly. Without exerting himself, he was 100 times superior to others. With the slightest effort, any accolade was within his grasp. The only thing he had ever truly put his heart into was Lise. What was Lise, anyway? Was his mother still interrogating her? He ordered a knight to take him to Lise. Meanwhile, Edith drifted back into the dreamscape. Thinking back, crying like that was so embarrassing. A bright light suddenly appeared before her, a door slowly opening. She stepped through. A garden unfolded before her eyes. You are Edith, a woman said, as if awaiting her arrival. You've come. Sit down. Choi Soo-hyun had wondered more than once where the Edith of the original story had gone. She had so many questions. How had she spent this time? Do you know why you're here? Your soul was summoned to this world. You are the 13th person to inhabit my body, and the 14th guest to this world. It was then that everything clicked into place for her. Lise, that nagging feeling of dissonance she'd had all this time. The original author wasn't Lise herself. She, too, had transmigrated just like Edith. This world was a creation written by someone, and its predetermined story unfolded repeatedly. No character could escape their fate. Only the original author can freely change things. I thought that after witnessing so much misfortune, she would steer the story in a better direction. But as you've seen, she isn't kind. I tried to reveal the truth, to change the plot, but as a character within the story, I could do nothing. So I borrowed outside power, summoning souls from other worlds to use my body. The first 12 attempts failed. Only you succeeded. So you summoned me, and the original author? I hadn't intended to summon multiple souls, but the author's tyranny left me no choice. I wanted to escape this twisted world, but how could I flee when I wasn't free? It took Choi Soo-hyun a moment to process all this. And now, you're free. Do you want me to return Edith's body to you? As if sensing Choi Soo-hyun's anxiety, Edith gave a wry laugh. Let's be reasonable, she said. Whether it's you or me, what about Killian? The thought of him sent a pang through Choi Soo-hyun's heart. Still, she said, but this body is yours. Watching you all this time, I've realized something. Even if I knew the original plot, could I have done what you did? I don't think so. I couldn't be as righteous as you, so composed and resilient, always thinking of others. Thanks to you, I understand that this never belonged to me. I only caused destruction. I haven't helped, only plunged others into darkness and despair. And I don't want to do that anymore. After all, she was still the villainess. She dropped her cup on the ground. Forgive me for leaving first. I've longed to meet you, and today my wish has been granted. I hope we never meet again. I'll see you off. Choi Soo-hyun wanted to say more. Wait, but Edith simply smiled at her and turned to leave with a graceful air. Choi Soo-hyun awoke from the dream. Killian was watching over her, his face etched with worry. Are you all right? You seem to be having a nightmare. Because of the original Edith and the kindness she had shown her, it eased his worries. He thanked her silently. Thank you, dear Edith. At this moment, Cliff was charging into the dungeon, ignoring all attempts to stop him. Lise, I'm here for you. What in the world are my father and mother doing? He still wore the look of a man infatuated. Please, just look at me. Throughout Edith's short and tragic life, the question that plagued her most was why fate toyed with her so cruelly. When she learned she was merely a character in a book, this question consumed her even more. Stripped of his privileges, the failed original author was surrounded by a group of people. He yelled frantically, "You've got the wrong person. I don't even know you." Of course you don't. You callously toyed with the lives of over 10 Ediths. Didn't expect a day like this to come, did you? A day of reckoning. How does it feel to watch us struggle from your godlike perspective? Huh? To watch us die? Were you only satisfied when every single Edith met a tragic end? It dawned on him then. They were all past Ediths. You have no idea how long I've waited for this day. After our failures, we chose to stay, just to make you experience the same pain we endured. We've prepared a story for you, too. He glanced aside. Do you want to join in? You're the real Edith, aren't you? Don't you want revenge? Edith's gaze remained cold. She walked towards the author. I just want to know one thing. Why did you do it? Why did you make my childhood a living hell? Why did you write my family as mere birth accidents? Why was I always hated? Why did you make me jealous of others? Why did you turn me into someone incapable of loving or being loved? Why did you trap me in a state of perpetual loneliness and misery? Why did you write me as less than human? Even with the tragic figure from his writing standing before him, he remained stubbornly unrepentant. What do you know? It was all for the protagonist, Killian. It was all for him. Against a backdrop of darkness and misfortune, kindness and justice shine even brighter. A long silence hung in the air before Edith finally spoke. You don't understand Killian at all. I've changed my mind. I don't want revenge. Do whatever you want with him. Seeing Edith about to leave, Killian panicked. Wait, what do you mean by that? With the original narrative shattered, the world had become free, and he had a chance at a new life. But Edith, her heart turned to ashes, desired nothing. How laughable. My twisted, miserable life was merely a foil to make you look good. If I became miserable and lost everything because of you, could you still be so self-righteous? Beside him, the long-vanished Lise suddenly appeared, her face streaked with tears. Ow! I did mess everything up, it's true, but I never regretted it. As Edith pressed something once more, the space around Lise shifted and transformed. She appeared before Cliff, on his way to the dungeon. Cliff had been fantasizing about escaping with Lise. His father, even while stripping him of his title as the younger Duke, had given him a chance. All he had to do was prove himself on the battlefield. His only concern was Lise. He planned to take his beloved away with him. Even on the battlefield, he would find a way to protect her. But the moment he saw Lise, panic seized Cliff. He asked fearfully, "Who are you?" The unfamiliar woman with Lise's face said to him, "I'm sorry, Cliff." Cliff descended into madness once more. "Liar, give me back my Lise." Watching the unfolding drama, Edith murmured, "Just wait a little longer." Soon after, when Choi Soo-hyun heard Lise's name again, it was from her husband's mouth that she learned the truth. He had been sent to a monastery by his mother. Edith turned pointedly towards her husband, Killian. Lately, he had become obsessed with feeding her, despite her repeated protests. He persisted, almost cruelly, praising her with every bite she took, as if she were a child. Still, Lise weighed heavily on her mind. Killian, as if sensing her worry, spoke. "What's troubling you? Are you still worried about the original author posing a threat?" "I don't think so. Mainly because I've never met the original author. A while ago, the original Edith told me there wouldn't be any more transmigrations. More than that, I'm thinking, since the real Edith still exists, if the original Lise were to return, he did nothing wrong, yet he's being punished. I'm wondering if we can help him." Killian set down the soup. "Then let's ask Mother." The only answer they received was, "Absolutely not. Just tell me which monastery he's in. I only want to speak with him for a moment." "Absolutely not. He hurt you repeatedly. Who knows what he might do to you now?" As the Duchess, I've seen a lot, but I've never met anyone so cruel. I once considered him family. He doesn't even show a shred of remorse. He showed glimpses of this darkness as a child, but then he'd turn around and smile so brightly. I thought I was mistaken. It turns out he was playing us all along. Edith knew how much the Duchess cared for Lise. She had intended to tell them everything, but Killian had advised against it. "If you want to reveal the truth, I won't stop you. But I don't think you need to tell them everything, because some people might not be able to handle it." As expected, the Duchess looked as though she hadn't yet recovered from the shock. But she quickly composed herself. "He's too dangerous for you. I only hope you can forget him." She then turned towards the door. "Axel, you've arrived. Duke Ludwig." "Edith, how are you feeling?" "Thank you for your concern." "I'm fine." She started to rise to greet him, but the Duke urged her to sit back down. The Duke looked troubled. "I'm so sorry, Edith." Edith was taken aback. The Duchess rose and went to the Duke's side. "You don't need to feel burdened. First, listen to us. You've suffered a great deal since you married into this family. Family matters shouldn't have caused you such pain. We deeply regret the many injustices we've inflicted upon you, and we want to formally apologize." Even from her own family, she had never received an apology. When she was ostracized and bullied, betrayed by the boyfriend she trusted, she had only wished for an apology, even if it wasn't sincere, just for them to say they were sorry. But they always surrounded her with empty words. Verbal abuse, mockery, and humiliation. She endured it all as if it were her due. No one had ever been sorry. Growing up in that environment, she numbly attributed all the hurt and pain to her own failings. And today, that was being shattered. "I shouldn't have said you were like your father, and believed you would betray us, and constantly disliked you. Without even a proper investigation, I decided it was your fault from the very beginning. I was disregarding and ignoring your feelings. If it weren't for your bravery, I would still be blaming you for everything. I'm sorry. Thank you for never giving up. From now on, I'll be more mindful. If anything troubles you in the future, just as you did before, speak up boldly." These sudden changes left Edith with a sense of unreality. She sat in the garden, lost in thought. "Are you all right?" The mercenary who had once helped the Duchess had now become a knight of the ducal family. Killian felt a chill from his wife, but in a blink, she leaned in and kissed him. His wife was beautiful and attentive. Before marrying him, she had been the most captivating noblewoman in the entire empire. Yet, something felt amiss to him. Not long ago, he had arranged for the mercenary who had once helped Edith to join the ducal guard as a knight. He'll find it difficult to continue mercenary work, so I arranged for him to take the ducal exam. Thankfully, he's quite skilled. He was able to join the ranks directly. In Edith's eyes, her husband looked like a puppy eagerly awaiting praise. "Killian, you're amazing. Just tell me that and come here for a kiss." Edith still blushed at the memory. "Sir Henry, may I ask, what happened to the ruby necklace I gave you before?" Killian watched her from a short distance away, but his expression was troubled. It remained so until his wife called out to him. "Weren't you supposed to be talking with father for a while?" After Cliff was sent to the border as punishment, the Duke had entrusted his work to his younger son. But that wasn't what bothered Killian. "Haven't you forgiven him too easily?" It turned out his discontent stemmed from his father's repeated disregard for Edith. "But I truly have forgiven him. It's been a long time since I've received such a sincere apology. Yours and the Crown Prince's too. And he's not just paying lip service either. Speaking of which, Caitlin wants to see you." When Edith arrived at the palace, she saw a different side of Caitlin. He was helping his brother handle official matters. "It's been a while, Edith. Glad to see you looking well. I have a favor to ask." "A favor?" "Go ahead. I want you to help me prepare the commendation ceremony for those who contributed to suppressing the recent rebellion. Duke Ludwig, Killian, and you, because of the recent unrest. We need to demonstrate the authority and stability of the royal family, both domestically and internationally. Also, although I announced you as a contributor at the execution ceremony, those nobles will most likely gossip behind your back. I think reaffirming your position at the ceremony would be beneficial for you. That's why I decided to hold a banquet. But I don't have any experience in this area." "Wait, haven't I seen you somewhere before?" "This is Sir Henry. He helped me during the kidnapping incident." Seeing someone Edith trusted, Caitlin didn't press the matter further, and this banquet would only benefit Edith, so she had no reason to refuse. Within the new Count Klein estate, after the judgment, the royal family hadn't mentioned them at all. The engagement between their daughter and Killian was also annulled. The old count felt they were doomed. That old man only knew how to drink and gamble, leaving everything to him. But thanks to that, he now held the true power within the count's family. "Father, you needn't worry. I heard they're holding a commendation ceremony, most likely to display the empire's strength to foreign nations. So they'll invite all the foreign delegations. Duke Ludwig gained his reputation through battles, big and small. His reputation abroad isn't good. In contrast, we, who primarily focus on trade and commerce, are more likely to gain foreign support. I'll take this opportunity to win them over. I heard the Crown Prince is leading this ceremony, with Edith assisting. You can expect it to be quite grand." "What? Why is Edith assisting with a royal banquet?" "So what?" Seeing her brother's indifferent attitude, Layla almost forgot he wouldn't help her. He only cared about his own interests. "If I want to make a more dazzling appearance than Edith, I'll need a new gown." As expected, news of the investiture ceremony quickly hit the papers. Killian smiled, seeing Edith's name listed among the attendees. "Edith, your name is here," he remarked, but his wife was currently too swamped with preparations to even take a sip of water. Killian's feelings were a complicated mix. On one hand, he was happy for her, but on the other, a strange sense of having something precious taken from him lingered. Just as Edith was about to leave, she finally noticed Killian and the mixture of disappointment and expectation in his eyes. She offered him a reassuring kiss. "Killian, I'll be back soon." It took several days for the somewhat oblivious man to realize something felt amiss. A distance had grown between him and Edith. Was it because she was so busy? He knew she was pouring her heart into preparing for Caitlin's banquet, but she hadn't neglected him entirely. "I'll be home for dinner," she'd assure him. Despite the busyness, their conversations remained commonplace. How to describe it? Edith felt that Killian was trying his utmost to be a good friend, but that didn't mean he was any different. On the contrary, his excessive consideration felt off. Lise, as if sensing something, casually inquired, "Just asking, have you told him you love him?"